Iron sharpens iron. Challenge of a lifetime. A father and son's quest to both finish the Baja 1000 race in the Ironman class. Written and narrated by Larry Janesky. Part 1, 2016. Chapter 1. What are limits? Are limits physical or mental? Are they real or created by us? Finding out can be a spiritual experience. After nearly a year of preparation, planning, and sleep lost for what the possibilities were, we were as ready as we're going to be. The Baja 1000 was the longest nonstop race on the planet, on the most brutal terrain a motorcyclist can imagine. My 21-year-old son Tanner and I were lined up for the start in the dark in Ensenada, Mexico. Most of the bikes entered are ridden by teams. Ride your turn, give the bike to the next guy. Half the teams of up to 6 riders don't finish. We had chosen to race in the Pro Moto Ironman class. This means you're on your own. You'll have to race the 855 miles in one shot just to finish. Historically, the odds of this happening were very slim. Only 8 riders have ever finished this race in the Ironman class since the class was started in 2013. Less than half. 2 weeks earlier, we were on the Baja Peninsula to pre-run the course. You don't show up for a survival race having never seen what you're in for. While we ran this race as a 2-man team last year, the course is laid out different each year. We had 3 bikes, Honda 450Xs, one for each of us, plus a spare packed into a van. We had a GPS and stared out into the desert. What now? Ride out there and try to pick up the GPS line at mile 38. They keep the first 38 miles of the course a secret until 2 days before the race. There were barbed wire ranch fences with locked gates. It took us 40 minutes to even find the race course. A frustrated start. What possible difference could it make to take 4 days to ride over 855 miles? Think about how far that is from your home. Now think about traversing that far through the wilderness. How could you remember every turn, fork, boulder, rut, and hazard? That's what I was thinking. But amazingly, it helps dramatically. With practice, you can make a strategy and be mentally prepared. It can also scare the crap out of you when you realize the magnitude of what you signed up for. The most I've ever ridden in one day was 390 miles, but that was in last year's race, and I alternated with Tanner. Every few hours I could rest while he was riding and get myself regrouped. Last year it took us 25 and a half hours to finish the race, but I only rode for half that time. Besides that giant effort with its hurry-up offense pace, the most I've ever gone was 270 miles in a day, and I felt half dead afterwards. My pre-running plan was to ride 12 to 14 hours to find the wall. I'd been training hard since winter broke. I'd been trying to keep up with Tanner with Spartan workouts and races, and I was running in the woods regularly. I had lost 15 pounds I didn't think I had to lose. I had taken my body to where I thought I could not go anymore, up Killington Mountain. Now I wanted to do it on a dirt bike. My plan was foiled by a delayed start for preparation and what happened when it got dark. Tanner was behind me by a mile or so. It was ink black. So dark the night sky looked light with its stars laced gracefully over the unnamed desolation you viewed it from. I got to a barbed wire gate across the course. These gates would be down during the race, but until then they were holding in cattle and horses. If you ride into one, the wire would get under your helmet and chin and don't run into one. I got off my bike and took the makeshift gate down with its sticks holding the wire apart. I waited for Tanner. He didn't come. With my own lights off, I should be able to easily pick up any glint of light for many miles. Nothing. I rode back a mile to higher ground. No light. I took my helmet off and shut my motor off to listen. I only heard the dry night wind. We're supposed to race 855 miles in this course soon by ourselves, and we can't go 200 miles in pre-running it without a mishap? Yes, of course. This is Baja. Baja doesn't care about us. The majesty of the desert and mountains can lure you in with its beauty or end your life without any preference. Where's Tanner? Why does that question sound so familiar? And what does a father do now? I could see for miles behind me and there were no lights. I decided to go forward. Maybe he took a different wash down to the lower elevation. In the shallow, parallel canyons, maybe he passed me and I didn't see him. I went 4 miles ahead into the black and started to feel like I was doing the wrong thing. Something told me to turn back, so I did. I saw a white 4-door pickup truck coming. We came together. In the desert, your survival is at stake, and when you see someone, you stop and check with each other, not like in places where there are plenty of people to be ignored. The 4 guys in the unmarked truck had guns and didn't speak English. I figured they were police because guns are illegal in Mexico, and they were trying to understand me and not rob me. As I tried to understand the guy sticking his head out of the rear window, the driver pointed ahead into the dark. A light, far dimmer than Tanner's, approached. But it was Tanner. The reason I didn't see his light is because it failed. Oddly, it didn't go completely out, but it glowed like a cell phone. He picked his way through the rocks at 1 mile an hour this way. We rode alongside each other for miles, sharing my light, trying to get to the road. His light came full on for 5 seconds and then went out completely. An electrical problem. The locals built a huge jump, which we know are often booby traps for racers because they'd have a pit on the other side where they got the dirt from. If you didn't clear the pit, you were going to take a dirt nap. And going around it, I lost Tanner again. Why? I went back and shined my headlight on him to find a big bale of wire wrapped around his rear wheel, sprocket, and brake. We worked to get it out by bending dozens of strands of wire back and forth to break it. Finally. Tiny towns were scarce and had few amenities. We know we were close to El Rosario. We found the road and found a small, dusty hotel. One problem. Chad, our driver and mechanic, was waiting for us 40 miles away. I left a tired and cold Tanner at the hotel and set out back into the night to find Chad. I wasn't dressed right for high speed in the cold night. By the time I got there, my core temperature had fallen, but I found him. We loaded the bike in the van alongside the spare one, and I got in telling Chad what happened. As we drove back to El Rosario, I shivered, and my body began to give me signals. Distress signals. Riding a dirt bike in this terrain is not like driving a car or even riding a motorcycle on the road. For the first 20 minutes, it's fun. Then, it's work. Then, it's a workout. Then, it's misery. It's physically punishing. After 260 miles of riding that first pre-run day, I felt nauseous, sick, dizzy, thinking about the 855-mile race. How could this even be possible? I was worried. No, I was more than worried. I was terrified. Chapter 2. What's Inside? On day 2 of pre-running the Baja 1000 course, we did another 200 miles. That's it. It got dark, and Tanner had a dim stock headlight on his bike as a proper bright race lights had failed the night before. We got a motel for security, and we pushed the bikes right into the $15 a night hotel room. I thought we'd get in big trouble if we got caught doing this. When we had no hot water and needed a shower badly, I became less worried. In the morning, when I could see more of the place, I wasn't worried at all. It's Baja. It's a different world here. We asked where the best restaurant in town was. 2 blocks. On this road, of course. There are no other paved roads in the entire Pacific side. We went in, and the World Series was on. The Chicago Cubs. 9th inning. Tied score. Several locals were cheering them on. By the time we left the place, the Cubs had performed their miracle. That's what I need, I thought. A miracle. On day 3, we did another 220 miles. We were beat. Our hands were numb. Tanner was ahead of me as we bounded down a whooped-out, wavy sand section. He didn't see that the spaces between 2 of the whoops were 4 feet deep. It was a wash. He cartwheeled his bike and was thrown over the handlebars. Luckily, the bike did not land squarely on him. We were miles from help. He regrouped. Luckily, the bike was okay to ride still. 2 miles later, he had the head of a dead cactus stuck in his hand. It looked like an anemone. A few hours after that, I missed a little dogleg on my GPS and went straight ahead instead. On the course notes, this is where it said, "Danger, drop off." As I approached, I could see the trail fell away with a much lower elevation ahead. I figured it was a grade going down as I braked into it to see how steep it was. To my horror, it was straight down. 6 feet. Because I was braking, all the weight was forward. I'd surely flip over the handlebars if I went airborne now. My motocross skills kicked in, and I instinctively blipped the throttle. It was too late to get the front wheel up. As I dropped, I didn't know if I'd save it or not. After a hard hit on the front wheel, would the rear end go down or up and over the front one? Whew. Lucky. I looked at my GPS and realized my small mistake. I missed a turn 15 feet before the cliff. This section of Baja is called Borrego. It is the most brutal terrain in Baja. That's what the driver of the broken-down desert buggy said to me a few miles later. He was pre-running too, and had become a Baja casualty that day. The 4th and last day of pre-running gave me some hope. The course flowed better, and there was some faster sections. I was encouraged for a bit, and Tanner reminded me that it took us 4 days to ride this, and we still didn't do the 38 miles out from the start, or the 40 miles back into the finish line. More than that, we had 3 8-hour periods of sleep in between our rides. Yes, I knew this. I had little reason to be encouraged. On race day, we needed to do all of this, all at once. We flew home. 1 week later, we were to fly back for race week, the race being on Friday, November 18th, 2016. I controlled my thoughts and self-talk as best I could. I talked myself into being excited for the challenge. We can talk ourselves into things. You know this. On Monday of race week, we went out with the video guys to get some drone footage over the beautiful desert. We decided to go to a 12-mile-long sand wash that we did not pre-run before. A sand wash is a dry riverbed. Jesse Dosty put the drone up. I pulled off the paved road into the deep sand. A quarter mile later, I looked back, expecting to see Tanner. No Tanner. I stopped and waited. No Tanner. I went back. I thought maybe he stalled because we forgot to turn the gas valve on. We had just started. But there he was, 20 seconds off the pavement, where he hit a watermelon-sized rock sticking up out of the deep sand, camouflaged in the shadows. His front wheel slammed the rock. The back of the bike kicked up violently, and he went over the handlebars. His foot peg jammed into the side of his boot as the bike landed on him. Luckily, it was soft sand and he didn't hit any rocks. His helmet was full of coarse sand, and both wheels were bent, but he wasn't badly hurt. Later, we reviewed the helmet camera footage, and we got the whole thing on video. While there was no reason in the world for us to believe we could actually pull off this 855-mile nonstop race solo, we never thought of not trying. What makes someone attempt a feat so dangerous when their chances of failure are so high? Why would anyone face such a challenge he did not have to do? There's something for each man to discover within himself. The Baja 1000 is where I discovered what was in me. Chapter 3. Preparing to Win. With the race starting at dawn on Friday, we had a busy Wednesday preparing. We officially registered for the race and got our wristbands with our medical information on them. Then we had a pre-run from the start to mile 38. They had just released the GPS coordinates for that part of the course that morning. This is so the locals in the more populated area near the start aren't endangered by pre-running trophy trucks for a month before the race. Then we'd meet our race bikes for the first time. They were built for this race for us in California by our race support team. We had to shake them down, ride them for a while, and make sure everything was okay. Then we take the wheels off, put the spare ones on, and get them up to speed and make sure there were no problems. Our tires did not have air in them. Instead, they had a hard foam donut in them. This way, we couldn't get a flat on sharp rocks. When it got dark, we put 4 different combinations of lights on the bike and tested and adjusted each one. If your lights go out, which happens to Tanner at night and me during the day while pre-running, you're stuck in the desert until morning. Jimmy, the race bike builder, put a second power supply on each bike. If the lights went out, he showed us how to disconnect the old power supply and use the new circuit to see if that would fire the lights up. I wanted lots of rest before the race. Unfortunately, we wound up riding nearly 100 miles on Wednesday testing, just 36 hours before the race. Not energy I wanted to use up so close to the race. Everything counts. I was excited because today our friends came in. In an unusual move, I invited 7 friends to come and chase us during the race. Why? You'll see. Our friends Bobby Miles, Kevin Koval, and Todd Lutinsky will chase Tanner in a Jeep that Todd borrowed from his friend in Tijuana. You can't rent a car and drive it into Mexico. It's illegal in Mexico and against rental car company rules. If you get caught in Mexico with a rental car from the United States, you go to jail. Franz Froelich and his son Trevor are from California. They picked up my friends Ralph Carpinella and John Sayer from Connecticut and San Diego and brought them down. They each met us in Ojos Negros, where we were testing the race bikes. I was glad to see them. The group ranged in age from 20 years old to 73. A diverse group, to be sure. These friends didn't hesitate when I asked them, but I don't think they realized exactly what was about to happen. An adventure was about to begin that will never be forgotten by any of us. When we got to the hotel that night, they only had 2 rooms for 7 guys, a snafu with little cure as the hotel was sold out with racers and crews. 4 guys in a room? No problem in Baja. It's amazing what we've come accustomed to complain about. In a country like Mexico, when a mother holding her baby walks up and down lines of cars waiting at the border, selling churros to people waiting to get back into America, or when that 8-year-old girl who learned how to juggle comes by your window and shows her skill and waits for you to hopefully approve with a tip. The size of obstacles is relative. My friends cheerfully accepted their situation without much discussion. This was nothing. Chapter 4. Talk to yourself. It's Thursday, November 17th, 2016. One day until the green flag. Today, we packed our packs we'd carry with us during the race. Hydration bladders with water and electrolyte powder added. Multi-tool, knife, wire cutters, wire ties, and tape. A small toolkit, flashlights, headlamp, and battery backup lights that attach to your helmet like 2 Mickey Mouse ears. Energy gels, Cliff bars, a rag, extra goggles, tinted for day and clear for night. And of course, race team stickers, highly collectible in Baja, even by the military at checkpoints. We packed a race bag to be kept in the truck with extra jackets and warm shirts to layer up when night came. We put reflectors all over us. I went nuts with them and put them on the back of my helmet, boots, inside the rear fender of my bike, on my pack, on my riding jacket, my neck brace. I didn't want to get run over by a trophy truck. It's happened here too often. I wanted to reflect their billion candle power lights back at them through the dust. Then we went to the grocery store. In recent years, I had learned how to eat well. While I'm not perfect, I've changed my diet a lot. While Tanner had his own ideas, I bought bananas, apples, ham and bread, and something Tanner turned me on to, chia. After listening to the book Born to Run, we learned about the Tarahumara, an indigenous people in the remote mountains in Mexico, who were long-distance runners. They could run more than 100 miles. I heard much farther than that. What did they drink before this? Chia. You mix chia seeds in water and add some lime juice and maybe a bit of sugar for taste. The seeds expand and look and feel like frog eggs in your mouth. You get used to it. Chia is rich in slow-burning fat calories. You can eat and drink at the same time. It's like a natural Red Bull without the roller coaster. I prepared 3 bottles for the race, and Tanner prepared 4. At 7 p.m., we went to the mandatory driver and riders meeting. In this race, there are various classes of vehicles. Besides motorcycles, there are different types of 4-wheeled vehicles. Trophy trucks are at the top of the food chain. They cost $1 million to build from scratch. 800 horsepower, 4 feet of suspension travel for huge tires. They can do 100 miles an hour over rocks and rough terrain, and they do. Truly impressive and scary as hell for a motorcyclist. These guys don't play around. Then there are multiple classes of buggies. Don't let the cute name fool you. Buggies are 2-wheel drive versions of trophy trucks and nearly as capable. Behind that are a variety of other 4-wheel desert racing machines. This year, more than ever, I realized this race was all about the trucks. The motorcycles are an afterthought. That's why they don't do the safe thing and let the motorcycles race the day before the trucks, because the spectators come for the trucks. That's why they start us at 6 a.m. and the trucks at 10 a.m. The spectators will come out more at 10 a.m. The trucks are faster and catch up to the bikes midway through. This means that 150 trucks have to come through 100 motorcycles. That's a recipe for disaster. The riders' meeting was all about safety. The conversation was all about the motorcycles getting out of the way of the trucks in time so they don't get run over and don't hold up the trucks. God forbid if the truck should lose a few seconds to give the bike a chance. There was no admonishing the truck drivers to be careful of motorcycles. Honestly, I was angry. They did start using a tracker system called the Stella system this year. This is a box that is bolted to your handlebars next to your GPS. The Stella allows the race organizers to track your every move on GPS to catch cheaters, making sure you don't cut the course and assessing penalties if you do, such that it's not worth it. Another thing it does is really cool. If a truck comes up behind you and he sees that a bike is ahead, he can press a button and light you up. Your Stella tracker will light up bright blue and a siren goes off to tell you to get out of the way before you get run over. It sounds like a great system. Now, we'll see how they work in real life. After the meeting, we needed sleep. And that, of course, was a problem. How could you sleep knowing that you had to wake up at 4 a.m. for a race that could last 36 hours? It's like sleeping under pressure. I managed to get some sleep, but keeping my mind off the race was not easy. Controlling your thoughts and emotions is really important in all areas of life. If we think about failing, or how hard things will be, or that we aren't good enough, then that becomes our reality. Of course, you have to prepare because that's where confidence comes from, preparation. But you simply must control your inner dialogue. Your subconscious mind cannot distinguish between what is real and what is vividly imagined. It acts on the messages it gets. Let's say you're talking yourself down and saying you can't do something, and let's say it's not true. You really can do it. Your subconscious hears the message and makes it come true. You'll take yourself out of the game or perform badly to validate what you already said was true. Pay attention to your self-talk every day, then change it. Even if you don't believe it at first, keep talking positive to yourself. I laid in bed in the San Nicolas Hotel hours before the most difficult race in the world, telling myself I could do it, and that I would not stop until I saw the finish line. How hard could it be? If anyone can do it, I could do it. I got this. And then I drifted to sleep. Chapter 5. Time to perform. I woke up at 3:30 a.m., a half hour before my alarm was set. I couldn't squeeze in the extra half hour of sleep, but I just laid there, conscious, unmoving. At 4, we both got up. All our gear was laid out, and we dressed quickly. Then we had to eat. I'm never hungry early in the morning, but I knew I needed to get some food down. An apple, a banana, and an avocado. We went to the lobby and met our friends. Then we went outside into the cold night where the mechanics had the bikes ready to go. Pack, helmet, neck brace, gloves, goggles. Tanner and I rode our shiny, clean race bikes to staging before the starting line. And Tanner's GPS was displaying upside down. Uh-oh. Did we have time to dive into the menus and figure out how to fix it? Whew, yeah, we did. Get heart rate back down. They lined all the Ironmen up. I was fourth in line, and Tanner was fifth. Was I supposed to be here? Was I good enough? Was I ready? At age 52, I'd be the oldest rider to ever finish the Ironman class. Maybe the oldest to start. Next to me was Jeff Benrud. He crossed the finish line first last year, but was penalized for missing checkpoints and got second place. Jeff was a Special Forces soldier. He was the one who found Saddam Hussein in his underground bunker. No joke. Now, he trains Delta Force military personnel to drive motorcycles and other vehicles fast off-road. I noticed Jeff had a hose coming out of his pants above his boot, a catheter. He wouldn't have to stop to urinate, saving time. He's in it to win it. This is serious business. The Ironman class was filled with elite athletes, the best endurance riders in the world. Nobody else would be crazy enough to enter. The immense challenge was no secret. I think if we have a desire, we can do incredible things. Sure, there are limits, but I can never be the next Michael Jordan. I'm not tall enough, talented enough, and I'm too old to start learning how to play well. But if we put ourselves in the spheres of the world that we belong in, and we have a burning desire, we can do more than most of us believe we can. We define what's possible for us. If we believe we can, most often, we're right. Maybe our timetable will be off, but we can get there if we don't give up. And as the old saying goes, if we shoot for the moon and miss, at least we'll land among the stars. The chaplain came over and prayed with me. Then he prayed with Tanner and Chad. It felt like the right thing to do right now, like it needed to be done now. My friends were very nervous standing nearby. Many months of preparation on the part of hundreds of people were necessary to field the 11 Ironman motorcycles lined up right here, right now. I was calm. I knew it was a long race, and I'd have plenty of time to set my pace. It didn't matter much what happened off the start, so long as you didn't crash out. The middle and finish was going to matter most. The lower edge of the deep purple sky began to turn dark blue, and then orange. Ready? What if I fail? Oh, no, that's the wrong question. What if I succeed? That's the right question. I pulled up onto the podium with its bridge spanning the stage. A huge red sign above me read, Baja 1000. I pulled forward. The smell of exhaust and the rap of high-performance engines filled the air. Fans were 10 deep to the left and the right. An official marked my engine and frame with a unique mark to ensure that you don't swap bikes. I pulled forward. I looked back at my son. Ready? The first Ironman got the green flag and spun his tire getting off the line. I pulled forward. Every 30 seconds, they'd let another bike go. I looked back again. Here we go, son. Jeff sped off in front of me. I pulled forward. The green flag dropped in front of me to hold me. 20 seconds passed, and an official counted down with his fingers. 10, 9, 8, 2, 1. The green flag lifted. I let the clutch out. Only 855 miles to go. Chapter 6. The Journey of 1,000 Miles. A few years ago, just 2 blocks from the start, a buggy blew a turn and ran into the crowd of spectators, knocking them down like bowling pins. This year, they put a 37-mile-an-hour speed limit for the first 8 blocks out of the start. It felt like slow motion. Once I got past that, I sped up. I wanted to stay in control and not make mistakes. Last year, a motorcycle had a huge dramatic crash just 4 blocks from the start. That's what happens when you're all amped up. I sped up in the wash with the city street bridges passing overhead. Fans lined the course, even now at 6:23 a.m. I was calm. My strategy was to go smooth and as fast as I could without burning too much energy. Above all else, don't break the bike and don't get hurt. It was an Energizer Bunny approach. I popped up out of the wash onto city streets again. Left, 5 blocks. Right, a few left forks, and then the road opened up to a highway under construction. Hold the throttle wide open. 90-mile-an-hour wind wants to blow you off your bike. Course turns to dirt. Occasional surprise bump at high speed. Be careful. I heard a bike coming up behind me at mile 9. I expected Tanner to pass me. I expected him to win this race. He did too. Tanner has the riding skills, the fitness, and the determination to do it. We just didn't know what the other guys were made of. We knew there were guys who were tough as hell, but could they ride? And we knew there were guys that could really ride fast, but for how long? Tanner was the whole package. And if I could finish, I could be on the podium because historically, only 2 or 3 guys from the class even finish. A KTM came past me on my left. Not Tanner? Huh. Someone passed Tanner already? Later I learned that this guy totally ignored the speed limit at the start and blew by Tanner at twice his speed. We also found that his tracker was not working until the last 90 miles of the course, so he never got penalized for it. Controversy. I heard another bike coming. I look over and it was Tanner. He looked at me. I said silently, "Go, Tanner. Good luck, son. I'll watch your back and I'll see you at the finish line." I knew if he just did what he does, he would do well. He didn't have to go and try to be a hero. He just has to be Tanner today. He's a calm strategist. He won't make rookie mistakes. I followed Tanner for a mile or so, but when we pulled into the hills, he blinded me with dust. My first taste of a huge factor in the race. The desert is parched each day with sun. The soil has 0% moisture content. They do get rain at some time of the year, but it was far away from November. As vehicle wheels travel on the soil that fills the spaces between the rocks, it pulverizes it to weightless flour. When a vehicle, even one as small as a motorcycle, passes over it, the dust leaps into the air and is in no hurry to end its flight. The particles are so small, they stay in suspension in the air for an eternity. Wind helps, but there was no wind today in the morning. No wind in low areas, and no wind at night. Sunlights or headlights hitting the dust makes the dust glow like a backlit shade being pulled down in front of you. When I couldn't see, I had to back off. At times, I couldn't see 10 feet in front of me. I had to nearly stop many times. Other guys were braver than I was. They charged into my dust and would pass me. That made it worse for me with a whole new generation of dust to deal with. I thought these guys would eventually pay for their risks. In life, and in a race, you don't follow reckless people. In front of me somewhere was Tanner making some passes. The field of motorcycles was packed tighter together now in this first 88-mile section than it would ever be during the rest of the race. We'd all spread out, and later in the race, you may go for 2 hours without seeing another motorcycle. The course wound up into the mountains. The steep inclines were filled with rocks, and the silt was very deep. Wherever pre-running trophy trucks got on the gas, coming out of a turn or going up a hill, their wheels would grind the soil into silt deeper and deeper. Mile 55 to mile 80 were very tough. I got to a switchback section where the locals pointed you down a very steep hill and back up another steep one on the other side. A shortcut you could take to save a few seconds. Last year, I didn't go for this shortcut. It was too risky. It looked like most vehicles took it due to the condition of the course, so I went for it. It was so steep downhill that there were rain ruts like wavy slots heading downward. One grabbed my front wheel tight, and I felt the rear wheel coming up off the ground. Then the rut released my front wheel. Whew, that was close. The entire race course is an exercise in accidents avoidance. Disaster awaits nearly every few seconds. The only way to be safe was to stop and get off the course. If you're moving, hazards come at you like they were on a conveyor belt, and the faster you went, the faster they were delivered to you. Small goals, small problems. Big goals, big problems, and lots of them. Chapter 7. Dreams Require Work. My hand started aching. I expected this, and I tried to save my right hand especially. This one you could never take off the throttle. For 30 hours or more, it had to clutch a grip that was attached to the end of a handlebar that would pull that hand when you accelerated or went uphill and push on that hand when you braked or went downhill, and constantly vibrated it, often violently, over rough terrain. I knew my hands were the part of my body that would fail first, so we used foam grips and a neoprene palm liner under our gloves to try to save them. I emerged from the first 80 miles onto Route 1 and turned south 8 miles to Santo Tomas, where my first van stop was. My crew held the big sign that read 714X, a welcome sight. After about 2.5 hours, I was 10 minutes behind my estimate of where I'd be, but I attributed that to the severity of the dust, which I did not account for. "Where's Tanner?" is a question I'd always ask when I saw my crew. He was 25 minutes ahead of me. Perfect. My friends were getting their first taste of what this race adventure chase was really all about. They were excited to do anything they could to help, and they were a huge help. I look forward to seeing them at each stop, and they look forward to seeing me after sometimes interminable waiting and wondering if something bad had happened. Trevor changed my helmet camera battery and memory card and gave me clean goggles. Ralph was struck by how coated in dust I was. I would not see the van again for 122 miles, a long way. There was only one section between van stops longer. It was 125 miles, but that was later, one leg at a time. My only concern was to get to the next place I had to be, the physical checkpoint 1 mile away. Then I'd have to stop at the Baja pit to get fuel a few miles after that, then the next Baja pit, then the next one, and then the van again. To remember what my goal was, I had written the mile marker numbers on white tape on my gas tank. Black ink was fuel stops at Baja pits, blue was physical checkpoints, and red was the beloved van stops where I could see my crew and get encouragement and food. I sped away, weaving in and out of local traffic on the paved road for 1/4 mile. The roads are still open to local traffic. The locals may or may not have any idea there was a cross-country race going on, and you had to be hyper-vigilant around civilian vehicles. Tanner pulled into a Baja pit and was one of 3 Ironmen side by side waiting for fuel at the same time. The other 2 bikes got served first. They fueled Tanner, but ran out of fuel from their quick-fill jug. Tanner had to tell them, more gas. They came with another jug with just a little bit of gas in it, still not full. The leader sped away. More gas. You're responsible for how full your tank is. When they fill your tank, you have to look and make sure you're full. They had to run back to the drums to get another jug. Finally, he was full and sped away after the leaders. At mile 150, Tanner passed 702X and was in second place. Go, Tanner. This second section took us down along the Pacific Ocean. Blue water broke into snow-white waves on our right, but you couldn't look. Rocks appeared that could deflect your front wheel sideways and take you down at any moment, and you had to pay attention every second. The course took us on a rocky beach where there was only smooth, round rocks the size of softballs to ride on, and it was whooped out no less. There would be deep silt beds, deep silt uphills, rocky uphills, sandy washes, some peppered with rocks, dark gray volcanic rocks, and out onto a beach with pure white sand, dry and loose, where your wheels would sink a foot deep. It was a geological tour of the Baja California Peninsula. Knowing I was going to hit the wall, I covered the left and right of my gas tank with white tape and wrote words on it where I could see them while riding. These words could remind me of ideas and thoughts to motivate me. One word I wrote was flow. In the book by Mihai Csikszentmihalyi, flow describes a state of optimal performance that some of us refer to as the zone. Unconscious high performance. The more I could lose myself in the zone, the better. It was helpful early in the race, but later, when you're severely distracted by pain, it would be very difficult. When we pre-ran this section, there were 3 water crossings. Water is very scarce in the Baja Desert, but this section was along the ocean, sometimes very close. The tides brought water up into spots. One water crossing was 25 feet across, 20 inches deep, and on the other side was a bank straight up 2 feet. I didn't know if we could make it up the bank. I recalled our extensive water crossings in South Africa, where we rode 200 feet across in 24-inch deep water successfully. But those exits were gradual. I went for it in pre-running, and Tanner watched me. I got the front wheel up the opposite bank, but the back wheel just spun and dug in, leaving the bike almost vertical and stuck. I was soaked by my own roost. A local with an ATV tied a rope to my forks and helped pull me out. I gave him a few dollars, which he didn't want to accept at first. Tanner used the slot I made in the bank to get out of the water with great effort. I was worried about this crossing now during the race. If I fell over in the water, my boots would fill up and my feet would be soaked for nearly 700 more miles. That would be a huge problem. At mile 165, I was relieved to see that they piped this water crossing and covered it over with dirt. Why? Not to help us. A few UTVs, that's side-by-side vehicles, and buggies got stuck there. I'd been riding for over 6 hours now with just a 10-minute break. I was around mile 200. The fun was well over, and things were starting to hurt, hands and knees in particular. It's easy to say we're going to do something. It's fun making plans and telling everyone how you're going for something. Actually, doing it is something else. But chasing big goals always breaks down to hard work and sacrifice. Sometimes suffering and pain are involved, physical or emotional. Keeping it all together when it gets tough and being able to make the right calls under stress is important to be able to keep going. Thinking about how hard it is or how hard it will be doesn't help. Often, hard is what happens compared to what you thought would happen. I expected pain, so I wasn't surprised when it came. There's a time to be an optimist and a time to be real, and reality was starting to kick my butt. Chapter 8. Trouble. It took 3.5 hours to run this section. It seemed like forever. At mile 209, it was almost over, the section and my race. Booby traps are known by racers in Baja. What's a booby trap? It's an unexpected man-made obstacle designed to create drama for the cameras and spectators. Specifically, it may be designed to create a crash. Most spectators are race fans and want you to succeed. They will assist in any way they can. But some think that seeing a crash is entertainment. When we see NASCAR or Olympic highlight reels, they always feature crashes and failure. Wide world of sports, the agony of defeat. I guess we all find it fascinating. Some booby traps are obvious. A man-made jump with spectators on the left and right holding cameras and phones. When I saw one, I'd always slow down and go around, to the crowd's disappointment. Sometimes I'd see it was a legitimate jump, shaped well, that may have been fun to hit. In my native dirt bike sport of motocross, I hit 23 jumps per lap on my own track, the longest one being 90 feet. Jumps are not the problem. But our Baja race bikes had suspension designed to suck up the bumps, not jump off them like a motocross bike. The biggest problem, however, was what was on the other side of these ramps. Sometimes nothing. Sometimes the pit where they got the dirt from. Sometimes worse, rocks, big bumps, or who knows what. Ahead, there was an elevation change, a rise. The course was wide there, not funneling racers to any particular spot. I was to the right and slowed from fairly high speed to about 25 miles an hour as I went up the rise because I couldn't see what was on the other side. As I came up, I could see more. It happened so fast. I remember a pit of water, and it was farther than my bike would clear at that speed. The other side was fairly abrupt. I was in the air and yelled out audibly as I do when I know I'm going to crash. I pulled the front end up to my chest to try to get the front wheel to clear the pit. I thought it would not, and I'd cartwheel the bike and drill myself into the ground. The front wheel hit the opposite edge of the pit very hard, and my body slammed forward. My head whipped forward so far, I was looking straight at my own headlight. My left wrist rolled back at impact and hyperextended the tendons from hand to forearm, and I took the GPS in the sternum. I rolled it out on the front wheel, not knowing if I was going over the bars, but I managed to save it. I unexpectedly went from maybe 25 miles an hour to 0 miles an hour in about 12 feet. I heard audible gasps and yells from the crowd as I piled in. All of a sudden, things changed. I looked around at the people near the track and started yelling at them. Something about not warning riders of hazards so they could be entertained. Even if they didn't know English, I think they got my point. I had put so much effort into this quest, those people had no idea, and it would be a shame for it to be over like this. Anyway, I saved it. I thought I'd be okay. I restarted my stalled bike and rode away, not knowing the damage that was done. I would know soon enough. Chapter 9. Scorched Earth and Get To. I pulled into the van 4 minutes after the impact. It had been 122 miles since I saw them last. I was reeling from the non-crash. I told them what happened, still upset about it. After observing me for a few minutes, my friends could tell I was in shock. While I ate something, 2 guys dug into my trap muscle, neck, and forearms. It felt great unless they touched the wrong spot in my neck. When I ride long distances, my right trap muscle locks up and it really starts hurting. My chiropractor told me why. There's a nerve that goes from your little fingers up to your elbow, through your trap, and into your neck and spine. When your hand is in distress, the trap protests too. He said by digging in there, you can release it. It worked. Franz told me I was only 10 minutes behind my estimated plan, which would have me finishing in 32.5 hours. The time limit was 36 hours, so I had a 3.5 hour cushion. I felt pretty good about that. In 15 short minutes, I was on the bike again. The next leg was short. I'd see the van again in just 39 miles. I like that kind of race. 120 miles on your own is a long way, too long. Unfortunately, I'd have to do this one more time, at night, on the toughest part of the course. I'd have to deal with that later. Now, it was down the pavement a few miles, left into the desert for a 12-mile pennant pattern. Not too bad. Back out onto the pavement, turn south, 10 miles, and take a right into the desert where I lost Tanner when his lights went out while pre-running. A sand wash that was a small canyon filled with rocks took a lot of work. You try to avoid all the big rocks, like basketballs or larger, in favor of riding on the ones that were smaller. Mercifully, it ended for now, and I was in deep sand, much of it whooped out like waves on an ocean. My friends waited for me and walked out onto the course. They had trouble just walking in the deep sand and silt. Scorched earth was the term they came back to the van with. Tanner and I agreed that there must be more people watching this live than attended the Super Bowl. 855 miles of people peppered here and there, with small crowds gathered near populated areas. Add it all up, and it's a lot of people. Baja is the off-road racing capital of the world. That's how these courses, roads, and paths get all beat up and whooped out. Lots of racing, and there's nobody to groom them in the middle of nowhere. I made it to the rendezvous point at the El Rosario Bridge. It was nice to see my team just 1 hour since I saw them last. If I could do the rest of the race this way, it would help dramatically. The team said I looked better than at the last stop. I drank some more chia as Javier changed my air filter and checked the bike over. "What's the math, Trevor?" Trevor was Franz's 20-year-old son. He was into robotics, a whiz kid, so I figured he must be the best one of us to calculate how long it would take me to finish at each stop. "At the rate you're going, you will finish this race in 27 hours, he said. I was so happy to hear that. I must have taken shorter breaks than I figured I would so far. A new life came into me. There were kids hanging around us at this stop. About 9 of them, 7 to 13 years old. They asked us for stickers. My pack had little pockets in the front of the straps, just big enough for our team stickers. I filled these pockets with stickers so I could reach them without taking my pack off. I gave each child a sticker, making a little game out of it. My team told me later when they saw me do that I knew I was okay, and their spirits were lifted. Some of my well-wishers, some of you, said, "Have fun." Another message I wrote on my gas tank was, "Love riding," and "Get to." I do love riding dirt bikes. I've been doing it for 20 years, twice a week unless the ground was frozen. The Baja 1000 was my chance to do it all day and all night and all day again. What's not to like? I don't have to do this. I get to do this. A sticker on my bike just below the seat read, "Glad to be here." A message Blue Angels pilot John Foley gave us, talking about debriefing after our flights. When you say "glad to be here," ultimately you're acknowledging that it's a privilege and you're expressing gratitude. We should be grateful, not only for the good things that happen in our lives, but for the suffering too. Out of suffering comes a wiser, stronger, more appreciative version of ourselves. Our failures are the stepping stones to get somewhere better. And we should be grateful for all the things that didn't happen to us. When you think about all the tragedies that could have happened but didn't, it's easy to feel lucky. It was about 2 p.m. I thanked my friends and crew and took off the wash, feeling lucky. Chapter 10. The El Rosario Bridge, where I last saw my van, was at mile 250. I was almost 1/3 the way done. On the course, there are markers every 5 miles telling you the mileage. You bet I'd be doing some math on my helmet. What percentage done I was, what percentage until I saw my van again. I pulled up on a motorcycle that had just crashed in front of me, 211X. He was standing on one leg next to his bike, holding it up. "Are you okay?" I asked. He just pointed down to his knee. He couldn't put his weight on it. "Are you okay?" I yelled over my engine again. We both had mirrored goggles on and couldn't see each other's eyes. He just pointed down. He didn't speak English. There were riders from 18 countries in this race. I saw his shifter was bent and pointing straight out from his bike. There was nothing I could do. I told him I'd report it at the next pit where they had radios to get the word out to his crew. Ahead, Tanner was battling through his own race. He battled the dust, the terrain, other riders, and pain, especially in his hands. He went off course a bit, and it almost ended his race in disaster. He was approaching a drop in elevation and skidded to a stop to find it was 8 feet straight down. It was the wall of a wash or a dried riverbed. I saw this on the helmet camera footage later. He stopped 12 inches from the edge. In pre-running, I dropped off a 6-foot cliff and saved the crash, but an 8-foot drop when you're slowing down would likely have you landing on your head and the bike right behind you to pile drive you into the hot sand. This leg of my race was another short one, 42 miles. The intervals to see your crew during the race are determined by where the course crosses or touches a paved road. There are only a few paved roads in Baja, one on the Pacific side, Route 1, and one on the Sierra Cortez side, Route 5, and one across the middle connecting them, Route 3. If you got to see your crew, you take this opportunity. There was a part of the course called the bow tie. The course came into a point and turned 90 degrees right. It made a big 100-mile-long loop and came back to the same point as if the course would cross itself, but instead turn right without crossing. It made the shape of a bow tie, or like the waist of an hourglass. I got to the bow tie where the Baja pit was. The next 6 miles were fun, easy, sweeping roads. I'd love to make miles that don't beat me up. It was a relief from some of the silt and terrain that was behind me. Unfortunately, I was beginning to realize I had a problem. My neck wasn't just sore. It was, well, I tried to ignore it. I pulled out near the road at mile 292, happy again to see my crew so soon. They massaged my neck, shoulders, and arms. It felt great. I knew this was making a big difference. When you stay in the same position with strenuous, limited range of motion, eventually you lock up in pain. These massages were helping a lot. The next leg of my race would be the hardest for me, 125 miles of mostly rocks. It would get dark. It would take 5 hours or more. Javier and Brian mounted the dual LED headlights on the bike and battery backup lights on my helmet. Wires came off my helmet to the battery packs in my backpack. I put flashlights in my pack and layered up for the colder temperatures that come as soon as the sun goes down. I had to eat, and I choked down more than I really wanted because I knew I'd need the calories. A helicopter approached. Bop, 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 bop. The crew next to us had the trophy truck radio communication blasting through speakers. When the truck navigator talked, you could hear the roar of the truck engines. The dragons were coming now. The race was about to change again. A trophy truck roared out of the desert right past us, filling the air with violence and dust. Another followed a minute later. These were the overall race leaders, and helicopters covering the action chased their dust trails through the desert to follow them. By the time I got going again, 2 more trucks came by with all the mayhem they produce. That's 4 trucks you won't have to worry about, Ralph said. He was right. Only 130 trucks left to pass me. I swallowed hard. I thanked my crew and remounted. I knew that this leg of the race would bring the wall. Chapter 11. 5 Dangers. There were 5 reasons my race was going to get much more difficult and dangerous. Trophy trucks, night, rocks, fatigue, and 125 miles without seeing my van. When a trophy truck comes up behind you, it can surprise you. They should use the Stella alert system to light up the tracker on your handlebars and sound an alarm siren so you know they're coming. But in our experience, only about a quarter of the trophy trucks use the new system. When it's dark, you can see their lights bouncing up and down on your horizon, and you have to find a place to pull over. Now that sounds easy, but many places on the course are 1 lane wide and have curbs and shoulders filled with berms of rocks and boulders and cactus. It can be a real challenge just to get off the course. When these trucks come by, most don't slow down. They are scary and aggressive. The air is filled with loads of dust when they pass, and you can't see for a while. Sometimes there's another truck right behind the first one. 2 years ago, a motorcycle pulled back out onto the course after a truck passed, and another truck behind him didn't see that motorcycle in the dust. It was a disaster. I pressed on. The daylight was fading. My goal was to make it to mile 330 by nightfall. I was at mile 305. Mile 330 is where it gets really rocky and tough. Imagine steep uphills where the trail has mostly rocks and not much dirt. These rocks are broken and sharp in all sizes up to a breadbox size. You have 3.5-inch wide rubber tires on a spoked rim that you have to endlessly maneuver between these rocks in the path of least resistance. Then go downhill on the same rocks. The rocks are interrupted by ledge steps. At least the ledge doesn't move. Rocks takes a lot of energy out of you, especially your hands, arms, and shoulders, and you start sweating more. Night came at about mile 315. I was behind my plan. The dark means slower riding. While the headlights are great, there's nothing like the sun to light up everything around you in all directions. At this time of year, there would be 11 hours of daylight and 13 hours of black night. Picking away at the terrain for 13 hours of darkness. It was lonely out there, and eerie. Without my GPS, I may as well have been on Mars. My neck was injured. I had to admit it, and these rocks were making it worse. It was hard to find a comfortable riding position to take the pressure off my neck. My helmet felt like it weighed 50 pounds. It hurt. I made it to mile 330. The rocks and hills strewn with them got worse. We were going up into the mountains again. No more deep sand at the shoreline. Rocks. I jumped off the side of the course as the truck came through. Can't see. Get back on and go slow until the dust clears a bit. 330 times 3 is 990. The course is 855 miles. I'm more than 1/3 done. I don't have the attention to calculate the percentage in my head. Another 98 miles, I'll be halfway. I can figure that much. My left wrist has been sending me distress signals since the incident at mile 209. I can feel 5 distinct tendons running from my wrist toward my elbow, like piano strings. They are screaming. They're like electrified and hot. I try to adjust my grip and ease the pain. No avail. Keep going. Chapter 12. The course presented one hellish section after another. Go up this hill with all these rocks. Done? Okay, good. Go down this hill with all these rocks. Okay, now follow this silty, slotted tire track with all the rocks in it, and don't fall over left down that 50-foot drop. It seemed like it would never end. I was going slow, and I knew it. I'd be going twice this speed if I was fresh, not injured, and it was light out. A truck coming. No good place to get off the course. He's closer than I thought. Oh, crap. I dropped the bike, trying to get off at a bad spot. He goes by my bike and me laying on the ground. See ya. Get off the bike. Lift it up. Man, this bike is a lot heavier than my motocross bike that weighs 245 pounds. No damage. Start the bike. Look back. No lights approaching? Okay, go. Struggle over the rocky berm that tripped me up getting off the trail. Dusty. Way dusty. Can't see. Go slow. Damn, hit a rock I didn't see. Which line is smoother, left or right? Can't tell yet. Too dusty. Can't see the ground. Rocks. On my gas tank, I wrote another message. Forward. I put an arrow which way that was. I just have to keep going forward. Mile 340. 10 miles is an eternity now. I'm in pain. A lot of pain. Mile 350. Mile 355. The bow tie is at mile 365. I have to make it there to get to the Baja pit. I can get fuel and take a little rest. My helmet is so heavy on my neck. Rocks. Damn trucks. Visibility is so low. No wind. A light ahead. Someone is flagging me. It's a biker off his bike. He's got his rear wheel off the bike. Do you have an air pump? He shouts. No, I reply. Damn, he yells. The rocks claimed his rear tire. He changed the tube out here, but he didn't have an air pump. I was so glad to have foam inserts in our tires. We couldn't get flats because there was no air in our tires. You have so much invested in this race, and one errant rock and you're out. There's nothing I can do for him. I press on. My neck hurts so bad. I pull over, grab my chin guard with my hands, and take the weight off my neck. Breathe. I take a drink from a hose coming over my shoulder from my pack. A truck passes. I get going. I hate this. Pitch black except for my headlights reflecting off airborne dust. I feel that dust in my throat and nose. The bow tie should be coming soon. I'd get gas and have 50 miles to go to see my van. Out of the black, a rider is waving to me. He has no light, helmet off. I pull up. What's up? I yell. You know how far is Baja pit? His native language was Spanish. I think about 2 miles. I saw his bike way off to the right. 128X. A Pro Lights 250cc engine rider. I told him I'd tell him he was stranded at the pit when I got there. It turned out to be 6 miles to the pit at the bow tie. I thought about this. The last Baja pit, which is the gas stop, was supposed to be at mile 305. Instead, it was at mile 289. That's 16 miles early. I questioned them when I was there, but they only spoke Spanish. This interval was 16 miles longer without fuel. This rider ran out of gas in the middle of the night, in the middle of the desert, 6 miles before the next gas pit. That wasn't his fault. It was Baja Pit's fault for setting up at the wrong place. That's a hell of a way to end your race. I was going so slow, so I used less gas, and I made it. I pulled into the pit. They had a trailer and lights. It seemed like civilization to me. They overfilled my tank with the quick fill nozzle stuck in my tank. Gas sprayed all over my tank and all over me. Those rookies. Gas ran down onto my hot engine. Would I catch fire? I shut the bike off and put it on the kickstand. Normally, you don't run a kickstand on a race bike. Too much weight, and if the spring broke and it swung forward, it could dig into the ground and throw you off your bike. But I knew in the Ironman class I'd have to stop for a number of reasons. Jeff Benrud may have had a catheter, but I had a kickstand. I was so beat after those rocks, they offered me a chair, and I sat down. They offered me water and a small bit of chocolate. I declined. They knew I was an Iron Man because of my number, 714X, and it began with a 7. That means Iron Man. They asked if I was okay. I told them about my son Tanner. He looked at his chart and told me what time Tanner came through that pit. It was a long time ago. T was doing good. I found out the workers at all the pits were volunteers, enthusiasts, and I gave them stickers. He saw all the messages I wrote on my gas tank. My daughter's names with a heart. Riding with the king. Trust. Believe. He took his phone out and made a video of me sitting there looking half dead. "This is what it's all about," he said. "This is what it's all about. This is why we come out here," he said while recording. "This guy came out from Connecticut with his son and they're both doing Iron Man. That's so cool," he said. Yeah, cool, I thought, holding my head up with my hands. After about 10 minutes, I got going again. I had 50 more miles of this terrain to go. It was back up into the mountains. Chapter 13, Mile 415. A dead, abandoned trophy truck was up at an angle on the side of the course. Dark, nobody around, eerie. 5 miles passed. 10% of the way back to the van. Pain. I scoot off the trail of a truck. I get my front wheel over a hard ball of pointy leaves. It gets under my skid plate, and I get stuck on it as it unweights my rear tire. Man, that is one tough plant. I have to get off the bike to lift it off the plant and get unstuck. I can't see well. Go slow. Dust. Under the light from behind. He's close and coming in fast. I get off the side, but drop my bike. Damn it! Another dust storm as he passes. I get going. Slow. Dust. After a few minutes, it starts to get thinner. Go a bit faster. Whoa! I fall into an 18-inch deep slot, a rut from the last rain. I'm down, the bike and me laying across the course in the dark. My bike is on my leg. I look back and see lights coming. Are you kidding? Worst case scenario. I reach up and push the switch of my auxiliary light on my helmet. It turns on. I push the switch again and it starts flashing. Then I make the other one flash, and I point my helmet backwards, twisting my neck so these super bright lights flash right at him. I struggle to get up. He sees me, thank God. He pulls over to the left and roars past before I can fully straighten up. More dust. Can't see. How am I supposed to race when I can't even see and they keep coming and making more dust? Tanner was thinking the same thing. Rocks. My neck is really hurting. Not a sharp pain in one spot, but a regional pain from between my shoulder blades up to the base of my skull. I felt like there was a 90-degree angle in my neck that shouldn't be there. I couldn't breathe. I'm in a race. I can't stop. Forward. But I have to stop. Forward. I have to. I pull off the course by 50 feet between the shrubs and boulders. I turn my bike off and the lights off. I just need a minute. I get off the bike. God knows what time it is. It's pitch black. It hurts to stand. I need support. I sit. I need to support my head. I lay down on the gravel, a tumbleweed right in front of my face. Relief with my helmet on the ground and the weight off my neck. I reached into my pocket in the dark and pulled out an energy gel. I hadn't had any caffeine yet. I was saving that for as late as I could. I didn't want to be on the roller coaster, but now I needed it. I sucked it down. It was good. I could just lay there all night. I could have fallen asleep right there laying on the gravel. I have to get up. When I pulled my helmet from contact with the ground, it felt like I had a ball in my throat. My neck wasn't right. I remounted. My bike was not in a good spot. It was pointing downhill, and I couldn't go straight due to brush and the terrain. I tried to push the bike backwards up the hill. I got it around halfway and thought I'd spin the tire to pivot the bike. I got it around. A truck went by, In getting on the course, I had to go over some rocks. I fumble and go down, awkwardly, into a thorny tree. I hoped this was my low point, and I was glad nobody was there to see it. Get up. Pick the bike up. Get on course. Get going. Forward. Mile 385. 390. An eternity later, 395. 400. Coming down out of the mountains. Good. Thank God for caffeine. Oh, going back up now. Rocks. 405. Keep going. Going downhill. Van at 415. Keep going. Around 415, there was a flat area, and all the teams met their drivers there. I rode through all the rigs looking for my van and crew. I passed many of them. Did I miss mine? Finally, they're there. I pulled in. I had survived 125 miles of rocks at night. It can only get easier from here, I thought. It was about midnight. It was also 36 degrees and windy here. The crew was frozen. My speech wasn't working well, nor was the part of my brain that drove it. I managed to tell them how I was and answered their questions. They asked me if I wanted to sit in the back of the truck and warm up. I did. I wanted to lay down across the seats and get the weight off my head. I was so tired. My neck was killing me. I had been riding for 18 hours, 12 of those hours injured. Wake me up in 30 minutes, okay? Okay, I heard back. They didn't. Chapter 14. Choices. My team was wondering if I would go on, and if they should let me go on, if it was safe to let me disappear into the night again. I didn't know it, but they had asked me questions to gauge whether I was of sound mind and judgment. Ralph thought I gave the right answers, and nobody disagreed. My body was in distress, but my mind was okay. They elected to let me sleep. About 50 minutes after I had fallen asleep, I woke up on my own. The windshield was opaque with dirt. Trophy trucks were coming right by us and spraying us with dust. I sat up, opened the door, got my gear back on, and thanked everyone. It was on to the next stop, mile 470, 55 miles away. The 55 miles to 470 was rough, but not quite as bad as the sections in and out of the bow tie. After having some food and a rest, I pushed through it. 55 miles was a long way, but not nearly as far as the 125 I had just got done with. I came down a slope and saw an alternate route to the right. I figured it must be there for a reason, even though I couldn't quite make out what was ahead. It looked rough. I saw lights coming, so I pulled over to the right side of this alternative way around, which was about 100 feet long. A trophy truck came flying in, and he did not take the alternate and went straight instead. He locked up his brakes when he saw a refrigerator-sized rock in the trail. Too late. He steered to the left, which was a vertical wall, his wheels climbing up it in a desperate attempt to avoid the giant rock. He decided he was committed and gunned the throttle. I had a front row seat just 50 feet away in the middle of the night to hear violent metal crunching and roaring and wheels spinning. He made it over that rock. I expected to see him in a mile or two with no oil left. Just as I considered getting going again, more lights approached. It was a Class 1 buggy with the same engines as the trophy trucks. He skidded to a stop just before the rock and put it in reverse, roaring backwards. He turned towards me down the alternate go-around route. Was I far enough over to let him by? He tried to scoot by to my left, but there was another rock the size of a refrigerator to the left side of the alternate. If it wasn't for me being there, he could have avoided it. Crunch. He dropped down off it, and it was metal to rock in a violent bang and scrape. Oops, sorry, buddy. I didn't have a lot of sympathy for him as I was stationary the whole time. I have to say, it was an exciting 90 seconds, and it woke me up a bit, even if it was because my life was at risk. Later, Tanner and I agreed that this race was crazy dangerous. Not dangerous from a mother's point of view, dangerous from an adventurer, risk-taker, already crazy person's point of view. It was stupid dangerous. Keep going into the black, dusty night. At mile 400, the worst-case scenario happened to Tanner. His lights failed. They just went out, just like when we pre-ran. These lights we were using were awesome, but we thought there must be an issue somewhere. Tanner remembered that Jimmy set up an entirely different circuit to plug the lights into. He got his wire cutters out, cut a wire tie to unfold the new plug, and plugged his main light into it. It worked. Tanner got us both battery backup lights that attached to our helmets, which we could have ridden back to the van with, but there's nothing like the main double cluster of 4 LEDs. I weighed where I should invest energy to save time, or where I should spend time to save energy. I knew I could ride faster, but it would be strenuous and riskier and burn up more energy. If I went slower, I could save energy for the last part of the race. But if I went slower, the race would be longer, and I'd have to be awake and on the bike longer. Choices. Trade-offs. Isn't that what we do every day? We have to decide where we'll spend our mental and physical energy. Energy for this means less for that. The same with our time. If we spend time on this, it means less time for that. We all have the same amount of time. It's precious. 24 hours in a day, 36 hours in this race. When it's gone, it's gone. These are important decisions. I find there are so many important, fascinating, interesting, fun, fulfilling things to do, and so many fun, interesting, exciting, worthy people to spend time with. But I just can't do everything. I can't accept every invitation, chase every opportunity, and experience every place and event. I have to make choices. Sometimes the choice is the best use of my time and energy. Other times, I didn't choose really well because of limited information. Other times, I'm spent, and I need time for me, to rest and heal and regroup. I'd been making these choices this whole race. At one point, a bike passed me back at mile 180 or so. It was a bike from another class, likely with a fresh rider. I didn't want him making dust in front of me, so I raced him back and passed him. I spent the energy to do that to try to have a clear track. I think I surprised him when I came back like that. He decided to race me, and he passed me back. I could have raced him for miles and miles, but I had to let him go. He had teammates and had to ride for less time than I did. He could spend all his energy battling with me. But I had 855 miles to deal with. His wasn't the only battle I had on my hands. So I made a choice. Let him go. That's what we have to do. And we have to make these choices without regret. We have to decide how to spend our resources and move forward and make the best of it. Not look back and worry if we made the right choice. It's over. Move forward. You can't change the past. So, my strategy the whole race was to conserve energy, not get hurt, and not break the bike. I figured the other guys would burn up with poor energy management strategies, and I'd come by them later in the race. That's what I did in Spartan races. That's what I figured would happen now. I didn't count on getting hurt. I rarely crash and rarely get hurt on a dirt bike. I had 10 tip-overs or more, but that's not a crash. And I had never been hurt in Baja. So much invested, and now is when I get hurt? Thoughts went through my helmet. Keep going. Chapter 15. Moments. Another truck comes by. Damn them. This was not a motorcycle course. It was a trophy truck course where the motorcycles are human obstacles for them. I can't see. Again. I go really slow and pick up the pace as the dust gets thinner. All of a sudden, there's a rain rut perpendicular across my line. Front wheel goes in, and it draws the front of the bike left to the big daddy rut on the side of the course. Bam! The bike is stopped, nearly vertical, headlight in the hard dirt on the opposite side of a 3.5 foot deep, 5 foot wide rut. This is what happens on slopes. When it does rain hard, the water gets to running fast down the wheel tracks of the roads and gouges them out one particle at a time. This is how you're left with rocks at higher elevations and silt and sand at lower ones and in troughs. I hit my visor and helmet going down. This was the highest speed crash I'd had so far, besides the one I got hurt on. Low visibility was the cause. The rut snaked to my right downhill and got deeper until it finally fell off a cliff. To the left, it went uphill, and there was an 18-inch vertical step to get out. I had to try to go that way. I muscled the rear end of the bike down into the rut with the front end pointing up. I got on the bike. The sides of the rut were even with my handlebars. I started it and walked alongside the bike and pushed. I got it out. I'll call that one lucky. I could have been there a long while. Up ahead, Tanner knew this was not going to be easy. He had battled with various Ironman riders and found they were surprisingly tough. He thought if he could just finish, that he'd get on the podium, first, second, or third. Historically, that was the case. Jeff, the Special Forces guy, was out front. Tanner was in second at one time, but had fallen back as the pain increased. He took just short breaks at his van stops and marshaled on, like an Ironman. At mile 505, he told his crew, "I don't know if I could finish." From Tanner, those are meaningful words. He was suffering like I was. He had just buried the rear wheel in soft sand when he pulled off the course for a trophy truck. The sand was 4 inches above his swing arm. 60% of his rear wheel was buried. It took 10 minutes to get out. He was angry, tired, and in pain. After seeing his van, he rode away into the dusty night for more. I tried to be present, not to think about how far I had to go, how much it hurt, and whether I could finish this way or not. Lots of people do that. They live in the past and think about how it's unfair or relive troubles over and over. And some live in the future, thinking only about how difficult it will be or how overwhelming it is. They forget to live now, to be here, now. On my gas tank, I wrote the words, "Be present." No matter how far I had to go, the terrain immediately in front of my wheels didn't care. I had to ride this 100 feet before I could get to the next. And if I did well in this 100 feet, I'd be set up better for the next 100 feet. If you do well now, this hour, it sets you up for a successful next hour. If this day's a good one, tomorrow is more likely to be as well. Lives are not built of years, but of moments. We cannot live a year. We cannot live a month or even a day. We can only live now. Now. Now, and it's gone. Now, and it's gone. Be present to where you are, what you're doing, and who you're with. A successful journey starts with a successful single moment. Chapter 16. Trevor, tell me the truth. I pulled closer to Route 1 and saw lights. A welcome sight. There were a few small structures. Then I see a bridge. Route 1. I pull up a steep dirt slope onto the road. 2 blocks and I see my van. Mile 470. Mercy. I get off and Brian and Javier check the bike over again. No damage. If they only knew. They ask me questions to see how I am, physically and emotionally. Like a trainer assessing his boxer between rounds when he's absolutely getting his ass kicked. Should they call the fight? I'm wet from sweat and it's very cold. I need to change my shirts. I had 4 layers on, including my jacket. The jacket was the only thing not wet. I took it all off. I only had 1 extra layer in my race bag. Javier scrounged up a shirt. Brian gave me back the team pullover that I gave him. Jacket back on. I drank some chia and ate a banana. I joked with them, "How are you guys holding up?" They laughed. But it was a serious question. They were staying up for as long as I was for the most part. Trevor, tell me the truth. I knew they wouldn't bring it up. I had to ask. You've been riding for 21 hours. At this rate, you'll finish in 40 hours. Oh, I knew I'd lost a lot of time. I knew I was going to slow to save my neck from jarring. I thought my team wouldn't be surprised if I waved the white flag, but it didn't cross my mind. I knew the worst of the course was behind me. Could I make up time on the next 385 miles? I needed to make it to the crossover road. It was 85 miles of smoother course where I could make up time with less investment of energy and less punishment on my neck. I had one more section, 35 miles to 505, where it started getting easier. At least to mile 590 it was easier. That's all I thought about. I cherished my time with my team there at mile 470 at 3:30 a.m. I don't know how long it lasted, maybe 10 or 15 minutes, but it was heaven. I had dry shirts on, some food and encouragement, and felt a bit renewed. I rode up the pavement a few miles to find the course again and dove back into the desert. This section was relatively easy when Tanner and I pre-ran it. Not anymore. The trucks had ground the rigid soil to deep silt. Picture this, a road with two 18-inch deep ruts. Now picture it uphill. Now bending left or right. Now add rocks into the ruts. Now add a rock ledge step up once in a while. Now cover the whole thing with a foot of silt. Now make it night and ride your motorcycle up this. It was brutal. It makes an expert rider feel like he started riding last week. You can't call no fair. There's nobody to complain to. This is the Baja 1000. And if you surrender, you stay in the desert until someone finds you the next day. Hopefully. You have to go on. I had conversations with my daughter Chloe in my helmet. I told her I loved her and I was proud of her. In talking to her, I had to stay strong. I was Dad. I couldn't crumble. I talked to my father, who taught me how to fly back in the day of Loran navigation. Keep the bug on the line, right, Dad? Right, son. There's an interesting relationship between the mind and the body. The body sends the mind signals. It tells the mind how it's doing. In our regular life, we're accustomed to responding to the body. But the mind has the ability to send signals back. The mind can ignore the body. The mind can tell the body, I hear you, but I'm ignoring you. Or, I'm telling you to keep going anyway. It's a battle for who is supreme. If the body wins, the mind says, oh my gosh, I'm in such pain I have to stop. If the mind wins, the body keeps going despite the pain. My mind was winning so far in this race, but the body's feedback was getting louder and harder to override. Chapter 17. Daylight and Hope. There's a difference between being exhausted and being injured. I was both, and the adrenaline that masked my injuries was long burned off. I was shrugging my shoulders to push my neck brace up against the bottom edge of my helmet to take weight off my neck. I couldn't breathe for the pain. This is what the path I chose had led me to: suffering. I pulled off the course and put the bike on the stand. I dropped down on the rocks and aggregate, laying down in the dark to get the weight off my head. I reached up inside my helmet and squeezed an energy gel into my mouth. It would have no effect. I'd invest 5 minutes in this. I needed it. My body took advantage and acted as if I'd fall asleep and stay here for a dozen hours. My eyes closed halfway, my neck throbbing. My C2 vertebra was way out to the left. My head was on a broken swivel. My left wrist, my knees, my hands. A minute passed, maybe 2. Precious, glorious minutes. I had to get up. Tanner was ahead. I needed to get to him. I opened my eyes and turned my headlamp on. A desert plant was illuminated inches in front of me that I had not seen. Get up. Was I crossing the desert, or was I bridging the gap between what I am and what I could be? I wasn't done. Get up. I held my helmet to steady my head. It took a surprising amount of effort just to sit up. I rolled over to face the ground on my hands and knees. The moment was a masterpiece for me. I pulled one knee up and put my foot on the ground and slowly lifted my torso vertical. I pushed down with one hand on that knee, holding my face guard with the other hand. I rose. I got on that bike and headed up the course. I supposed it was an hour before dawn. I came around a really silty uphill corner and a guy was flagging me. A trophy truck was stuck in the silt, all the wheels buried to the bodywork. I was in the left rut, but the right was where I could blast through the bush and pass. I couldn't turn out of the deep silty rut. 2 locals came to help me and push me. I left the truck behind. The silt was incredible. None of it was here 2 weeks ago. Uphills where the trucks spun their tires the most, and that's where, if there were no embedded rocks to hold the soil together, the silt was produced deepest. Ahead was another silty uphill. The silt takes on one shape on top where your eyes see, but being light as flour, your wheels are riding on the harder substrate underneath, which has a different shape. Your brain sees the shape of the silt, and your body responds as if that's what your wheels will be rolling over, but the wheels see what you can't underneath. I fall over in a foot of flour. The header pipe instantly burned a hole in my pants, and I feel a searing on my leg. Locals who had a tent set up not 40 feet away run out to help me. We get the bike up and they push, but I can't go forward uphill without coating them with silt. They're happy to help and don't seem to mind. Go, go, they yell. At that hour, their encouragement means more to me than they'll ever know. Keep moving forward. The course goes around a hotel along Route 1, a lonely, dark building with no neighbors. Heading back into the desert, there's a steep uphill with some of the deepest silt I have ever seen. It was hard dirt 2 weeks ago. I make it up using all the power my 450 would produce. Over the crest of the hill, I see a rider with his bike leaned against a barbed wire fence post. I stopped. Are you okay? He has his helmet off. A Japanese rider, 211X. No response. Are you okay? He manages the words, rest that time. He's trying to use his cell phone. I reach into my pocket and get an energy gel. Here, for energy. He comes over and takes it. Thank you, he says. I take off down the hill into more silt. My friends are waiting for me at mile 505. Javier and Brian took off from mile 470 to drive 5 hours back to Ensenada and down Highway 3 to mile 590. It should take me only 2.5 hours to take the crossover road on course to get there, so they had to leave me early. The plan was my friends would meet me at mile 505 and see me at mile 520 where I would leave them for the 70-mile leg. Hopefully, Javier and Brian and the chase van would get there to mile 590 before I did. Waiting was tough for my friends. It was only 35 miles since they saw me last, but I was taking unexpectedly long. Their minds raced and wandered. Did something happen to me? Where was he? Each time they heard a machine approach, they thought it was me. It wasn't. They looked to the hills for lights. They'd see a bit of light sweeping around up there, and then disappear. Finally, a vehicle would emerge. Not me. Finally, I broke free from the desert hills to see Franz's pickup truck. Franz, Trevor, Ralph, and John were anxiously waiting. They knew I was in bad shape. A funny thing happened so gradually, I hadn't noticed the moment. It was getting light out. 24 hours of riding. I now knew it was possible for me. After each day follows night. After each night follows day. When things aren't going well in your life, nights are tough. Darkness and dark thoughts. But each morning the sun rises, Even if it's obscured by clouds, it rises. We get a new chance at life each morning when we awake. Things are new. There's hope. A blank slate for something better. Chapter 18. Friends. I sat on the tailgate of the truck, happy to see them, and so happy it was getting light out. I leaned forward, and my head hung down in front of me like a buzzard's head does. I held it with my hand and ate a bread and ham sandwich that I didn't want. While I faced the ground, Ralph and John massaged my shoulders and back. I could feel each individual tendon in my left wrist, like 5 tight electrified guitar strings. "What's the math, Trevor?" "Still 40 hours to finish at this rate." I was in 7th place. 2 Ironmen had dropped out, and 2 were behind me. I earned what was coming next: 15 miles of pavement and 70 miles of smooth, graded dirt road. I made it here, and I was going to take this gift Baja was giving me. I was hoping next time I asked Trevor at mile 590, he'd say I had made up a lot of time and my projection was within the 36-hour time limit. "Where's Tanner?" "He's at mile 716. I thought and told my friends what he was dealing with. He's on pavement right now and will be heading into the wash where he went over the handlebars last week in a few miles. I was overcome with emotion. I looked like absolute hell, but I joked with my friends and they knew I was okay. Ralph was wearing a filthy knit Basement Systems hat that he found under the seat of Franz's truck. I laughed. I had fond memories of that 10-minute stop at mile 505. When I needed them most, my friends were there for me. Friends are important in life. Friends that will be there for you when you're in distress. When I was a kid, I didn't know about all the dramas and hardships life could bring. For example, nobody told me what to do when someone dies. For a while, I'd just say, "I'm sorry," and be solemn. I didn't go to many funerals. Nobody told me I was supposed to. Now that I'm older, I have experienced more hardship and loss. It took a while. I've lived a pretty disaster-free life in my 20s and 30s. Now I know that when people are suffering, you need to talk. Use your rapport skills, but talk. Say something, anything. People need people at low times. I'm not the most nurturing person in the world. It's not my talent. But we need to stick together when times get tough. Communicate. A caring word, a hug, a hand to the shoulder, or holding hands. It makes all the difference. I remounted and thanked them all. "I'll race you to 590, I yelled over my engine. They were doing a great job helping to hold me together. Now they had a 5-hour drive to see me again. They discussed my plight a bit, and then the truck was mostly quiet for the journey, as they wondered if I get there safely, or get there at all. Chapter 19. Not a quitter. I wasn't a quitter. I never was. When I was a kid, I was small. In Little League, they moved me from the farm team to the majors only because I was too old for the farm team, 12 years old. In my first year in the majors, my batting average was 67. I was trying. I wanted to do well, but I was 89 pounds and the pitcher had a beard. I had no chance. At the start of my second year in the majors, they did something I got the idea they had never done before. They put me back down to the farm team. I was humiliated. All my friends knew. I could have done the obvious thing, quit. I think that's what they wanted me to do. I didn't quit. After 3 games or so, and I think some heated debate among various coaches for it being a terrible thing to do to a kid, they moved me back up to the majors. Sequestered to right field or left field when I did play. I don't know why, I just don't quit. Some people don't play unless they know they can win. Only if they can be the best in the world at it, or the best in the neighborhood or company. This ensures that they don't play much. They'll take themselves out so they don't lose, so they don't look foolish. If they don't play, they can't lose, but they can't win either. If they don't stick with anything, they'll never be great at anything. Because being good at something takes lots of practice and experience. Yes, you have to get in the right game or career for you, one that your talents and passions line up with. And for me, baseball wasn't it. But whenever you try, you have to be willing to be bad at something to be good at it one day. This quality would serve me well in life. I've stayed in there when my competition gave up. I've stayed in there when things were going badly, and ultimately made them come out well in the end. Sometimes really well. If you quit when things are down, you lose. But it's not over until I win. 40 years later, the kid with the 67 batting average was in the Baja 1000 Ironman right now. I raced up the paved roads, switched back through the hills. I passed buses and semi-trucks with my little race bike. At mile 520, I pulled over onto the dirt and into the Baja pit for fuel. My friends, who were heading north on Route 1 behind me, stopped and checked in with me. Trevor came running up to the pit. "Are you okay?" Franz ran up and gave me a big hug. The sun rose higher and I was full of fuel now, in my gas tank and my heart. That's what I needed. Heart. I raced up the crossover road, open, wide, and fairly smooth, with no surprise rocks sticking up. It began going up in elevation, and the switchback started. It dropped off like a cliff on the right, and the earth went up on your left. When Tanner was on this road hours earlier, he had to stop twice to warm his hands. Another rider had the tube from his hydration pack freeze. It was very cold, but warming up now that the sun was coming up. I realized that, like the rest of the course, this section was not how I remembered it from 2 weeks ago. Now it was washboarded, badly. The vibration from the endless mini bumps sent shockwaves through my hands, and Tanner's too. I struggled to find a body position that would pound my neck the least. Was it standing? I couldn't lift my head up that way. So I pushed my hips all the way forward and locked my knees so that my head would stay up easier. But this was very awkward, and I could only hold a position for some time. Sitting seemed best, but my butt was on fire from 24 hours of abrasion on the seat. I had a special wider seat to spread out the load, and I wore padded bicyclist shorts under my riding pants. But the contact point under me had taken a lot of abuse. Washboard chatter was not welcome. Still, my speed was faster than it had been for a long time. I was putting miles behind me. When we pre-ran this section, I hit 90 miles an hour at times. But I was rested then. Now, I didn't dare go faster than 60. I didn't have the strength to handle surprises, and my head could not hold my helmet up against 90-mile-an-hour winds. Fans peppered the sides of the course, waving and giving the thumbs up. The sunrise over the mountains was beautiful. I stopped at another pit. They were super supportive. They did all they could to persuade me to eat a banana. "It's good for you right now." I couldn't. I had to go. They told me Tanner was there at midnight. He was 7 hours ahead of me. I whispered to myself, "Go, Tanner." I gave them stickers and took off. 15 miles later, I had to pull over again. I sat on the side of the road and ate a Cliff Bar, resting my head. I continued on, and the pain increased. I was doing the math, thinking about what sections were ahead, and figuring a plan. Thoughts of trying to finish by 6:23 p.m., the 36-hour time limit, were going through my head, but I had to face reality. It wasn't going to happen. I held my head up by shrugging my neck brace up. I was in trouble. I knew now that the limiting factor of all the things it could have been would be my neck. I rode very slowly for the road that I was on. Strangely, I wanted to feel what it was like to not be able to go on again. To have my mind say yes, but my body saying a final no. I wanted to conquer this moment. Maybe I had been conquering it for many hours now, but the body was forcing its message on me. You are done. Chapter 20, 600. You are done. I didn't want to accept it. I struggled to find a least uncomfortable position. Finally, I broke onto the straight stretch of dusty road that ended perpendicular into Route 3. I could see pit vehicles ahead. I knew I'd have to make a decision. The next leg was 60 miles of sand whoops. My neck could not take the G'ing out 5,000 more times. I saw the white van, a welcome sight as always. Javier and Brian had beat me to 590 with their 5-hour drive, only because I was going so slow. My friends were not there yet. They put the bike up on the stand while I dropped down into a folding chair they set up. I knew it was over. I was disappointed. No, I was more than disappointed. I held my face guard up with my hand and cried in my helmet. Not for what I hadn't done, but for what I had. Javier didn't want to declare anything. He was quiet. He saw my condition, but was patient. He pretended to take longer with the bike than it really took. He knew I was processing. A few teenage kids walked up. I gave them stickers. They could tell by looking at me that I was at a crossroads. Even they turned silent and just observed me. Where's Tanner? He's near Ojos Negros, Javier said. Ojos was 40 miles from the finish. I knew he had made it. For all his suffering, I knew the excitement of closing in on the finish would anesthetize him for now. I noticed a nail sticking out of my rear tire. If it weren't for the foam inserts, I'd have had a flat. I took a breath. My voice was firm as I told Javier my final plan. I'm going to 600. Follow me. The course alongside the road. I'll meet you there. Okay, he said, like a silent negotiation had been settled. Mile 600 was where I wanted to get. It was not a scheduled van stop. It would be my limit. Today, anyway. 2 trophy trucks had collided somewhere nearby. I heard that a driver's leg was severed off right in the truck. A whole bunch of guys were working on the front end of the truck next to me, but I hardly noticed. I got up and swung my leg over the bike. I knew it would be for the last time. I headed down the road, standing on the pegs, resting my helmet to the side on my neck brace. I didn't see a sign for mile 600, and the course turned off the road into a wash full of deep sand with the occasional boulder half buried in it. I turned in and weaved through, the soft sand cushioning my ride, careful not to hit anything hard. There it was ahead, mile marker 600. It was 9:30 a.m. I'd been riding for 27 hours and 7 minutes. Could I go on? Ahead, I saw monster-sized sand whoops. If I went farther in to tackle 50 miles of that, I'd have to stop every 5 minutes. Maybe I'd be in there for many hours before I saw my truck again. I wouldn't gain anything by it. It was mathematically impossible for me to finish in time in this condition. A DNF, did not finish, is a DNF. Nobody cares how close you got. There was no point in prolonging the agony. I pulled up onto the road where Brian and Javier parked the van. I couldn't turn my head to see if any cars or trucks were coming, so I just listened. I crossed the road and shut the engine down. I had Brian take a picture of me and gave him the bike. I slowly walked back to the 600 sign across the road. I stared at the sign a long minute. I took a picture of great meaning. I walked back in the deep sand to the van. In the Baja 1000, there's a radio antenna high up on a mountaintop. It's monitored by a guy called the Weatherman. Any accidents or emergencies would be reported to him, and he'd dispatch emergency crews. These reports included disabled vehicles on the course and vehicles dropping out of the race. I climbed up into the passenger seat as Brian got on the radio to do his duty. "Weatherman," he said, "714X is out of the race at mile 600. The weatherman repeated it back. 714X out at mile 600. I sat there, stunned on hearing the words. There was nothing more that I could do. Chapter 21. All I Could Be. We drove north back to mile 590. Franz was just getting there. Ralph and John approached the window of the van, but I couldn't get out. I was spent. I was disappointed. I didn't want them to see me in this van. For all they did for me and all they hoped for me, part of me thought I let them down. Now we had to go see Tanner finish. We were 2 hours away, and I didn't think we'd get to the finish line before he did, but we had to try. Let's go see Tanner. We headed up the road toward Ensenada. 15 minutes later, we called Bobby, who had been chasing Tanner all race along with Kevin, Todd, Chad, and Doug. Bobby was standing at the finish line. Tanner was beat. He laid the bike down 10 times in the last 40 miles where the silt was really bad. On one uphill, a buggy was disabled, blocking the course. Tanner pulled up behind him and had to stop in the left rut. Another buggy came around the corner and up the hill. Tanner flagged him and leaned his bike over to the left at a 45-degree angle into the dirt. The second buggy pulled up and ran Tanner's wheels over. The helmet camera footage was unbelievable. The buggy's tires were 4 inches up over the spokes, resting right on Tanner's wheels. It's a wonder his wheels were not bent. Maybe it was the soft silt underneath for his wheels to imprint in that saved his race. When that mayhem cleared, he kept going, on to the glory of finishing the Baja 1000 Ironman. "Tanner just came in," Bobby said. He gave the phone to Tanner, which was quite awkward for Tanner with all the excitement at the finish. This was the boy I had riding an ATV, holding him between my legs when he was 10 months old. "Congratulations, son," I said. "Are you okay?" He said he was. I let him go as there was 3 more people waiting to interview him, and a trophy truck I just pulled into the finish line behind him. In the interview, just before I called, he told them I was out there racing still. I had mixed emotions. I was so happy for him, and so happy for me as his dad, but depressed that I, as his wingman, would not be rolling up onto that podium with him. Over 5,000 people have climbed Mount Everest. Tanner had become only the 12th person to ever finish the Baja 1000 Ironman since they officially created the class in 2013. He finished 6th out of 11 starters. In a historic year, 8 out of the 11 Ironman starters finished. He was riding for 28.5 hours. I was so proud of him. He paid a heavy price. It was agony for him too, but finishing made it all worth it. Tanner could not straighten out his fingers or make a fist, but it didn't matter now. The first Ironman across the finish line, Jeff Benrud, came in with a broken wrist and a concussion. He would be penalized back to 2nd place, but that's another story. Tanner's helmet camera showed that the winner missed virtual checkpoints and should have been penalized 10 minutes for each, but his tracker was not working for the first half of the race. We think Jeff should have won. We're not sure. When we got back to Ensenada, we headed back to the hotel. I met Tanner there in the room in an anticlimactic fashion. It should have been on the podium. This would take some time to process. We'd been up for 32 hours now. We labored to get our gear off and laid down in our beds. I went unconscious for 2 hours. When Tanner woke me up to tell me that the whole team was going to dinner, I took a shower and found lots of marks, abrasions, and burns I didn't know were there. My wrist was black and blue, and there was a burn hole in the side of my leg, and my nose and neck had scuffs on them. No worries now. They'd all heal. Later, I'd find out the severity of my neck injury. Whiplash, with 7 cervical and thoracic vertebrae out of place and torn muscles around them. It would take a full year to recover. I sat down with our team, all 13 of us. We were happy for what had happened. I held my head up with my hand through dinner, looking forward to seeing my chiropractor soon. Our friends said it was one of the most incredible experiences of their lives, one they never forget. That's how I felt. We all felt it together. We were different now. The range of possibilities in life just expanded like a supernova. We were in it together. I'm certain I would not have gotten as far as I did without my friend's presence. We laughed. I think we all cried. We suffered together. We mixed blood. Boundaries erased. We towered. What does it mean to do something you didn't think possible? To give it everything and go beyond yourself? What does it feel like? What does it do for a man? I left Baja in late November of 2016 with all I am and all I could be in harmony. Part 2, 2017. Chapter 1, Go and Get It. The death rate is hovering around 100%. I've decided I'm not going out sitting down without a fight. This is one thing I have to do. The following story is true. They didn't want to tell me, but now that I knew, they were all looking at me. I felt like I was their hope to finish this thing. I had to finish it. For him. For me. For us. I was dad again. I was over halfway there. I felt good, energized. There was nothing more to say. Go. Go and do it. I turned into the cold night. Paved road. San Ignacio. The 20 miles before this little town was hell. I was glad to put it behind me. 2 blurry blocks to a right turn. Things are lit up. Fans 3 deep at the curbs. Bright colors contrasting the night. Cheering. I'm full of resolve, and a dimension has just been added to my purpose. I fist pump the crowd to the left. I fist pump them to the right. 1 block and a left turn in front of the 230-year-old mission church. More cheering fans. I fist pump them back. They respond. Inside my helmet, I think, I will do this. I can do this. Suddenly, the last masonry and stucco structure disappears. Any lights give way to the black desert. My eyes go from colored vision to black and white. The course pulls me out into oblivion again. I didn't know it, but I've just made a simple but critical mistake, the consequences of which I would begin to feel soon enough. Chapter 2, 2 Steps Forward. The body and the mind are connected. You know this. The mind can make the body do things, and the body can make the mind feel like doing things. The body is a chemistry lab, and the mind responds. When we keep the body healthy with what we eat and how we move and sleep, we'll have more energy for an active life. Some of us run. Some hit the gym. Some have fallen in love with a sport. Sometimes when you're active to make things better, you get hurt and make things worse for a little while. Of course, a sedentary lifestyle has not so temporary negative effects. I ride motocross. It's been important to me for 22 years. Twice a week usually, and most often on the same technical track. 23 jumps per lap, 40 feet, 55 feet, 85 feet, 35 feet. Every time I rode my bike this year, I'd pay the price. My neck would hurt for days or a week afterwards. Not a sharp pain, but a discomfort, like I had a ball in my throat. The whiplash from last year's Baja 1000 race at mile 200 had my neck out to the left according to an x-ray taken 10 days later. I had battled this injury all year. I had been to a chiropractor so many times, and he did a great job, but still, the pain persisted. One day, when I'd not been riding for a month and my neck seemed to be getting a little bit better, I jumped on a used bulldozer I bought to see how it pushed. It was 15 minutes on a bulldozer, that's all. But that's all it took. My neck. Ugh. That's when it hit me. The turning, all the brush hogging, all the track grooming on the dozer, and the tractor with the box blade on the back. I was turning my neck like an owl to the right to look behind me from those machines. On days I wanted to go easy with the riding, I'd spend much more time grooming the track for the other guys. It was the grooming that was killing my neck much more than the riding. Figuring this out was important. The race was coming around again. The biggest race of them all. Chapter 3. One Step Back. I screamed from my gut. I thought my leg and foot were both broken. Anyone listening who heard all the cracking would think so too. I had never broken a major bone before. Just a hand in neighborhood football at age 13 and a collarbone at age 47. That's the most common motocross bone to break because when you fall, you often land on your shoulder. And sometimes when your helmet hits the ground, the bottom edge of your helmet rotates into your collarbone. It was only 3 months until the biggest race of my life, the biggest race on the planet. That's the first thing I thought of. My race is over. Before I could figure all that out, I had to get this tree off my foot. It was Wednesday night, riding night. My trusty 5 friends came over to ride, but today I wouldn't ride. I'd save my neck and figure out something else to do while they rode. I had cut maybe 500 trees down in my life. The property around the track is nothing but trees. If I cut this big giant hickory down, we could straighten out this awkward turn and make the track flow a bit better. Nowhere to drop it. Nothing but trees around. I planned on dropping it onto the smallest, sickliest other tree around that would be sacrificed under the weight of this 75-foot-tall mature hickory. Here we go. Timber! Uh-oh. The head of the tree catches on another tree. The tree rolls around and winds up falling 90 degrees from the ideal location selected. I never do this around a house or power lines, but we were in the middle of the woods. The giant tree slaps down on and settles into 3 smaller oaks that bend like rainbows under its weight. I knew there were stresses there, a dangerous situation. But I had dealt with this before. Take off a 3-foot section of the trunk, make the tree shorter and lighter, and again and again. I consider myself an expert with a chainsaw. Then I cut the next section of the trunk off, and the tree did not fall to the ground. It was suspended in the 3 smaller oaks. I studied the complex situation for clues on where I could safely cut next. The big hickory leaders were on the left side of this oak and the right side of that one, with one in the middle. The oaks were bent over and saying, "Get off of me." I had cut the trunk of the hickory up to the first big split, which was now suspended 6 feet off the ground. Oh, crap. I reached my Husqvarna up and started to cut a bit to feel where the stresses might lie, looking and feeling for clues with every inch the blade advanced. Suddenly, the big hickory split like a wishbone and released from the oaks with a lot of their help. The 20-inch round, freshly sawn trunk came at me to avenge its killer. I stepped back and back again, thinking I'd outsmart the tree chasing me to terra firma. I sidestepped to let it go right by me. As if it had eyes, it followed me. The tree plowed horizontally into my shin until gravity took over and dropped it onto my foot and plunged it into the earth. That's when I screamed. I was pinned like a mouse with his leg in a trap. I could not move my foot or pull it out. There was maybe 1,000 pounds of tree on the bottom edge of that log, and my foot was under it. Lucky I was wearing safety toe boots, which I seldom do. The other guys came running. I yelled for them to get the tractor, but in the few minutes it took them to get there with it, I realized if we touched that tree, it would slide farther towards me and break my leg. My foot and toes were so squished inside my boot that my foot was going numb. Mike Lane and the other guys dug a hole alongside my foot to take some pressure off, and then cut the back of my boot vertically with a knife, and then along the sole to make a flap in the heavy leather. I was barely able to pull my foot out of my still trapped shoe. Slow wiggle, slow, painful wiggle. No broken bones. A miracle. But there was plenty of damage. I thought, my race. Chapter 4. You Can Do Better. I had trained all year. I thought about it day and night, every day and every night. Sometimes I was optimistic, but most of the time it scared the hell out of me. I'd lie in bed sweating, my heart racing thinking about it. I was going into the mouth of hell on November 15th. Even success, finishing, meant paying a heavy price. Last year, I made an uncharacteristic mistake and got hurt at mile 209. Whiplash forward. I rode 20 more hours like that. At mile 600, I simply could not go on. I couldn't hold my head up anymore. I had 255 miles to go on the 855-mile course. I just couldn't. So after 27 and a half hours, I tapped out. I couldn't go one more mile. The Baja 1000 is the longest nonstop race on the planet. 4 years ago, I had never even heard of it. Now I'd be entering it for the third time. The first year, it was an 822-mile course that my son Tanner and I entered as a two-man team in a class called Sportsman, a mixed age class. We were at a big disadvantage to the 4- and 6-man teams that we were racing against, but we wanted to be a father and son only team. We took 6 turns on the bike each over the 25 and a half hours it took us to finish. We made a movie about the race and put it up on YouTube. Today, Into the Dust is the most popular movie about racing motorcycles in the Baja 1000 ever made. It quickly became an inspiration to hundreds of thousands who have an interest in desert racing. Of course, there isn't a desert within 1,000 miles of where we live. The second year, we both decided to enter the Ironman class. This is where you ride the entire course yourself. You and your motorcycle and 1,000 miles, plus or minus, on some of the most hostile terrain you can ride on. Last year, Tanner finished in 28 and a half hours, becoming only the 13th person to ever finish this class. Most racers that enter do not finish. I never was a quitter. I needed to go back. I can't die this way. I could make an excuse. After all, who else could blame a 52-year-old from Connecticut for only going a mere 600 miles in the longest desert race in the world? Had I finished, I'd have been the oldest finisher in the Baja 1000 Ironman class ever. Something in me was not going to accept that story. We can tell the world about what happened and explain the limits, but we can't fool ourselves. I knew I could do better, even if it would take significant sacrifice. Great achievement always does. Chapter 5. Big goals seem scary. 2 months before the race, I was cutting a tree down and it fell on my foot. I thought my foot was shattered, but luckily it wasn't. I hobbled around on my foot for a few months, and it slowly got better as September became October and the race neared. After last year's race, my friend Bobby Miles wanted to buy the bike I raced. I almost said yes. After racing the Baja 1000 Ironman class, he never wanted to see Baja again. But I told him he could keep the bike at his place in Loveland, Ohio, and if I ever needed it again, I'd let him know. Well, now I needed it. We had it shipped back to California, where we went through the 714X, that's my race number, and the 775X, Tanner's number, to rebuild and freshen the bikes for this year's race. In the Baja 1000, a bike number beginning with a 7 means Ironman class, and ending with an X means motorcycle. Besides motorcycles, there are over a dozen classes of four-wheeled vehicles in the race. This year's course would be different than the last 2 years, which started and ended in Ensenada, Baja California, Mexico. Those races were 822 and 855 miles respectively. This year it would start in Ensenada, that's 2 hours south of San Diego, and end in La Paz, Baja California Sur, a different state and a different time zone in Mexico. La Paz is 2 hours north of Cabo San Lucas, a one-way trip of 1,134.4 miles, 279 miles longer than last year. The distance haunted me. 1,134 in 34.4 miles. I live in Connecticut. It's like from my house to Miami Beach, Florida, on a dirt bike, in rocks and sand and mountains. When we set any big goal, it seems so far away, so impossible, so scary. Being afraid means it's a big stretch. The outcome is unknown. But if the outcome of your endeavor is known, then it's not an adventure. It's just going through the motions. When we read history books, if we really put ourselves in the shoes of the heroic figures we're reading about, we can understand how they must have felt. Big goal, outcome unknown. Christopher Columbus, George Washington, Abraham Lincoln, Martin Luther King. How about the guy who puts it all in a line to start a business with his new idea? The single mom who moves her kids to a new place in search of a better life? The immigrant who can't speak English yet and has to work? The person who has the guts to quit a lousy job with an abusive boss when they don't have another job yet? Chapter 6. Mind Strong, Body Strong. If each of us could have the tally of his future years set before him, as we have the tally of our past years, how alarmed would be those who only saw a few years ahead, and how carefully would they use them? Seneca. Tanner joined a CrossFit gym this year. Based on the stories he told me about the workouts, most of me didn't want anything to do with CrossFit. On July 1st, I had a strong moment and some time, and I went to check it out. I had the race at the end of the year, and I was hoping it would help me. At first, it was awkward. I didn't feel like I belonged at a gym with all those people who did. I was out of my comfort zone. There were certain movements that my body type didn't like at all. But that's how it is when we try something new, isn't it? I pushed myself to go until it became a habit. While it hurt each time, I grew to like it much faster than I thought I would. I really liked what it was doing to me. Stronger, more confident. I was on the home stretch of another Spartan race in August. Spartan races are running and obstacle course races. Around here, they're usually at ski areas or mountains, so they can take you up and down steep terrain and include rocks, mud, and the woods. Spartan races are in 4 distances. A sprint is 3 to 5 miles, and the logo on the finisher's shirt is red. A super is 9 to 10 miles, and the logo is blue. A beast is 13 to 14 miles and has a green logo. For the best of the best, an ultra beast is 2 laps of a beast course, 28 to 30 miles. Tanner has completed a number of ultra beast races. This was a super race, about 10 miles. I felt good. 3 years ago, I didn't know what a Spartan race was and hadn't run more than a block since I was in my 20s. I didn't think I could run much anymore. Kind of scary. What's a guy to do? Never run again because he's too old and thinks he can't do it? That would be giving up part of your human capacity voluntarily. You start doing that, and what's next? It's probably not a good idea to get started saying you can't do things because you won't. Then we ran a 5K as a family. I didn't even have running shoes. Then a few years ago, my friend Mike Lane asked if Tanner and I wanted to run a 5-mile road race. 5 miles? That's a lot more than 5K. But I figured if Mike was doing it, I could too. It's like back to 1998 when Mike asked me to race motocross. I figured if he was doing it, I could too. Or when my brother Rick got me to jump a metal freestyle ramp with my motorcycle. It's good to have friends introduce you to new things and pull you up out of your comfort zone. Of course, it has to be the right things that are positive and stretch you. Now I crossed the finish line at a Spartan Super obstacle course race in the top 6% of all 5,000 runners that day. I felt good, real good. All the work, running, pain, on some days it seemed to pay off well. If I gave an accurate account, I'd say on all days I felt stronger and my energy lasted longer through the day than it would have otherwise. I could bound up stairs easier, stood up straighter, and felt better. When the body's strong, the mind is more confident. But in the forefront of my mind was the biggest challenge of all, the Baja 1000 Ironman. I had to be in peak physical condition on November 15th at midnight. That's when the race starts this year, midnight. With a 48-hour time limit, we'd line up in staging at 10:30 p.m. and get the green flag at 1 a.m. We'd race all night to dawn again. We'd race all day, again. Then we'd race through the third night until we finished before the 1 a.m. deadline. I wondered if it was possible to fall asleep while riding a motorcycle. We have to be careful how we use our minds. That's what I teach, and that's what I kept telling myself. We construct walls and demons and manufactured fears. I tried not to do that. I tried to be positive, but I had to be real too. Sometimes I'd be going about my day and remember what was coming, and a shot of adrenaline would fill my blood. Calm down. That's not useful. What is right now? Keep working. Chapter 7. You can do more than you think. Sunday in October, 2 weeks before we went to Baja to pre-run the course. Pre-run means you ride the course one time. It would take 5 long, hard days of riding. Days only, no nights in pre-running. The idea is to see the whole course. How can you remember thousands of turns and 1 billion rocks? Amazingly, pre-running helps a lot. You know what you're getting into. You remember some danger spots and learn what lines are better than others from your mistakes. I had been working extra hard this year and hadn't had a vacation. I was looking forward to the trip, even though this would not be relaxing in any way. It was Sunday at CrossFit. On Sundays, you work as a team with 2 others. It was the last few seconds of the workout, and I was doing box jumps where you jump from the floor onto a 24-inch high wooden box. I picked up my pace to get more reps in to improve our team score, and I made a mistake. My toe caught the side of the box, and my knee came down on the edge of the box with my full body weight following. I dropped to all fours in pain. A golf ball-sized bump appeared below my knee in 30 seconds. I thought, my race. Your quadricep muscles run down the front of your leg and terminate to a tendon that runs under your kneecap and becomes the patellar ligament, which then attaches to your tibia. It's a pulley system. When you contract your quadriceps, it pulls the tendon which is attached to your lower leg, pulling your lower leg up and your knee straight. Right where this tendon attaches is where I smashed it, and I couldn't bend my knee without using that tendon. Tanner had assembled an 8-person team for a Ragnar relay that was to start 5 days later. It's a running race in the woods in New Jersey. There are 3 loops of 4, 5, and 7 miles each. Each team member would have to run each loop once for a total of 16 miles per runner. Only 2 of our team members have ever run that far in a day. I wasn't one of them. I did complete a half marathon twice that year, and each time I was spent with legs like concrete at the end. In this Ragnar relay race, the team sets up a camp, and one team member goes out for their first loop while the others wait. When runner 1 finishes their first loop, runner 2 takes off. You keep doing that through the day on a Friday and all through the night, running in the woods with a headlamp. The team keeps running on Saturday until all 8 members finish their 3 loops. I was looking forward to this race, but with the knee injury, I could hardly walk, never mind run. I had to cancel and try to get better for the Baja pre-run trip in 2 weeks. The team scrambled to replace me. Nobody stepped up. In fact, 2 other team members also had to cancel. Now down to 5 runners, they decided to split the missing 3 runners 48 miles up between them to whoever could run them. Really? That means the 5 of them would have to run about the equivalent distance of a marathon in the woods half at night. It was an epic display of determination. To make it even harder, after running 2 of her loops, Sydney fell downhill in the rocks and was out with a knee injury. Mike Lane, who never ran anything close to that distance, ran 16 miles. Colleen Brown ran 26 miles. Tom Matthews ran 32 miles. And the team captain, my son Tanner, ran over 50 miles. Astonishingly, they finished 30th place out of 146 teams, and they had only 5 team members instead of 8. Friends, teammates, people counting on us or watching us. That's how we can get motivated. We do it for them, and they do it for us. It's a synergistic relationship where all parties go beyond where they would have if they were by themselves. Would Tom have been out there in the woods with a headlamp on, running his 32nd mile if he wasn't part of a team? No way, he says. We want to do more and do better for our team, at work, at home, anywhere. Other people make us better. I was so bummed I wasn't there to participate or even see them push themselves beyond their limits. What can you do? You never know until you try. Chapter 8. Preparation precedes performance. We flew into San Diego for our pre-run trip and met our driver, Andrew Terry, a 30-something rider and mechanic from Southern California with an enthusiastic personality and a great sense of humor. Andrew would be my mechanic during the race. We met another rider who was pre-running with us. Rick Thornton is a Texan who lives in Baja now. The internet allows you to run some businesses from anywhere. We crossed the border at Tijuana and headed south 2 hours along the picturesque Pacific coastline. In Ensenada, we picked up Santana, who would be riding with us for the 5.5 days of the pre-run. I knew Santana as he was one of our guides from our first recreational tour in Baja in January of 2014. Santana is 56 years old, rugged and strong, with a big smile and a twinkle in his eye. He's been riding in Baja for 42 years, a great rider, and knows all the places, routes, and people. I was happy to be riding with him. Oh yeah, and Santana, being Mexican and speaking Spanish, is a huge plus for us. Local language is your link to local resources. We headed to the military checkpoint near the poor, dusty little town of Ojos Negros. There aren't many paved roads running down the Baja Peninsula, and the military had set up checkpoints at various intervals along them. I assumed they asked, "Where are you going?" and they looked in the back of your truck. I always had Spanish-speaking crew members handle it. When they realized we were Baja meal racers, they let you go. We'd give them race team stickers, and usually their stern looks were turned into smiles. Ultimately, they're race fans, like most local people in Baja. Santana explained that he'd often give them Gatorade and snacks from the tour supplies. At first, I thought it was a bribe not to hassle us and let us go through the checkpoint with ease. Maybe. But Santana explained that being posted at a checkpoint in the middle of nowhere, in the hot sun or cold desert nights, was a lonely job and not easy. These were young men away from their families. I thought about how there were no stores or entertainment around the checkpoints. Sometimes there were makeshift shacks as barracks, so they could sleep there. Sharing drinks and snacks was simply a nice human thing to do. I thought about it. Santana was wise. Chapter 9. Great Passions. Only passions, great passions, can elevate the soul to great things. Dennis Diderot. Just past the checkpoint, we parked and unpacked our gear bags, looking for what we need for the afternoon of riding. The first half day of a week of pre-running, the third longest course in the Baja 1000's 50-year history. You need to get it right. Once you leave the truck and head out into the desert, you've got what you've got. No second chances. At the same time, you don't want to carry too much unnecessary weight in your pack. We offloaded the pre-run bikes from the trailer. The pre-run bikes are not the ones we'd race. The pre-run bikes had huge gas tanks because when you're pre-running, there's no gas pits set up every 50 miles along the course, usually in the middle of nowhere, like there are in the race. Our bikes were 2009 Honda 450X models. They're carbureted, not like today's fuel-injected models. Even my race bike is a 2009. Why? Because the way our race support team at Chris Haynes' operation builds these things, they are awesome. Overall, the race bikes are a step up in performance from the pre-run bikes when it comes to horsepower, suspension, and weight. Both Tanner and I have fitted our bikes with higher handlebars this year. I did it because I could stand up straighter and bend my neck less. Tanner did it because he's 6'3" tall. Experience. As you do new things, you get smarter. We headed out. It felt good to straddle the bike again, in Baja. First, a high-speed graded road, and then a turn into the desert. Baja is the off-road racing capital of the world. If you went there, you'd see why. There's an abundance of beautiful, open desert terrain with countless miles of established dirt paths cut in. They've been riding here for decades. The wheeled traffic over and over again for so many years has carved some epic surfaces to ride on. Ruts, bank turns, and perhaps most noteworthy, the whoops. Whoops are waves in the sand or dirt caused by tires accelerating or braking. The whoops get bigger and bigger over the years and provide interest, challenge, danger, and even torture in the Baja 1000. It's like riding a motorcycle on terrain that is shaped like an angry ocean, with big waves close together. When there are big rocks in these waves and cacti and other thorny, hostile vegetation close on both sides, it gets really challenging. And riding whoops for 100 miles when it's 100 degrees out is draining. Tanner was ahead of me and I was second in line. I stayed back so I didn't have to breathe his dust, which is so fine it leaps into the air when any wheel touches it, and it's in no hurry to settle again. I come up to a plateau after a rutted right-hand uphill turn, and there's Tanner, stopped. Body language is hard to read when someone has a helmet on, but being his dad, I knew something was very wrong. Chapter 10. Adventure and Injury. I pulled up alongside him. Tanner was catching his breath after he stuck his foot out in a rutted uphill turn and it hit a rock. This pushed his toe upward while the foot peg with the full weight of the forward-moving bike comes behind the same foot and smashes him in the Achilles tendon, wedging his foot between said rock and foot peg. We waited 10 minutes for him to assess the damage. We were only 10 miles into a 1,134-mile course, and Tanner was already hurt. Santana told him to ride if he could. One thing Santana had learned many times over countless tours, and many people being injured, is you can't stop out there. There's nobody to help you. No regular vehicle can get in there. You needing to be transported out would be a big problem. Tanner soldiered on, albeit slower. I stopped to wait for Tanner to catch up and checked in with him. Was it something you could shake off, or was it worse than that? He thought the latter. Oh boy. We had to make it to San Felipe tonight. That was a long way. Could he make it? I lead, following the GPS and the course markers, orange signs that were placed about every mile or at each turn. I tried not to get too far ahead of Tanner, which was difficult because when you pre-run, you stay back, often way back, from the guy ahead of you to avoid the dust. Rick followed, and Santana pulled up the rear like a good guide would, to make sure nobody has an incident or is left behind. Tanner said his boot was getting tighter. Not good. It was getting dark. Tanner and I have been riding together his whole life. Now that I think of it, I don't think he's been riding too much when I wasn't around. I knew he was hurting by the way he was riding. It was getting dark now, and the course dumped us into a sandy wash that became rhythmic whoop section. Up and down, thousands of times. Tanner fell further and further back. I slowed to wait for him, and Rick and Santana went ahead to San Felipe, where we'd spend the night. Tanner waved at me in frustration to go ahead. The pain was too much. Mercifully for him, the whoops gave way to a graded road. 5 miles of that, and we gathered up to navigate the streets of San Felipe and follow Santana to the hotel room. In our room, Tanner took off his boot. We both looked with great anticipation. What would we see? Uh-oh, that's not good. Not good at all. His ankle and foot were one big balloon. He couldn't walk at all. We had to assist him to get around the corner to eat. He couldn't put any weight on his foot at all. It turns out that the injuries we would both sustain so close to the race were not over. We iced it down, and hopefully he could ride in the morning. Chapter 11. Goals, Desire, and Ambition. Morning came with a sliver of light through the opaque drapes. I was eager to see what a night's sleep did to Tanner's foot. I watched him slowly rise and look himself. One foot was a round ball at the bottom of his long leg. There was purple along his heel. He put his foot on the tile floor, but he couldn't put any weight on it at all. He hopped to the bathroom. We both knew what this meant. He had a ride in the truck with Andrew today. We wondered if maybe one day of rest would be enough. We hoped. We had come 3,000 miles with a job to do. Racing a course you've never seen before is not ideal. Although the next 75 miles Tanner had seen in the race 2 years earlier. After that, it was all new to us as the course wound south. It was the start of the first full day, and we were a man down already. I was bummed out. Heading south from San Felipe, the course was fast, sandy roads, like 75 miles an hour fast. At that speed, a motocross helmet with its big visor becomes a sail, and you struggle, exposed against the wind. When you're going at that speed, things happen quicker. You have to watch your GPS for upcoming turns because missing one could put you into a barbed wire fence or down a ditch or a hillside. The sand road abruptly turned into the infamous San Felipe whoops, which for the next 23 miles were pretty rocky. It takes a lot of physical strength when you get into rough terrain. A positive attitude won't help you if you aren't physically prepared and don't know what you need to do to get the job done. A change in attitude means nothing without a change in behavior. We have to be ready. We have to learn from others. We have to do the work. Nobody can do your push-ups for you. And when the time comes, it'll be obvious who's been working in the off-season when nobody was looking. When you're ready, then a positive attitude will help you do everything better than a negative attitude will. And it's easier to have a positive attitude when you're prepared. Confidence comes from preparation. If someone followed you each day and wrote down everything you did to be a chronicle of your life for all to see forever, what would they write? Did you make each moment count? Would it be obvious to the observer what your goals were? What were you getting better at? What were you preparing for? Each activity is to our detriment or our credit. In his book, Die Empty, Todd Henry talks about mediocrity. It's settling in and succumbing to the stasis. Mediocrity comes from the Latin word medius, meaning middle, and ocris, meaning a rugged mountain. It literally means to settle halfway to the summit of a difficult mountain, a compromise of abilities and potential, a negotiation between the drive to excel and the biological urge to settle for the most comfortable option. Mediocrity is aimlessness, comfort, boredom, delusion, ego, fear, and guardedness. Its antonym is excellence. Antidotes to mediocrity? Define your battles. Be fiercely curious. Step out of your comfort zone. Know yourself. Be confidently adaptable. Find your voice and stay connected. Here I was, a kid from Connecticut, over 3,000 miles from home, riding this dirt bike in the rocks amongst the cacti, practicing, chasing the dream. All I can see is sand and rocks coming at me like an undulating conveyor belt. Hundreds of miles of this. Why? A goal gives purpose to these moments, and these hours, and days, and months, and years. Without a goal backed by desire and ambition, these are just meaningless rocks and sand, and I would never be here. Chapter 12. False Start. We had ridden 215 miles in this first full day of pre-running the course. About 10 years ago, I rode 200 miles in the Mojave Desert in California. It was just the guide and me. After 100 miles, I couldn't wait to get off the bike. After 150 miles, I was in intense pain and discomfort. At the end of the day, I was so spent, I couldn't stay awake on the 30-minute car ride back to my hotel. Back then, the idea of riding 1,134 miles in one shot? You may as well have told me I could flap my arms and fly to the moon. We were riding along the Sea of Cortez, which is between mainland Mexico and the Baja California Peninsula, although, for most of the day, we couldn't see it because of the mountains. As the sun got lower, we came across a rise and headed down a long slope. The Sea of Cortez appeared before us, a beautiful vision. We were heading into Bahia Los Angeles, the Bay of L.A., the name of the bay and this little town. Big rocky islands jutted up from the bay. A road wound down into the very small town of a dozen dirt side streets off the main paved road, as in so many other little towns in Baja. We pulled into a little hotel just across the street from the water. We were at race mile 410. We took our gear off, took a shower, and watched the last light on the water as we ate dinner. Another day over. We only have about 28,000 of these. If you get in the habit of wasting them, you'll wind up with regrets for what you didn't do. I was tired. I got to bed as soon as I could. Sleep was the only antidote. In the morning, I hoped Tanner's foot would be okay enough to let him ride. No dice. His Achilles tendon was stretched badly, and the top of his foot was really hurting too. We didn't know if it was broken or what. Another day in the truck, but Tanner made the most of it, as he always does. He took latitude and longitude coordinates, looked at satellite maps, and plotted the course as Andrew drove the van along paved roads. In a way, he had a better perspective of how the course moves from town to town than I did being on course. Still, he wasn't seeing the terrain, and that's what we'd come for. My headlight wasn't working on my bike, and attempts to fix it failed. If we got caught in the dark today, I would need it. So I hopped on Tanner's bike instead. I headed out of town with Rick behind me and Santana pulling up the rear. I was going about 70 miles an hour on dirt when suddenly, about 7 miles out of town, my bike died. It felt like it ran out of gas. I thought that maybe the gas valve was shut off. I looked. It was on. I hit the start button and it started right up. Huh. I waited for Santana to pull up and I told him. Maybe there was a valve I didn't know about. He shrugged his shoulders and said, "Keep going." 5 miles later, it happened again. Again, it started right up. I thought there was a constriction in the fuel system where gas flowed slowly, and when you got to higher speeds using more fuel, the float bowl in the carburetor emptied. Again, I waited for Santana to pull up. He said, "Let's go back." He wanted to go back 15 miles before Andrew and Tanner left town, because they were going out of the Bay of LA in the opposite direction. We couldn't afford to have one of our bikes break down in the desert 100 miles from the truck. You can tow a bike with another bike by wrapping a rope around the foot peg of the towing bike. On the bike to be towed, you wrap the rope around the handlebar one time, and you don't tie it, but grip the handlebar with the rope under your palm instead. If something goes wrong, the towee can let the rope go and be released. It's not easy, especially in sand and whoops. Going up a hill, the towee gets blasted with roost. It's dangerous. Santana wanted to switch bikes with me. I think he thought I was imagining things and wanted to see it for himself. I hoped it would happen to him too, so he didn't think I was an idiot. He took off back toward Bahia, Los Angeles. Rick and I followed. We finally got back to the pavement and went a few more blocks to the hotel to see if the truck was still there. It wasn't. Then Rick and I looked up the paved road and see Santana a block away, pushing the bike I was riding, which was Tanner's pre-run bike, towards us. What the heck? The engine blew. There was antifreeze in the oil. That's what happens when you blow a head gasket, and the motor was seized. We were so lucky this didn't happen an hour or two later. We called Andrew on the satellite phone. He had a long trailer behind the truck carrying 2 spare bikes. Good thing we had spare bikes. Preparation and contingency plans. Andrew made a wide swing off the pavement to turn around and got the van stuck in the sand. He and Tanner were there for a while, working on it, until a local pulled them out with his truck. In places like Baja, where being lost or stuck somewhere could mean death, people help each other, because their common bond is survival. If you were stuck on the side of Route 95, where I'm from, 300,000 cars might go by without anyone stopping, because there's cell phones and tow trucks and, hey, I gotta be somewhere. It's not that they're all self-centered and uncaring. If they thought your life was in danger, they would stop. But where I live, a stuck vehicle is just an inconvenience. There are moments in life I remember and cherish. It's those moments when you're down, vulnerable, hurt, or in danger, and you need help the most, and someone's there for you. Like a family member, they stop whatever they're doing and care for you. You're so incredibly grateful for them at that moment. You have to remember those people in common hours. I look for those moments to be there for someone else when they need it. Because being a more experienced human now, I know how it feels. I'm not just talking about a guy pulling our truck out of the sand. I'm talking about when people experience great loss or pain, are weak and can't provide for their own safety. To stand in front of them and be strong and shield them when they're down, it's an opportunity to feel really human. By the time they got to us and we swapped bikes, it was late morning, and we had 240 miles to go to the next hotel, and I had no headlight. Giddy up. Chapter 13. Experience Counts. Our being is in our becoming. Man is not born perfect. He is born incomplete. He is born as a process. He is born on the way, as a pilgrim. That is his agony, and his ecstasy too. Agony because he cannot rest. He has to go ahead, seek, search, and explore. He has to become, because his being arises only through becoming. Becoming is his being. He can only be if he is on the move. Osho. We had 6 hours before dark to go 240 miles to San Ignacio. We'd only see our truck one time today, 180 miles from the Bay of LA, where we started late because of engine failure. I was happy the course was fast. The terrain makes all the difference. You could lay out a 500-mile course in Baja that would take you longer and suck more energy from you than an easy 1,000-mile course on graded dirt roads. I was hoping for the mercy of more easy stuff for this 1,134-mile race. We wound over the mountain switchbacks, with the terrain falling near vertical to one side of the road, then the other. As we were nearing the paved road crossing, where we'd meet the truck 180 miles in, the dirt road got so smooth and fast, I tucked in and opened the throttle fully to see what the maximum speed of this pre-run bike was. 88 miles an hour, at least how it was geared right now. I backed it off to 80 and held the tuck for 10 minutes or more. I saw dust in front of me, another vehicle. As I approached, I could see it was a trophy truck, the most awesome desert racing vehicle on planet Earth, just trolling along at 60 miles an hour. Something must have been wrong because they can go 140 miles an hour. I'm only a few miles from the paved road by my calculation, and suddenly, the engine quit. Oh no, not again. I coast to a stop and investigate. The translucent fuel tank was empty. Dang. We were debating how long the pre-run bikes with their oversized fuel tanks would go on a full tank. Now we know. 177 miles. Rick pulled up. I told him, but there was nothing he could do except go to the paved road to find Andrew and get him to drive down here to me on this smooth road. Then Santana pulls up. I told him I was out of fuel. He looked at me sternly. Yeah, that's because you ride on the gas all the time. I see your tracks, up on the berms and the corners and gassing out. You know ride right. He was serious as could be. I look at his tank, and he has 2/3 of a tank of gas left. I said, how do you have that much gas left? I know how to ride a bike, he said, lifting his hands, giving me a smart-ass attitude. I shook my head and tried to figure it out. He couldn't hold it anymore, and he started smiling. That's when I learned that Santana was a prankster. You gotta love this guy. Where did you get that gas? I said when I knew I'd been duped. I know a rancher out here, he said. Santana knew we'd be on fumes by the time we got to the road, and he wasn't taking any chances. He knew everyone, and everyone knew him from riding and surviving in Baja for 42 years. By being behind us, he could save either of us if we ran out. He got a water bottle out, emptied it, and disconnected a fuel line from his carburetor to fill it. He handed me a few bottles, which I poured into my tank to get me a few miles to the paved road. No matter what you're trying to do, listen to people who have done it before. Chapter 14. No Oasis. I rolled out onto the paved road on the gas Santana gave me. The course crossed the pavement, and there we waited for Andrew and Tanner to pull up in the truck. This was race mile 524, and it would be my goal in the race to get here before nightfall or within 1 hour after dark. We just blew through 130 miles at an average speed of 49 miles an hour, a blistering pace for Baja. This gave us some daylight left to go 60 more miles to San Ignacio, where we'd spend the night. First, we had to eat. I lay down on the dirt, the shadow of my bike giving me shelter from the Baja sun, which felt like a microwave during the day. Santana and Rick did the same. There was a little block building about 150 feet away alongside the road, the lone structure in sight. It was a store, but it looked abandoned and neglected. We were waiting and there was nothing else to do, so I got up and walked over to check it out. The 3 parts water, 1 part Gatorade I had in my pack was warm and getting old. There was no door in the front of the building, just a dog guarding the place. An old, weathered woman commanded the dog back down. I looked in and she motioned that it was okay to enter. It was a store, and it was open. Concrete floor, dusty, sparse, 2 window openings, but no windows in them. There was 1 upright drink cooler. I was surprised there was electricity. She was sold out of water and only had sodas, sugary drinks, and beer. I didn't want any of that. In the 12-foot by 14-foot retail establishment, there was also junk food, chips, cookies, and candy. It was like a typical gas station in the U.S., junk food. This woman didn't have much inventory or selection. It used to strike me how poor people could be overweight. But the reason is not that they can afford lots of food, but that they can't afford cheap, sugary junk food that has become readily available and, in many stores I saw in Mexico, nearly the only option. The world has been taken over by Frito-Lay and Coca-Cola-like companies, and we're paying for it. Just then, as if on cue, a guy walks in with a case of cold water bottles. It was a delivery she was waiting for. Now I had one healthy option: water. I bought a big bottle and it disappeared into me in a couple of minutes. I was grateful this woman kept her shop open, even if she had so little business. No car stopped here in the hour we waited, but she helped me and I helped her. That's what free enterprise is all about. I tipped her to show her my appreciation. I think about poverty, the natural condition of man over our history on Earth. I think about prosperity and what causes it. If we could only help create those conditions in places where people are poor, they'd lift themselves out of poverty. Property rights, the rule of law, free markets, and trade, and stable money. I went back to laying in the dirt with my head in my pack. Just as I fell asleep, the truck pulled up. Andrew and Tanner had tacos for us, 6 each. They were pretty good, but in the heat, I only choked down 3. We refueled and checked the bikes over, and we are on our way again, into the bright western sun with the heat radiating off the mid-afternoon sand. Chapter 15. Baked. People are not unsuccessful because they are up against their talent or capability limits, but because they are at their self-discipline limits. 84 miles to go to the hotel in San Ignacio. The terrain was more challenging here. No fast open roads, silt and sand whoops. Then it turned rocky. Your front tire is about 4 inches wide. You have to pick lines where you can thread between the rocks without hitting many of them. When you have no choice but to hit one, you lean back, blip the throttle, and pull up on the handlebars. When the front wheel hits the rock, there isn't a lot of weight on it and it bounces up over it. Or you wheelie over it and let the rear wheel take the hit. Our tires were not full of air. They had hard foam inserts so we couldn't get a flat. This is what's necessary in Baja. Still, you don't want to damage your tires and rims. Last year, a guy flagged me down at mile 500 or so with a flat. There was nothing I could do except tell the guys at the next gas pit. But I suspect there was little they could do either. We had the right equipment for the race, thanks to Chris Haynes, our race support team. It was 104 degrees out, and the rocky course headed toward the slopes of a small mountain. At this temperature, you don't get cooler with wind chill. You heat up faster. When the outdoor air temperature is hotter than your body temp, wind is like a convection oven, making you hotter. Suddenly, the course turned into a nasty uphill with nothing but rocks. It doesn't rain often, but when it does, it washes any loose dirt from wheel traffic down to the bottom of the hill, leaving only rocks to ride on. They range in size from watermelons to softballs, some rounded and some square-edged wheel killers. It seemed like a 45-degree slope uphill. You get on the gas and pick a line up the rocks, and don't let off the gas. As you bounce off the rocks, the line you had intended on taking changes really fast. You have to stay flexible, but don't let off the gas and lose your momentum. It takes a lot out of your arms and shoulders as you hang on uphill while trying to control the accelerating beast with your hands gripped to its horns. Up, 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 up. Finally, the top. Down, down, rocks and boulders and drop-offs, down, 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 over the mountain. So glad that's out of the way. 5 minutes later, I see an abandoned block house to my right. Who would be way the hell out here? There are trees. There must be water nearby. The course gets rockier and rockier. Nothing but watermelon-sized rocks to ride on. My bike bounces along as I struggle to keep it upright. You don't want to fall in the rocks. You can break an elbow or shoulder easily, or put a rock through your engine case. I use all my skills and strength to push into this rock field, which I now see as part of a riverbed. I get to still water and try to pick up the course on the other side of it with my eye. I lost the course. I stop. I put the bike on the stand and get off. It was even hard to walk on these rocks. I try to find the course. Where did I lose it? I look and think for a few minutes. Then I hear Santana and Rick coming in the distance. I hop on to where they can see me and wave and yell. They stop a distance away. It was clear these rocks were so ridiculously big that not only was it not the course, but they weren't riding on these rocks out to get me. Santana shut up his bike and yelled that I missed a turn a quarter mile back. Damn. I walked back to my bike and had to start it and walk alongside it to get it turned around in the rocks. I fight back that quarter mile and Santana's there. I am so overheated and sweating big time. I see the house again. When I was looking left at the house, the turn was on the right. I should have learned a very valuable lesson right there, but I didn't learn it well enough. Santana was way behind me and didn't see me make the turn. Honestly, if he didn't find me, it would have taken a very long time to figure it out. How did you know I took the wrong turn? I asked him. I saw your track, he said. I looked down at the parched sand. I couldn't make out any tracks the way the sand was here. He had to be looking and have an eye of an animal tracker, and he did. Thank goodness for Santana. We proceeded and were met by a twisted mini riverbed with embedded rocks and tree branches hanging over from both sides. It was really tough. I hated it. After 230 miles today in this heat, next the course turned up another steep, rocky hill. This one was so ridiculously, stupidly steep and rocky, nothing but rocks. I cussed in my helmet all the way up. When I got to the top, I just couldn't believe they'd make the race course go up this thing. And during the race, we'd be hitting this hill climb at night. That's just great. A few more miles and we got to the paved road and a military checkpoint just before San Ignacio. Andrew and Tanner were waiting for us, race mile 607. While I knew the 20 miles of hellish terrain that preceded this place, I did not know the drama that would unfold in this little town for us during the race. The three of us pulled up to the truck, and when we stopped, we quickly realized we were in distress. We were overheated, red skin, lightheadedness, and exhaustion, all three of us. I drank 3 cold waters from the cooler and poured some on my head and the back of my neck. Once we cooled down, we waited in line at the military checkpoint. When we got through, we'd follow Santana about 4 miles into town to our hotel. I couldn't wait. I was baked. Chapter 16. The Crossing. After it got cleaned up and went outside, San Ignacio has an oasis of palm trees in the middle of a treeless desert. Really cool. Santana was outside. We were waiting for everyone to come out so we can eat in the place across the parking lot. Teenagers gathered around Santana and showed great reverence for him. He spoke to them and they listened. I didn't know what he was saying, but I knew he was teaching them something. They were laughing and having fun too. Santana was friendly and charismatic and has great people skills. No wonder he knew everyone in all the places in Baja. People skills are valuable everywhere. Everything we need, tangible and intangible, is now possessed by someone else. Being able to get along with and influence a wide variety of people is incredibly useful. I watched the sunset over the palm trees and checked my phone as we had Wi-Fi there. I sat at dinner at the hotel restaurant, hoping the food would come fast because I just wanted to go to bed. 3 long days of riding was good for my training, but I needed sleep to go along with it. In the morning, Tanner evaluated his now black and blue ankle. It was still swollen, and he was still limping. Day 3 in the truck. So disappointing. We came all this way to pre-run this course and see it so we could race it, and Tanner couldn't. So close. Rick, Santana, and I set out for Loretto, 224 miles away. We were at race mile 607, and we had to get to mile 831 by nightfall. We glided out of the parking lot, 1 block to the plaza in the center of town. A 233-year-old mission church presided at the end of this town square. I wish I had time to walk around a little. Past 2 blocks of little shops and small buildings, and just like that, it ended. We were out in the desert. We followed the paved road for 23 miles, and then it took a left into the dust. 7 miles later, we came to a water crossing, the biggest one on the course. It always freaks you out a little bit when you cross a river on a motorcycle. First, you don't know how deep it is. If you're the first one there, and the water's still clear, you may be able to see, depending on the angle of the sun, shadows, and colors. Second, you don't know what's on the bottom. Sand? You can get stuck. Rocks? You can go off balance easy and have to put your foot down, or worse. Putting your foot down in the water means your riding boots fill up with water, and for the rest of the day, you're squishing around. Wet, pruned feet can blister easy, or your sock could ball up. I paused at the riverbank and took a good look. In South Africa, we crossed a river that was 150 yards wide. I perfected putting my ankles up on the radiator shrouds to keep my feet dry while sitting on the seat. That's the technique I decided to use. When you can't see the bottom, you don't know if there are rocks, and I have learned that thinking about that a long time isn't going to change anything. Like other situations in life, you just have to stop torturing yourself and go for it and see. If the other guys are watching, they can have an advantage in seeing how you do with your line choice and technique. Rick came in sight behind me, and I went for it. Chapter 17, Scorpion Bay, no Santana. The water was about 20 inches deep at the deepest part, and there were rocks on the bottom, but I managed to thread in between the biggest boulders. Lucky. I got to the other side, put my feet on the pegs, stood up, and took off to get my dust ahead of Rick and Santana. The course turned fast again. The course starts on the Pacific coast, winds through the Sea of Cortez coastline, and now we were nearing the Pacific coast again. It would wind back to the Sea of Cortez side again, back to the Pacific side again, and then back to the Sea of Cortez one final time for the finish in La Paz. You see a lot in 1,134 miles. The terrain, type of sand or rocks, and vegetation would change often. Quite amazing to see various desert environments this way. We could never make it from San Ignacio to Loretto on 1 tank of fuel. There was an intermediate town between them, right on the Pacific Ocean, called San Juanico. It is known to American surfers as Scorpion Bay. Apparently, the surfing there is always awesome, so the tiny town is a popular retreat for surf bums. We still had 80 miles to get there. The course spilled me out onto salt flats. These are perfectly flat, tidal mud flats that I suspect get wet only when a storm pushes an extra high tide in. The hard parts are like concrete, but there were areas that seemed dry on top, but a few inches down it was mush. You could see where vehicles got stuck and other vehicles had to pull them out. That's the one thing about this course. When it looks difficult, beware. When it looks easy, beware. If you hit a soft patch at 80 miles an hour, you can go over the bars. The salt flats gave way to sand whoops, and then dumped you back on the flats, alternating back and forth. Then graded roads peppered with rocks. There were 3 more rocky river crossings, but not as much water in them as the one I had crossed 50 miles back. The race promoter had paid someone to pipe them and fill them in with aggregate for a crossing for the race. I appreciated that. One was done, one was half done, and one was yet to be done. We followed the fast roads at 75 miles an hour. They rolled up and down now like a long, stretched-out roller coaster. I worried about oncoming vehicles coming over the rises, but there were only a couple of vehicles for 40 more miles. Finally, ahead of me was a tiny town. The tallest structure was 1 story. The main road we were on turned to asphalt, but there were no paved roads in town. I stopped. I knew I was in Scorpion Bay when I saw the Pacific Ocean and the waves. Beautiful. I didn't see too many people. None, really. A dozen vultures were hanging around. Rick rolled up. We waited for Santana. We waited more. A guy pulled up in a Jeep, an American. We started talking. He was a Baja 1000 racer, retired. Gary. He had a lot of stories. We hung out on the side of the road while he was parked in the middle of the road talking to us. He didn't block any traffic. There was none. Another little surfer Jeep pulled up with palm thatch on the roof. It was his buddies, laid-back hippie surfer types in their 50s. They wanted to know if he wanted to go fishing. He would have otherwise, but he found us to talk to, so he told them he'd catch them later. We noticed we were almost out of gas. I didn't see any gas station. Something was wrong. We had waited over an hour for Santana. No Santana. We covered a lot of miles, but surely he wasn't that much slower than us. What happened? Should we go back? But we didn't have enough gas to go back. And if we did, how far would we have to go? The American told us to follow him to the gas station. We went into town on dirt streets. A few blocks in, take a right, and one more block to a shipping container. A local comes out and opens the doors of the container to reveal gas cans and barrels inside. This was the gas station. We filled up. There were race team stickers all over the walls and door of the container, so I stuck a few of our stickers up there too. Now we had gas and had to make a big decision. Go back and look for Santana? We could be going back all the way to San Ignacio. Rick last saw him about 20 miles in, and that was about 120 miles back. And if we rode that far back, we'd be out of fuel again and have to come back to Scorpion Bay for more gas, unless we went to San Ignacio, which is where we started this morning. We could potentially have to ride an extra 240 miles today on top of the 150 we'd already gone, and still be 90 hard miles from our truck and the hotel in Loretto. Survival was potentially the main factor. When you're in a place like this, you have to make the right decisions. But we couldn't leave Santana. Something must be wrong. We decided to go back for him. I started my bike. Gracias, I yelled and clicked it into gear and began to roll away. Just then, at that moment, the phone on the wall in the makeshift station rang. Chapter 18. The Way of the Master. Mastery is not about perfection. It's about a process, a journey. The master is the one who stays on the path day after day, year after year. The master is the one who's willing to try and fail and try again for as long as he lives. George Leonard, Mastery. Just as Rick and I were rolling away from the makeshift gas station, the attendant yelled to us. I looked his way. He had a phone receiver in his hand. He motioned that the call was for me. Me? It could only be one person. I hit the kill switch, walked over, and took the phone, hoping. Santana, are you okay? What happened? Oh, Larry, I have big problems. I fell down in the river. The engine was full of water. In over 40 years of riding, Santana had never fallen down crossing a river. Today was his day. A front wheel bouncing off a boulder you can't see will do it. His whole body was underwater, helmet and all. The bike was completely submerged. He had to drag it out of the river. The oil had water in it. He worked on it some, but had no oil with him. He had no choice but to baby the bike 30 miles back to San Ignacio and hope the engine didn't blow up. He called Andrew to come back to get him with the truck. Then he called this little place, where we found gas. How did you know we were here? I asked him. I know, he said. Amazing. He had the phone number of this little bootlegger's little hole in the wall in his phone. He knew that we would need gas, and he knew this was the only place to get it. His local knowledge had just saved us over 200 miles of riding. His call was just in time, and we really wanted to hug him. Rick and I went back to Plan A, get to Loretto, about 90 miles to go. We rode a few miles out of town and along a beautiful, remote coastline and surfer paradise, where the course turned into the desert once again. The rocks began, first making their presence known gently, Then, more aggressively. Riding a dirt bike, fun, right? Well, in this context, nothing is easy. And that's how life is. Everything's fun and interesting at first, but then it becomes repetitive. A grind. No fun at all. But to master something, you have to stick in there when it becomes work. You've got to want it more than you don't. When nobody's watching, day in and day out, you've got to practice. You've got to stick with the practice of doing your work and improving. The master does it for the practice. The practice is the reason. If I am to finish this race, I need to finish it before I start it. Chapter 19. The chase is the juice. Man needs difficulties. They are necessary for health. Carl Jung. We crossed a rocky river, maybe one of the same ones we had crossed before. On the other side, there was a 30-foot-high vertical canyon wall. I was confused as to where the course went. Left? Right? Up? I looked around. It was right. Drop off a 4-foot shelf into more rocks, and then up and out of the riverbed. 50 feet later, there was a barbed wire gate across the course. It was there to keep cows in. During the race, the gates would be open. I had some cold sweats thinking about barbed wire fences and gates. I heard too many stories about bikes and four-wheelers running into barbed wire and catching it under the helmet. Sometimes a landowner would string barbed wire across a dirt road to keep the riders out, not knowing they would cause a decapitation. There was a lot of barbed wire in Baja. Sometimes you were riding 3 feet away from a line of it at 50 miles an hour, or parallel with it in the whoops. Don't think about it. Don't look at it. Your body follows your head. Your head follows your eyes. Don't look at it. Mario Andretti said, never look at the wall, as it was a sure way to hit it. It's the same with any goal. Think about what you want, not what you don't want. Because if you think about what you don't want, even though you don't want it, you're thinking about it, and you'll very likely manifest it. Think about what you do want, and keep your mind on that. I dismount to open the gate. Rick rolled through and dismounted to put it back up. I rolled through and kept going. Then there were the cows. Cows were everywhere in Baja. They were left free to forage for whatever they could eat out there. You'd be ripping along, and all of a sudden there's a cow in your path. The startled cow doesn't know which way to go and is unpredictable. Sometimes it's a horse. I was riding along, and 2 adult cows and 2 calves were in the dirt in front of me. They decided to run away and follow the road. I idled along at 15 miles an hour as they ran in front of me, but they wouldn't get off the course even after several turns. I revved the engine and got a little closer to scare them off the road. Finally, they turned right, but one of the little calves tripped on a curb of rocks on the roadside and went down. It squirmed and got up and kept running, but I felt really bad. In 2013, one of the best desert racers that ever lived, Kurt Caselli, was leading the Baja 1000, making first dust, when he hit a horse and died from the injuries in the Lifestar helicopter. Another hazard and a real risk of racing here. Rest in peace, Kurt. Rick and I had planned to meet the truck at mile 788, 43 miles before Loreto. We stuck with our plan and rolled out onto the paved road. No truck. Andrew and Tanner were very much delayed since they left San Ignacio that morning and got a call from Santana. They were pretty far away and had to go back to get him. The desert sun was hot. I felt like I was in a microwave oven. We both took our packs and helmets off and lay down on the gravel in the shadow of our bikes and waited. About an hour later, Andrew, Tanner, and Santana pulled up in the truck. We got some cold drinks and food in us and decided to stay on plan and make a late afternoon effort to go the next 43 miles to Loreto, where we had planned to spend the night. What started out a few days earlier as a team of 4 riders was now down to 2. 43 miles, that's all. What could happen in 43 miles? Chapter 20. Decernere. There is no education like adversity. Benjamin Disraeli. 43 miles to the next hotel. It didn't sound far compared to how far we'd come. It was mile 788 to 831, and it was punishing. The course seemed to say, I'm in charge here, and you will pay your respect. First, there was the winding silt ruts. Then, rocky riverbeds strewn with boulders that course designers had you in for what seemed like a cruel and unusual distance. Then there were steep rocky hills, and I mean steep. You're riding along and look ahead and up to see it, and you have no choice. Go, and don't stop. As many boulders as the front wheel deflects off, don't let up. Stopping would likely mean going down on a steep, rocky grade, and getting back up would be really tough. You'd have to roll back down to begin another attempt. Finally, there were dry, winding river washes with deep sand peppered with boulders like landmines, your wheels sinking 10 inches deep until you hit a hidden boulder. Bam! Tree limbs hanging in your path didn't make things easier. I stopped at the top of a huge, winding hill and flagged Rick as he pulled up behind me. I was drained. I had to check the map. It seemed like we should have gone 43 miles by now, and I didn't want to go off course in these conditions at this time of day. We determined we were on course. This would prove to be the hardest part of the 1,134 miles we had to ride. We started seeing trash strewn about to the left and then on both sides. It turns out the course went directly through the city dump. That's where the truck was waiting. Our average speed on that last 43 miles was half of what it was on the rest of the course. That's how life is, I guess. There are easier parts and harder parts. The harder parts tell us when it's easy, and the easy parts tell us when it's hard. The dark makes us appreciate the light. I plopped into bed in a nice hotel in Loretto after a shower and eating with the crew. I was really tired. How was I going to ride 1,134 miles nonstop on race day? This would be the fourth night of sleep I have had since starting pre-running, and we still had 303 miles to go. It seemed impossible. I was so beat up from 4 hard days of riding. It was scary. Wouldn't the race make me feel 5 times the pain? What about sleep deprivation? I would have no night's sleep during the race. Nevertheless, I had committed to this. I couldn't quit. I had to stay the course. I had to figure something out. I was in the confines of my own decision. The word decide comes from the Latin word Decernere, which means to cut off all other options. I was stuck with my decision. There was no way out. I closed my eyes and slept. Chapter 21. Do what you say you will do. After climbing a great hill, one only finds that there are many more hills to climb. Nelson Mandela. Day 5 of pre-running the longest cross-country race in the world had us with an initial goal to go from Loretto at race mile 831 to about mile 1000. The next day we'd finish to mile 1134, but that's not how it turned out. Tanner's foot was still not well enough to ride on. The swelling was still there, and the colors were coming out in deeper hues. Again, I felt bad. My son and riding partner was disabled. We set off on course, and almost immediately we got to a hill climb so ridiculously steep and rocky. Wake up, it's me, Mr. Terrain, and I'm here to kick your ass again. Down into a long rocky river wash, and then out onto a beautiful winding paved road. We switchbacked up over mountains, and the ascent brought beauty and cold air. I wondered if I needed my jacket, but it was too late. Chris Haynes had told us a story with a cautionary warning. He said that a party of 4 racers from Sweden were riding this section of pavement and met disaster. What could happen on pavement? When a river crosses the paved road, you can make a bridge for the road, but that costs money. Here, they just let the river cross over the top of the road as a normal condition, a spillway. The water was about 25 feet wide and only 2 inches deep or so. Algae grew on the road surface, and it was slick as ice. The first Swede went down, and the second, and the third went down trying to avoid him. Only one made it. When you crash on the road, it's much different than crashing in dirt. There were broken bones and a concussion among them. Be careful at the spillways, Chris warned. I told Rick and Santana, although I was sure Santana would know this already. We approached the first spillway and I slowed, rolled through it, touching neither the throttle nor any brake. There were 4 spillways over the next few miles as the same river meandered left and right of the road. Rick did not have such luck. He went through the first spillway okay and thought the warnings were overblown. On the second one, he went down on the pavement and slid 150 feet. His riding pants, very hard to tear, were ripped open at his thigh. He broke his foot in the incident, but he could still ride, as it was a small bone that was broken. At this point, I was only one of 4 of us who began 4 days ago who didn't have a bad crash on this pre-run trip. I wanted to keep it that way. The course kept crossing the wide, rocky riverbed with rocks like bowling balls and watermelons. Then it opened up to sand whoops. Have you ever felt discouraged when you see the road ahead is long and difficult? I could see about 3 or 4 miles ahead. Nothing but waves in the sand created by wheel action over many years. Up, down, wah, 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 wah. Trying to find a rhythm. Get to the top of a rise, and I can see another 5 miles of the same. Get to the top of the next rise. It went on and on and on for 80 miles of uninterrupted sand whoops. I got to the truck and waited. Eventually, Santana pulled up. Where's Rick? He was between us. We waited and hoped we didn't have to go back so many miles in those whoops to find him. Nearly an hour later, he finally rolled in. He took a wrong turn, but somehow figured it out. The sun beat down on us as we ate some lunch. Santana had the idea that we'd finish pre-running this course today instead of tomorrow. Instead of stopping at a little town around mile 1,000, we'd go on to the finish in La Paz at mile 1134. That was a tall order. It would be 310 miles for the day. Besides actually racing in the Baja 1000, that would be the most I had ever ridden in one day. A deep breath of hot, dry air. Let's go. As the course wound south, the terrain changed from time to time as it does. When I saw the mile marker that said 1,010, I had to stop and take a picture. 1,010 miles of this behind us. That was far. Very, very far. While my body was exhausted, I knew I was getting better from all the practice. I look forward to seeing that sign again in 2 weeks. Chapter 22, Self-Propulsion. Why am I spending so many chapters talking about pre-running and all these things I have, and we've not even started the race yet? Because it mirrors how life really is. It's mostly preparation. The high moments are made possible by endlessly readying ourselves for them, learning logically, trying, learning emotionally and physically, adjusting, trying again. It's all part of growing and growing again. That is the journey. As we neared La Paz and the finish line, I envisioned being in the race. The pain fell away because I knew it would be over soon. Spontaneously, I got emotional and screamed out in my helmet, "Ah! I will finish!" It was the desire in me coming out all at once, willing to make the sacrifice. I increased my speed in the sand whoops and started wheel tapping them, a technique where you pull the front wheel up over the troughs and let it touch just the tops of the whoops. You can go a lot faster in the whoops this way, but it takes a lot more energy and mistakes can happen very fast. I was encouraged I was able to do this on day 5. I put a huge gap on the guys behind me. 10 miles before the finish, there was a section called the Waterfall. There was no water involved, just very steep descent marked by continuous ledges that dropped vertically to the next and the next. We navigated the drop-offs, and I used my motocross skills on this much heavier bike. At the bottom, the course made its way out onto the paved roads of La Paz. Crowds of fans were waiting to see pre-running vehicles come out to their home city 3 weeks before the race. As we made our way through the city, bands of muscles across my back just below my shoulder blades were screaming at me and screaming loud. It was almost unbearable. I couldn't wait to get off this bike. Our pre-run trip was over. I had seen the course over 5 days. Tanner had not, although he did see all the team pit stop points and what was around them. Now it was time for both of us to fly home, heal up, and make a precise race plan based on what we had learned. I know the best way to make a fear go away is to face the thing you fear. I was more optimistic about the race now than I was before riding 1,134 miles. Whatever was to happen, there was no turning back. Chapter 23. Break it down into micro goals. When we have a big stretch goal, we have to break it down into micro goals. When you can't accomplish your big goal today, you have to ask, what do I have to do today to make the next step possible? Without these small steps being taken, there would be no great achievement. There's no big bang. Most of the steps to accomplish great things may seem ordinary and dull to an onlooker. With 2 weeks to race day, we were making plans and getting last-minute gear together every day. Tanner's foot was healing. We were working out every day and eating and sleeping with great intention. When I was a kid, I got this idea that I was put here for some important reason. I'm not sure where it came from. Maybe getting straight A's in school bolstered my confidence and self-concept. Whatever it was, I firmly believe I was not put here to be okay or even good. I have things to do, and damn it, I'm going to do them. It took me a while to overcome the social stigma of, you're no better than anyone else. And I have people in my life that help me be humble. Worrying about people thinking that I am better than them in some pompous way is something I still struggle with. But this isn't about anyone else. It's about me. I've always made every day count, always. But now that I'm 53 years old, my sense of no time to waste is at an all-time high. Giving kids and adults a sense of belief in themselves is the number one thing we can do to make the world a better place. People can take care of themselves and their families and go far beyond that. They can do amazing things if they can overcome their own inner voice, the one they listen to all day long. While social and family help, support, and love is required and makes life richer, the number one person to help you is you. Just a few days before we had to fly out to the race, Tanner hurt his lower back doing 185-pound overhead squats. It was bad. We were very worried. Would it get better in time? I hadn't been running as much as I was earlier in the year because of my foot damage from the hickory tree. Just 6 days before race day, I decided to go for a run in the woods. It was cold and damp. Fresh fall leaves blanketed the ground and hid the rocks, roots, and holes. I couldn't see what I was stepping on and made dozens of small missteps that a healthy foot could endure without issue. When I was done, I realized I made a mistake. My foot was making grinding sounds. I reached down and massaged it and stretched it with my hands. When I stood up again, I could hardly put weight on it. Oh no. Chapter 24. The future is promised to no one. Most men ebb and flow in the wretchedness between the fear of death and the hardship of life. They are unwilling to live, and yet they do not know how to die. Seneca. Wheels touched down in San Diego. We spent the night there, and we both slept as long as we possibly could. We woke up and just laid there waiting to fall asleep again. A few rounds of that until we could sleep no more. Can you bank sleep and make a withdrawal later? I had hoped so. I had been purging my body of caffeine. I drink caffeine and found not having it the week before the race is easier than I had imagined. If I tapped into caffeine during the race, which was inevitable, I wanted my mind and body to respond. We drove across the border back to Ensenada. It was Sunday. I thought about the race all the time. Conversation was often just an interruption of an internal dialogue. We all talk to ourselves, and that voice is the most important voice in our lives because we hear it all the time and believe what it says because we generated that voice. Questions and thoughts would come up. If anyone can finish this race, I can. Nobody is better than me. The race promoters would not lay out a race course that was impossible, would they? This race was for multi-driver trophy truck teams and to travel at twice the speed of bikes. It's not a single-rider motorcycle course. Yes, no, maybe, and correct. We had 3 days to prepare for the green flag on Thursday morning at 1 a.m. Ensenada erupts in race mania on race week. It's the only place in the world you can see 800 horsepower trophy trucks, which are nowhere near street legal, trolling city streets like they own the place. All the classes of race vehicles did. We had to stay focused. We had a lot of work to do. We got on our newly modified race bikes for the first time in a year. We rode 34 miles to test them and pre-run the first 34 miles of the course. I was determined not to do this the day before the race. No riding then, just rest. So we did it Monday at dusk. The course went through the smallest, dustiest of towns called Ojos Negros. Poor kids were standing along the streets, if you can call them streets, waving. I stopped at 6 groups of them and gave them stickers, to their great delight. As it got dark, we tested our race lights. It may not sound like something you have to do, but at night, if your lights are not pointed in an ideal way as you bob up and down, it could make a big difference. Worse, if your lights go out, you have big trouble. We had secondary lights velcroed to our helmets like Mickey Mouse ears, with a cord running down to batteries in our backpacks. We could ride by them alone if necessary, though probably not as fast, as they were not as bright as our real headlights. We also had a secondary power supply and replacement fuses for our headlights. If they went out, unplug this connector and plug that one in. Last year, Tanner lost his lights in the race, twice. We carefully considered what to carry and how, and what to put in what bag in the truck. This was a one-way race, unlike the last two. We couldn't leave anything in the hotel. We shopped for good food, not easy in Mexican grocery stores. That's why we did some shopping in San Diego and drove it over the border. In the 1980s, when Ronald Reagan took visiting Russian leader Mikhail Gorbachev to an American grocery store, he wept at the abundance that we had, that his country did not. We are truly lucky to have a relatively free market, innovation, and millions of capitalists and entrepreneurs trying to figure out how to make a million details better so we can have more selection, quality, low prices, and convenience. Big Mexican grocery stores aren't exactly third world, but they aren't exactly your local Whole Foods stores. Tanner's back injury had improved. My left knee was mostly better from slamming on a box jump, and my left foot was tweaked, but dramatically improved from my woods run 4 days earlier, and it didn't hurt when I rode. My neck injury from last year's race was as good as it had been in a year. When I rode, it wasn't perfect, but okay. We went to bed early and slept as late as we could. If we couldn't sleep, we just laid there. We knew what was coming, and time was short now. Chapter 25. Almost. It was Tuesday. Tomorrow we'd have to wake up at 10:30 p.m. for the race. The race. We were first in line to register yesterday, beating 400 other teams to avoid a multi-hour line. But they didn't give us all the forms we needed, so we had to go back. Our mechanics got our bikes through tech inspection. Our friends went out to eat. The streets were filled with fans and vehicles of all kinds. Tanner and I walked through it all and stayed focused. It was lunchtime. Rather than asking where everyone else was, we decided to go to lunch ourselves and stay centered. We chose a restaurant called Baja Fruit. It was 1 block away from the hotel, and we had eaten there before. Great food. We sat down, and Tanner ordered fajitas. He can speak Spanish and get along. I said, "Dos, por favor." My cell phone rang. Andrew, my mechanic, needed me to come to sign for the trackers and give a deposit on them. These trackers were important, and you couldn't race without them. It was 3 blocks away. I got up from the table and told Tanner I'd be right back. I ran down the street, wondering if my food would be cold when I got back. On the way, a race support truck towing a very long trailer tried to make a turn onto a side street and stopped inches from sideswiping a parked car. He'd need to back up on a busy main street to get out of it. I acted fast before gridlock piled up behind him and stood in the middle of a 4-lane with my hands up like I owned the place to stop traffic. He backed up, took another angle at it, and got through. In race week, you just have to work together to make it work. I signed for the trackers and ran 3 blocks back to the restaurant. I sat down, and at that moment, Tanner, who already started eating, asked the waiter, "What's in the sauce?" "Peanuts." The first word out of his mouth was peanuts. Tanner stood up. We had to go right now. When Tanner was 2, he ate a Girl Scout cookie. That's when we found out. We almost lost him. His throat swelled closed and his lips swelled. 2 years ago, he got Chinese food and went hiking. He ate it all. He was at the top of a mountain far from the car. By the time he got to the hospital, he was as red as a lobster. Doctors, using epinephrine and Benadryl, saved his life for the 3rd time. Now, we were in Mexico. The sauce was hot sauce. It looked just like the hot sauce we were eating all week. Tanner was 20 feet out the door, and I threw $20 on the table and issued a stern explanation for our hasty exit. "You have to tell people about peanuts. They are allergic." I held my hand around my throat to demonstrate the effects, and I was gone. I caught up with Tanner, and we walked hastily to the hotel around 2 corners. He was feeling it in his throat. That's why he asked about the sauce. He didn't eat much, but it didn't take much. We went to our room where he had an EpiPen. He had never stuck himself with it. We called an ambulance. Tanner knew how much time he had until he could not breathe. 1 hour. We used 25 minutes of the hour by the time the medics got to our room. They had no Benadryl. We got him out into the back of the ambulance. I jumped in the front, and siren blaring, negotiated far too slowly through the crowded city streets. I looked back to see my son and riding partner on the stretcher. At least they could monitor his breathing back there. We got to the hospital, which was an urgent care clinic with 3 beds. It wasn't far. For the next 2 hours, a careful, patient, seemingly qualified doctor observed Tanner's heart rate, breathing, and blood pressure. He didn't overreact and fill him up with drugs. He administered a steroid in a low dose. We waited. When he was stable, we paid the bill, $20, and walked to a pharmacy to have the prescription filled in case he needed it. At the pharmacy, I thought something must be wrong when it cost $2.30. We walked back to the hotel. It was about 10 blocks more, and Tanner walked quickly. We sat down in our hotel room again. Within 1 minute, he said, "We have to go back." He didn't look good. He was very worried. This time, we knew where the clinic was, and we didn't wait for another ambulance ride. We walked. I asked, "How is it now?" every 2 blocks. We got back to the clinic and sat down in a chair in the front of the doctor's desk this time, while Tanner explained what he was feeling. Again, the doctor didn't overreact. He checked him out, patiently. We sat for a while. He began to feel better. Again, we walked back to the hotel. We both wondered if the effects of anaphylactic shock would affect his race that was to begin in just 30 hours. We slept as much as we could that night, our last regular night. Chapter 26. The Return of the Underdog, 714X. It was Wednesday, race day. Tanner was okay. Our friends, Ralph Carpinella, John Sayer, Franz and Trevor Froelich, Bobby Miles, and Todd Lutinsky, had come in the day before to follow our chase trucks and give us any support they could. Jesse Dostie and Ted Waldron, who were instrumental in producing our YouTube movie Into the Dust, had the cameras and drone ready to chronicle the event again. The race officially started tonight at midnight. We had to be in staging by 11 p.m. They'd let the first bike go and wait 2 minutes until the next one got the green flag. By the time they'd get to our class, it would be 1 a.m. before we were out on course. We'd have a 10-hour head start on the trucks. In my mind, it would be about 20 hours before we had to deal with the first truck. I would turn out to be exactly right. At 11 a.m., we went to a press conference where they wanted to interview us. We were first, thankfully, because we wanted to go rest. We got out of there in about an hour. Tanner and I ate a good meal and went to bed at 2:30 p.m. How can you sleep at 2:30 p.m. when you've been sleeping all you can for 5 nights straight, knowing you have to get up at 10:30 p.m. for the longest nonstop race in the world, which you will do solo? To make matters worse, they were doing some remodeling at the hotel. A hammer drill was chipping on concrete all afternoon. No pressure. Go to sleep. We couldn't. I lay there and did my best sleep impression for 3.5 hours. When it got dark, I could take no more of the hammer drilling. There was too much at stake. I called the front desk and asked them to stop. 15 minutes later, it hadn't. I thought about how I must have failed to communicate properly and picked up the phone again. Their idea of good and bad service can be skewed at times down there. The whole hotel was full of racers. I explained how the motorcyclist had to get up in a few hours and we were all trying to sleep. The hammer drilling going on in the pool area, which the entire hotel wrapped around, was keeping us up. I suggested that it was bad hotel management to be doing construction after the sun went down, especially under these circumstances. Finally, I told them if it does not stop, I would be coming down there to the front desk. This was no time for timidity. We had a whole year on the line. This time, I got my point across. It stopped in 60 seconds. Finally, I drifted off to sleep and got 4 hours in before waking up to the alarm at 10:20 p.m. "How much did you sleep, Tanner?" I asked. "None," he replied. Not good. If we had gotten up just an hour earlier, we could have made dinner time at a number of restaurants before they closed, but we needed all the sleep we could get. We got our gear on, packed the last bags that were not in the truck already, and went out to the parking lot where our bikes were waiting for us. They were truly impressive machines, and still clean and shiny in the night lights. We donned our backup lights and fired up our GPSs. I swung my leg over the seat and fired up my Honda 450X. It sounded like a hot rod and inspired confidence. Race number 714X, my number. Me, a kid from Bridgeport, Connecticut, in the Baja 1000 Ironman class. A race number beginning with a 7 means Ironman class, solo, no teammates, start to finish. And an X at the end means motorcycle, as opposed to most of the 400 race entries, which were 4-wheeled vehicles. It would be mine and my bike, partners for 3 nights and 2 days. We rolled out into the nighttime streets and made our way to the starting line. There were a lot of bikes there. In 2015, when we won the sportsman class and made our movie, there were 10 teams in that class. This year, 8 months after our movie came out, there were 26 teams in that same class. Many of them said they saw our movie and were inspired. They recognized us and complimented the movie. Many said they were inspired to put a team together and enter because they had watched the movie. The movie really is a How to Race the Baja 1000 guide. The race chaplain came to pray with and for us. We huddled with him and his wife as he prayed for our safety and wisdom. Amen. Midnight. We heard the bikes ahead of us take off, and a drone followed them a ways on course, with live video feed to the Jumbotron on the bridge under the big Baja 1000 sign. Ahead was a raised platform where they could take pictures of you and the crowd can see you. I checked my GPS. So long as it was working and I had gas, I had what I needed right now. I was here last year and I knew what to expect. I didn't want to get my heart rate up and burn 1 calorie that I didn't have to. I was calm. Tanner would start 5th out of 19 Ironmen. I started 8th. I'd probably never see him on course. He was going for a podium finish, and I just wanted to finish. I would be the oldest Ironman finisher in Baja 1000 history. I believe I'm the oldest one to even enter this class of elite athlete riders. It was 1 a.m., November 17th, 2017. I saw Tanner get the green flag in front of me. "Go, son. If anyone has got this, it is you," I whispered to myself. I rolled up. 60 seconds later, another bike left. I rolled up. Before I knew it, there were 2 green flags in front of my bike. The starter yelled over rumbling engines. 20 seconds! He held his hands up and counted down the seconds. 10, 9, 8. This was it. It was up to me now. 7, 6, 5. All the training and preparation. 4, 3. Okay, I feel good. 2. I got this one. The green flags lifted. I rolled the throttle open and feathered the clutch out. Throngs of fans lined the course. It was the return of 714X. Chapter 27. Active Pursuit. Your life is not going to be easy, and it should not be easy. It ought to be hard. It ought to be radical. It ought to be restless. It ought to lead you to places you'd rather not go. Henri Nouwen. I was rolling. I had 1,134.4 miles to go over some of the toughest terrain imaginable, and 48 hours to get there. If there were virtual gauges in my consciousness for rest, attitude, energy, physical fitness, and plan, the needles were all pinned at green. I felt great, and my confidence was high. 4 blocks and 2 turns on city streets lined with fans, I dropped into the river wash for 10 blocks to the east, back out on city streets for a few miles, then onto a highway that was under construction, then into the dust. I climbed the hills east of Ensenada. Campfires from fans dotted the way. The course rolled up and down. I settled in, finding a place at the intersection of fast, smooth, and economy of human energy. Last year, I held back in the beginning to save myself. This year, I was in better shape, and I wanted to go faster sooner to put miles behind me early. A critical part of the race was already over, starting it. The road to the starting line is a long one. You need resolve as you navigate the uncelebrated hurdles and challenges. All that was over. The bike was between my legs, and the bars were in my hands. We were moving, and it felt awesome. The dirt road rolled and wound. Some parts were hard and slick with granules. Some parts were full of deep silt. An occasional lone rock to be avoided. Just by an inch would suffice. I could see the lights of Ensenada below, which ended abruptly at the ocean. Since the last race, some people asked why I was doing it and told me I didn't have to. I thought about it. It would be easier not to, a lot easier. But I wanted to go into the history books, the Ironman finisher born longest before the race. And in order to finish, I had to start. So often we take ourselves out of the game because we think we can't win or can't finish. When we do that, we ensure that we won't. I'm here now. All I have to do is keep going until I see a checkered flag. I passed a couple of guys from my class, and a guy passed me. When someone comes up on you on a motocross track, you fight them off, taking the best lines and riding a wide bike. But this wasn't motocross. With 1,100 miles to go, unless it was vying for a podium position or at the end of the race, you let them go. Taking the chance of making a mistake or spending energy unnecessarily is stupid in a survival race. They are stepping it up to pass you, and if you step it up even more to prevent it, the worst that can happen is you crash. And the best that can happen is you have to hold them off at 100% of your energy and ability for many miles, and that is not good to be riding on your edge for so long. I descended the hills into Ojos Negros, where I gave the kids stickers a few days before. I was doing 75 on an open gravel road, and a bike came by me at 85. The black of the night was like being in space. There were my own lights illuminating a conveyor belt of Earth's textures flying under my wheels. Then another set of lights coming from a second flying object breaks the ink around me. Our lights join as a team until separating again as he gets farther ahead. Being behind him, even 100 feet back, was like getting machine gunned with gravel. I passed a military checkpoint on the right and flew over roads that rolled up and down like the roads would through farmland in Iowa, almost like a roller coaster. I could see by the shifting lights on the horizon in front of me that another bike was coming up from behind. I didn't want to be in his dust right here, so I rode fast and smooth to delay the event. There were 2 of them, and when they went by, I could see one of them was Jeff Benrud. He was a military special forces guy. For the last 2 years, he crossed the finish line first, but didn't win due to penalties. If you go off course, you can miss virtual checkpoints. These are 50 to 100-foot round spots that you must ride through or you get a 10-minute penalty. Picture Pac-Man consuming all the little dots along the way. You can't see them, of course. They are digital creation on the tracker that race promoters follow your every step with. When you miss one, you don't know it until the day after the race when your path over the course has been analyzed and verified by race officials. If there's a shortcut to potentially take, the course designers will put enough virtual checkpoints along the course there to make it not worth it to take a shortcut. If you get lost, you can miss a VCP too. Last year, Jeff crashed hard in the rocks and was knocked out cold for 20 minutes. He suffered a concussion and a broken wrist. He doesn't even remember finishing, which may explain why he missed enough VCPs to be penalized back to second place for the 2nd year in a row. This time, Jeff was in it to make the win stick. I couldn't see in the dust as 2 bikes passed close together. I looked down and stayed between the left and right sides of the road and hoped for a crosswind. I wondered how Tanner was doing ahead of me. It was mile 40 or so, about 2:20 a.m., and I followed the course up into the hills where Tanner smashed his foot on day 1 of pre-running. Less than 1,100 miles to go. Feeling good. Chapter 28. A Body in Motion. A body in motion tends to remain in motion until acted on by an outside force. These hills were different, up and down like other hills, but these hills were whooped out. 3-foot deep waves 12 feet from crest to crest. Waves up big slopes and down them again, and on side hills too, like moguls on black diamond runs on a ski mountain. When the terrain is turbulent, you try to make it quiet with grace and inner tranquility. If you fight what is, you will lose. So you go with it and accept it, and don't make it mean something it doesn't have to be. You determine what it means. When the front wheel hits the face of a whoop, you have 2 choices. You can push with your arms to resist the front end coming up at you. Of course, once it comes up all it will go down again. You have another choice. You can tighten up as it pulls you down. This resistance will find your torso going up and down using a lot of energy. Instead, you can stop fighting. You can allow the handlebars to come up at you and know and trust it will not come up forever and knock you off the bike. You relax your arms and relax your grip and bend your elbows in an act of non-resistance. With your elbows bent, you're prepared when the front end drops. No need to resist, just keep your arms relaxed and straighten your elbows out. You are using far less energy and your center of gravity is not going up and down very much at all. Once in a while, when the whoops are spaced right, you can look ahead and use the face of a whoop to blip the throttle and jump completely over a trough, missing it altogether. When you do it right, it feels like a dance. We can accept what is or resist it. When we resist it, it causes suffering. Acceptance does not mean being satisfied or resigned to it. It just means recognizing it for what it is and not resisting the existence. If we can do that, a lot of personal suffering will melt away inside many of us. My first Baja Pits gas stop came at mile 50. Baja Pits is a service, a business that sets up gas stops along the course every 50 miles or so. You pay ahead of time, and you get an orange diamond-shaped sticker to put on your front fender that says Baja Pits. The pit itself consists of a small trailer and a 10-foot square pop-up awning. A big 3-foot by 3-foot orange sign is set up in front that says Baja Pits. You shouldn't miss it, especially in the middle of a stark earth-tone desert. At some pits, they'll put another sign a few hundred yards before the actual pits saying something like, Baja Pits ahead. If you pull in and they see their big orange sticker on your front fender, they know you are a prepaid customer of theirs. They have quick-fill gas cans and, combined with your spring-loaded quick-fill gas tank, with no gas cap to screw off, just press the gas can against the cap, you can fill your bike up in about 6 seconds. They'll wipe your headlight and goggles off, offer you a water, not necessary with our hydration packs that we carry, or a banana, and ask if you're okay. They're volunteers and race fans, and they're happy to help you. Baja pits are important, very important. If you miss one, you're done. Our bikes will go about 80 miles on a full tank of gas. In the Baja pits, we're spaced 45 to 55 miles apart, depending on where they could get access and set up. I pulled in, and 30 seconds, I was off again. It always felt good knowing I didn't have to worry about gas for another 50 miles. At mile 74, I met my van and team for the first time since starting. I took a few mouthfuls of food and gulped some chia I had floating in water hydration powder mix. So far, so good. Both my team and I were encouraged. "Where's Tanner?" I asked. "He's leading." I clicked the bike into gear and sped off into the blackness. I got your back, son. I got your back. Chapter 29. No Ordinary Moments. It was about 4 a.m. This was the same stretch of course I had run on my last leg 2 years ago when we raced as a team, except this time I was running it the opposite way. I knew to look out for a raised concrete platform that crossed the course. I hit it at high speed 2 years ago and nearly crashed us out. It took a couple of months for us to replay the helmet cam footage and put 2 and 2 together, but me hitting this thing likely cracked the headlight brackets. Just a few miles later, I gave the bike to Tanner for his last leg, with us barely in first place. A few miles into his section, the headlight broke off the bike. Watch the movie on YouTube Into the Dust to see what happened. I crossed it this time without incident. I noticed it was getting markedly colder. I recall it being very cold here before. We were at higher elevation now, on a high plateau over the valleys. My body temperature was dropping, and my hands were getting very cold. My fingers began to stiffen and ache from the cold. I wondered if I had made a mistake not adding a layer or putting my cold weather riding gloves on. The course started down a section very familiar and distinctive to Baja racers, the Goat Trail. A steep descent marked by boulders and then slick rock, down, down, down. As I descended it, I could feel the air getting warmer. Relief. At the bottom of Goat Trail, it dumps you out onto the road. Whenever the course joined or crossed a paved road, there were men stopping traffic to let you cross safely without slowing down. Yes, even at 4 a.m. There was no traffic, of course, but it was comforting to know that the people of Baja knew there was a race going on and you weren't going to get run over by civilian traffic. I rode a couple miles into the pit at a tiny town called Valley Trinidad. Then a few miles more to a small hotel parking lot where we planned to meet our van for the second time at race mile 107. I pulled in feeling pretty good. I dismounted as Andrew and Arturo checked the bike over. Just then, we heard someone yell and the sound of a motorcycle tumbling. We looked that way and see the headlight beam rotating from a gully, as it would as if the bike was cartwheeling. The bike had gone off-road 75 feet from where we were. 2 of my team ran over, witnessed the bike at the bottom of a ravine that was 20 feet deep. They climbed down and helped the rider who was, miraculously, while shook up but injured, was walking. It could have been much worse for number 709, an Ironman. I don't know the outcome, but I assumed then he was out of the race. I resumed my race, still dark as could be, and hit my next Baja pit for gas. At mile 99, in the middle of an otherwise fast section, there was a narrow dogleg left. I came in hot and wasn't going to make the turn. In front of me, as I skidded with my wheels locked up in the silt, I saw the consequences of missing this turn. It was a 30-inch deep washout with vertical sides. I tried to finesse it and turn left just enough, but my front wheel fell in and my back wheel followed. It was 6 feet wide, and my front wheel was wedged against the far side, and my rear wheel wedged against the near side. I struggled to pull my front wheel to the left and the right direction for an escape. I saw that someone else fell into this trench too, and saw evidence of a struggle to get out. Later I'd learn it was Tanner. I pulled my front wheel up the side with my bike running and standing alongside of it. I tried to drive it up, but my bike was nearly vertical, and the rear wheel pulverized the crust into silt and sank. As I struggled, another bike came in and nearly fell in with me. As he passed in front of my headlight, I could see his number. It was Rick Thornton, whom we had pre-run with. He didn't stop for a second. Would he have stopped to help me if he knew it was me? I don't know. Racing's funny like that. You want to be the good guy you are, but not at the expense of lost time. Some guys will stop and some won't. It depends on how they feel their chances are and how dangerous of a situation they perceive you to be in. Of course, if you are in their class and viewed as their primary competition, they will not stop to help you. I was stuck right now. I looked around for a moment and tried to figure something out. As I did, I see two faces in the darkness. I did not expect to see race fans out here, with no light source around anywhere. That's how the whole course is. You always have this eerie feeling that you're being watched, because often you are. These people will just appear from nowhere in a place where you'd bet $1,000 that no human was within many miles of you. This turned out to be a father and his young son watching the race. I yelled to him, "Can you help me?" I didn't have to say it in Spanish because it was obvious what anyone in this predicament would be pleading to anyone else. He came over and grabbed my fork tubes from the top and pulled as I pushed from alongside the bike and feathered the clutch. With the two of us, we got out. I only lost 90 seconds or so. A few minutes ahead, I see two headlights coming at me. I wondered what's going on. Then I saw it was two motorcycles. They took a wrong fork and were backtracking. One of them was probably Rick, but I couldn't make out who it was in the dark. I looked at my GPS and saw that I had made the same mistake. I turned around and followed them back 100 yards to get back on course. It's pre-dawn somewhere in Baja. It's cold, it's dark. I'm 3,000 miles from home, and I have over 1,000 miles to go. There are no ordinary moments. We must do our best in this moment, because this moment is the gate to the next, and will determine how it will be for us when it gets here. If I don't get out of this ditch, if I don't go the next mile, if I don't go that mile, if I don't get to the one after that, do your best in this moment. It's all you can do. Chapter 30. Grab the bars and own it. He who fears death will never do anything worthy of a living man. Seneca. The end of night had to be close. I was heading east toward San Felipe in the Sea of Cortez. The deep, beautiful night sky began to relent at the horizon. I followed the course to a dry river wash with exceptionally deep, coarse sand. Since Tanner crashed hard there in last year's pre-run, I knew to watch out for partially submerged boulders, like manatees, that were the same color as the sand. Of course, at night, you see in black and white, not in color. Headlight shadows would help me. The river wash made down a very long, gradual slope. I knew it would dump me into a dry lake bed. When I got there, I opened it up to 88 miles an hour. The sky was getting lighter. Another bike was on my wing, and we held our relative positions to stay out of each other's dust. A dry lake bed is flat as a tabletop, but you still can't let your guard down. Every so often they get wet and soft. Vehicles can make ruts and holes, and at 90 miles an hour things happen very fast. On a dirt bike, you're open in the wind. Fighting a 90-mile-an-hour wind that wants to blow you off your bike takes work, and you have to find a position that works and hold still. I was happy to be going fast. I was watching my moving average on the GPS. I had to average 24.5 miles an hour to finish in 48 hours. It sounds easy, but factor in all the stops and turns, and you have less cushion than you may think. Going 90 for 10 minutes helps your average. The lake bed ended and funneled me and two other bikes near me into silty, twisted paths. At times, the silt got very deep. Silt is created when crusty, dry dirt is pulverized by wheel traffic. 40-inch tires backed by 800 horsepower from pre-running trophy trucks are the perfect silt-making machines. The silt can be 20 inches deep or more. Imagine riding along on a motorcycle and hitting 20 inches of flour, often with rocks and uneven terrain under it that you can't see. The silt and silty ruts are the most dreaded terrain for a racer in Baja. I took some alternate lines to stay out of the dust and wound up off course. I had to thread a virgin line through the brush, ledge, rocks, and cactus to get back on course. It was half light now, and a few miles of whoops gave way to a smooth dirt road. I knew the van was ahead. Ralph was holding a sign, 714X, a welcome sight every time I see it. I pulled up and they sprang into action. Andrew and Arturo took care of the bike. I took my jacket off and dressed for the day when it would be 60 degrees hotter. I got my shoulders and arms rubbed out, which feels great and it's a huge help. Muscles that are under heavy use without a break start to cramp. I ate and drank. I swapped my clear goggles for tinted ones. A helmet cam change and I was back on the bike. It was mile 200 and it was fully light out now. When Tanner passed here, he was still in first place. I felt reborn with the sun. Each day is a new start no matter what happened yesterday or last night. I thank my team. I really, really, really meant it. I was and I am grateful for them. I could not do it alone. We all have people who support us in our lives, whether they're family, friends, employees, customers, or people we don't even know, who make things we need to do what we do. I may have been the only rider, but I was far from the only one fielding the 714X. My personal race plan had goals. We need goals, big ones and interim ones, milestones to hit. I had planned to be at the dry lake bed by daylight. Instead, I was 20 miles past it. Chapter 31. Performance-Enhancing Drugs. Intention and theory don't change the world. Only decisive action does. I left the fourth van stop near San Felipe 5.5 hours after the start of the race with plenty of energy. I knew there was a Baja pit in this area too. The white tape I had put on my front fender had the race miles of all my stops written on it with a Sharpie. Van stops in black, Baja pits, that's gas, in red, and physical checkpoints in blue. My own headlight would light the tape up at night so I can see the colors. I looked for the Baja pit close by, but I couldn't see it. I stopped and asked another team waiting for their rider where the Baja pit was. I couldn't take any chances of missing one. A quarter mile ahead. A question I'm often asked is why doesn't my own van fill up my gas tank? There are 22 Baja pits and only 11 planned van stops. That's one reason. It's odd that a half dozen van stops and Baja pits are in the same spot, maybe 50 yards to a full mile apart, and I have to stop at both. But it saves the van from having to carry so much fuel, and the Baja pits are only a 30-second stop. Still, it's one more stop you have to remember. The road out of San Felipe started out fast. You could go 90 miles an hour for 15 minutes, but there were 4 90-degree turns in the stretch. I blew by one with both wheels locked. Fortunately, it was a T in the road with no penalty for missing the turn. I needed to watch the GPS carefully to see the upcoming turns. Taking your eyes off the road at 90 miles an hour on a dirt bike is against your instincts. The smooth road ended abruptly into whoops. 23 miles of whoops, most of it with loose rocks in them. I found a rhythm and made it through. I recall in 2015 when we pre-ran this section, I struggled. Now, this challenging section was much easier for me. I had been training in so many ways to push through "this sucks," and now it was paying off. The course dropped me onto a paved road. A few miles and I'd see my van again. It was a great stop. I felt good and the team was encouraged by my condition and my spirits. The idea they all had their job of trying to keep a half-dead man alive had not materialized yet. There had not been much for the mechanics to do yet. The bike had not been on the ground. Some mouthfuls of food, chia drink, quick shoulder and arm massage, and I was gone again. I was on a performance-enhancing drug, dopamine. Our brains, yours and mine, make dopamine when we play games, and especially when we compete. My brain knew I was in a race, and it was cooperating. The sun was getting higher in the sky, and it was heating up for the day. I navigated the mixture of Baja terrain and put miles behind me. The course went through a tunnel under the highway. I made a little mistake on a boulder and slowed for a few seconds. I heard another bike behind me and got some motivation to kick it up a notch. I'd been riding dust-free for some time now, and I wanted to keep it that way if I could. I left him behind and didn't see him again. The desert is full of wildlife. The first time you see a jackrabbit, you have to think about what you're looking at. Their ears are so very big compared to their body, and they move so quickly that it doesn't register to someone from the woodlands. Monarch butterflies and other butterflies can be numerous, so much that, unfortunately, they wind up splattered all over your goggles. Another unusual sight is roadrunners. These birds dart across the ground in blurring sprints, just like the cartoon. It was mile 360 or so. One pastime over these hours of riding was math. 1123 minus 360. Oh man, that's a hard one. Let's see. 1123 minus 300 is 823. Then minus 60 more. Oh crap, don't hit that cactus. So 823 minus 60 is 763 miles to go. Okay. So what percent complete is that? Just keep going until the math gets easier. Chapter 32, The Goddess of Speed. Studies show that the number one most important habit for success is self-discipline, sometimes called willpower, over long periods of time. Last year, I went 600 miles in 27 and a half hours, but 400 of that was with serious whiplash. 3 vertebrae in my neck were way out to the left. This year, my goal was to get to mile 524 in 16 and a half hours. If I could do that, then even with some short rest periods planned, I'd have 7 hours cushion to finish in the 48-hour time limit. I rolled into the town of Bahia, Los Angeles, or Bay of LA as we call it, at race mile 400. The calm, picturesque Sea of Cortez to my left, and the memory of Santana pushing the bike with a blown engine. I rolled through the 7 blocks that were the town at the speed limit of 37 miles an hour. 1 dirt block off the pavement and the speed zone was over, back into the range of 50 to 70 miles an hour. The 124 miles from the Bay of LA to a road crossing at mile 524 was a fast section, the fastest of the whole course, I thought, and I had to take advantage of it during the daylight hours. The sun was getting lower now, and I didn't want to waste fast terrain in the dark. The diversity of plant life out here was amazing. I was especially fascinated by the cactus plants, or do you call them trees? Saguaros. They were 30 feet tall. Organ pipe cactus were thick with many dozens of 4-inch round spiked spires, maybe 12 or 15 feet tall. Prickly pears looked like spiked plates balancing on each other. There were dozens of other varieties, cool to look at, but I was glad I didn't hit any. In pre-running, I hit a cactus at 40 miles an hour and had 200 little hairy thorns in me. I wound up shaving them off at the hotel at night because they were too fine to extract them all. Luckily, there were no big thorns on that one. Getting ever smarter, I carried tweezers in my hip pouch. I was on a fast road of loose aggregate at about 60 miles an hour when I heard a bike close to me. It's funny that you can't hear a loud bike until it's right on you. I rolled on a little bit more. He pulled up alongside of me. It was 249X, the first sportsman bike I had seen. I thought about it and was pretty encouraged. Sportsman teams had a bunch of teammates taking turns, always a fairly fresh rider. This guy could have been a 3rd or 4th rider to get on that bike. And here I was at mile 460 or so by myself, and they were now just catching up. Ironmen and sportsmen are 2 different worlds. Ironman is a pro class. Sportsman is an amateur class. While I knew some sportsman teams would be faster than me by myself, I just didn't want it to happen right now, especially since I saw the gravel coming off his rear wheel like a Gatling gun. I raced him and passed him back. He hung back there a while, but I pulled a 1/4-mile gap on him. The course approached some mountains and switched back left and right up their shoulders. As the road switched left, I could turn my head just a quarter turn to the left, and see him behind me down there. But there was someone else in the chase. At the next switchback left, I looked down and behind again, and the newcomer had blown by 249X with authority. Who is that, I wondered. The switchback started down now and ended at the next valley floor where the road straightened out some. All of a sudden, a bike passes me like I'm standing still. It wasn't 249X, but I couldn't make out his number. I knew the bike was a 250 rather than a 450 like I and most of the motorcycle riders in this race were riding. While the size of the frame of a 250 and a 450 are the same, I could hear the difference in the motor sound, a higher pitch and faster revving. The 250s were a pro class with numbers beginning with a 1. 30 miles later, I see a bike and rider upright in the middle of the course ahead and not moving. I pull up to a stop and see 114X, his rear tire shredded with big chunks hanging off the rim. A flat tire that shredded on the rocky ground at such high speeds before he could stop. He's lucky, as it could have caused a crash. He was a Mexican and spoke broken English. He asked me to tell them up at the next Baja pit that he was back here with a flat. He wanted me to tell Abelardo. I promised I would. It was a long way to the next Baja pit, maybe 15 miles. They had no way to travel back 15 miles to help him. I asked for Abelardo, but there was nobody there by that name. I went through 6 guys before they realized I had something to say that they needed to hear. Then they got a guy from the back who spoke English. I told them 114X was 15 miles back with a flat rear tire that was shredded. They already knew. He pointed to a new tire and tube sitting there. I didn't know how they were going to get that to him, but I did my job, and I took off back on course. Most racers had tires that had a hard foam insert in them instead of air, so you couldn't get a flat. They cost some and are really difficult to get inside the tire when you mount the tire on the rim, but they'll save your race. 114X must have been on a budget, were rookies, or were just overly optimistic. Now, the whole team had a big problem. Last year, a rider appeared in front of me like a ghost at night in the mountains and asked if I had an air pump. I was glad it wasn't me. The course took a big, soft, silty turn into the straightest, smoothest dirt road I have ever seen in my life. The one where I ran out of gas pre-running and Santana kidded me about not knowing how to ride and using too much gas. I knew I could open it up all the way here with no surprises, and I knew it had a happy ending. In 180 miles since I saw my van last, nobody passed me. It was a good sign that I was keeping a strong pace. I had been racing for 15 hours now. The sun had a ways to go to catch the horizon, and I was going 85 miles an hour. The goddess of speed and good fortune was on my shoulder. Chapter 33. No time for rest. At any given moment, we can step forward into growth or back into safety. Abraham Maslow. I didn't want to blow the bike up, so I wasn't going to maximum speed of nearly 100 miles an hour. I had it back down to 85. Ahead, I could see what I was looking for, my van stop at mile 524. This was an important van stop in my planning. I thought if I could get here by 1 hour past dark, I would be doing good. And the sun was still up. My average speed, including all stops, was 33 miles an hour. That was very fast and exceeded my estimations. I was 2.5 hours ahead of schedule, the same schedule that had me finishing in 41 hours, with 7 hours of cushion for emergencies or extra rest or a turtle's pace at the end. I was very much encouraged by this fact. Trevor did the math and told me I'd finish in 34 hours at this rate, but I knew the later the race wore on, the slower I'd go. Further, I was facing the second night that was to begin in an hour or so. 13 hours of blackness. This is why my planning had me finishing in 41 hours and not 34. I had planned to take a rest of 30 minutes here and get horizontal, but I didn't want to take any rest during daylight hours and waste them, or before the racing trucks came through. If I was going to rest, I wanted the trucks to be coming through while I was down. Every truck that passed me then was one I didn't have to deal with on course. Trucks are dangerous to motorcycles on course. Truck drivers openly admit, I wouldn't want to be a bike rider with me driving my truck on course. They go twice as fast as the bikes and come up on you with incredible violence. Once they pass, the 4 giant thundering tires spitting dust and rocks, and the wind created by the truck body itself puts so much dust in the air, you're blinded. Some truck drivers used to ride motorcycles. They switched to trucks in their old age of 30 or 35 years old so as not to push their luck, knowing how difficult and dangerous the motorcycles are. With age comes a cage, they say. Roll cage around them, that is. No truck had come through yet. The first truck's presence would be preceded by a chase helicopter that radios down course conditions and hazards ahead to the driver. My crew was excited to see me, and I was equally excited to see them. The location where the old lady had the store in the middle of nowhere was crowded with race vehicles and fans. They put my bike on the stand, and I sat to let my body stop vibrating and try to release the tightness. I hadn't seen the truck for 5 hours. I ate and hydrated on more than just what was in my hydration pack, which was being refilled again. In preparation for the race, I had dissolved hydration powder into water to make a concentrate. We'd pour some of the concentrate into my pack and dilute it with more water. During the day, we'd throw a little ice in there too. Where's Tanner? He had led the 19-rider Ironman class for 205 miles, an incredible feat in this class of hardcore riders. Now, they told me he was in second or third. I was happy for him and knew he was pushing hard up there in front of me. This course and this race is so damn crazy, anything can happen, and I hoped he'd stay clear of misfortune. Kids came up and asked for stickers. Franz and Ralph obliged. John dug his fingers into my traps and arms. I don't know how long I was sitting in the folding chair, maybe 15 minutes, but I relished in being 2.5 hours ahead. I was getting tired now, but it was an even fatigue that only I recognized now that I stopped. My friends were good friends. I have fond memories of the camaraderie we shared at that stop and other stops. The chips were down, and we all came together. Shadows were getting longer. I changed my helmet back to the night helmet with the backup lights on it. I changed my tinted goggles for clear ones again. I didn't put my jacket on as it was still very hot, maybe 93 degrees. I'd been holding off consuming any caffeine during this race. I had energy gels, but I resisted knowing I would need them later. I didn't want to start the roller coaster. I decided to wait some more. I knew what was ahead now. I had to go on to San Ignacio. In my plans, I had a bit of a rest before tackling this section. It was gnarly. The second toughest part of the course, the 30 miles before San Ignacio. It was second to the 43 miles before Loreto at mile 831. But that would be later, one thing at a time. There would be no rest right now. I was at mile 524. The next time I'd see my crew was at mile 607 in San Ignacio. It was 83 more miles, and it would get dark again soon. Little did I know, the goddess of good fortune was about to take a break. Chapter 34. Piercing My Luck. Only the dead have seen the end of war. Plato. The desert is dry, real dry. You're sweating, but your motorcycle and the desert combine to create a 50 horsepower blow dryer. You never get wet. How much water do you lose? A lot. You keep drawing water from the tube hanging over your shoulder that comes up from your backpack with a 3-liter bladder, but you still feel dehydrated when it's daytime in Baja. Many Ironmen, like Jeff Benrud, got IVs halfway through the race. This restores you and gives you energy. Jeff didn't have time to let the IV drip in. Squeeze it in, he told the nurse. Thinking about it, I wish I had an IV too. I had 80 miles to go to get to San Ignacio. The sun was going down, and I was 2 hours ahead of my schedule. I headed away from my team at the crowded pit at mile 524 into the setting sun. I knew the course would get really tough before San Ignacio. It wasn't too bad for a little bit, but hell seemed to start a lot sooner than it had done during pre-run. The course breaks down the more race traffic, both pre-run and during the actual race, that runs over it. Silt gets deeper, ruts get deeper, whoops get taller and deeper, sand gets looser. The sun went down on me. At this time of year, a day is composed of 11 hours of daylight and 13 hours of darkness. That 13 hours seems like eternity. When it's dark, our spirits dim, and challenges rise taller than they seem in the day. The night is lonely, visibility and perspective drop, and there's no energy outside your body to draw on. When we have tough times in our lives, nighttime can be desperate. The best thing we can do is go to sleep, and in the morning, we will have light, hope, and clearer thinking. Of course, that was not an option for me right now. My mileage goals were more modest for nighttime because I knew about the night. I had to make it until daylight. I knew I'd feel reborn yet again with the coming of the sun, but that was far from now. Keep moving. It was getting cooler, but not yet cold. I had a thin jersey on. I thought it'd be okay for another 2 hours. The whoops get deeper, silty, deep silt, up and down and up and down. I had to keep my front wheel from washing out or knifing in. If I had 4 wheels, I wouldn't have to worry about falling over. The course deteriorated. It was really bad, really bad. Conditions like this took 10 times the energy per mile than fast sections did. Pay the toll, boy. I checked my GPS screen often to be sure I'm on course in the dark. Then, I see the line on the screen that represents the course ends. As I progress, I watch the arrow move right off the line into space on the screen. Damn! Now I had to follow the tracks. There are many intersections and forks out here. I'd have to worry about that when I got to the next one. I struggled to keep some speed up. I could ride in just about anything. Skills weren't my problem. Keeping a reasonable race speed in this crap in hour 18 was my problem. Then, in 1 second, I was down. A strange sensation. My engine shut off, and I could hear another bike ahead of me struggling with these deeply silted whoops like I was. The drone of his motor faded away ahead in the darkness. I was on my left shoulder at the edge of the course. My hands were still on the handlebars. Normally, a crash like this was nothing. You get up, start it up, and keep going. So that's what I tried to do. But when I went to rotate my torso up off the ground, it was stuck. Pain. I reached up with my right hand and clicked on one of those backup lights mounted on my helmet. I turned my head down to see my predicament. I had fallen into a cactus, a prickly pear. The thorns were deep in my upper arm and shoulder. The plant I was attached to was firmly rooted in the ground. Now I was too, and that's why I couldn't get up. My bike is horizontal on my left leg. My left shoulder and arm are pinned to a cactus. The GPS and tracker on my handlebars are sideways with me, illuminated in the dark. The pain. Chapter 35. Escape. There are ships sailing to many ports, but not a single one goes to where life is not painful. Fernando Pessoa. I tried to pull up again, but there was no way. There were hundreds of needles in me that were still very much attached to the cactus. I'd have to rip them all out at once to stand up. These needles have a hook-like action. They don't want to come out easily. A few months ago, I was looking at a photo of Tanner from last year's race. "What's that on your side?" I said to him. We're always trying to figure out the best way to carry things. We test fanny packs and holsters and all kinds of things when we pre-run. You can't really attach anything to the bike because the vibration and violent up and down movement will loosen it and you'll lose it. Your body and head are the things that move the least. A backpack is good, but you have to take it off to get anything out quickly, and it can be an ordeal. I can tell you there was no way to get my backpack off in this prickly situation. I tested an awesome adventure fanny pack, but in the heat, it's a bit claustrophobic. So I copied Tanner and got a little belt pouch from Home Depot. If you wear O'Neill riding pants, which I did this year, there's a belt that you can slide the pouch on. I put the pouch on my right hip so I can grab things quick with my right hand. And as luck would have it, my left hip was buried in the dirt, but my right hip was up. I unzipped the pouch, and right where I had left them was a small pair of wire cutters. I carried them to cut wire ties or to cut barbed wire out of my wheels or brake calipers. I reached down under my left arm and began snipping away at the fleshy part of the plant. I separated it from the rooted part. I managed to get up and lift the bike up. I look on the backside of my arm and see green plates of the cactus still stuck to my arm via large toothpick-sized needles. I began cutting the needles with the wire cutters one by one. I was able to release one of the plates and went to work cutting the thorns from the next, then the third, then the fourth. There was a lot in me. I had landed in a big, angry plant. I reached behind my shoulder blade and I could feel another one on me back there that I couldn't see. I could barely reach it, but I managed to feel around and cut the needles with my small wire cutters. Finally, the last plate of cactus fell off me. I could feel a myriad of needles sticking out of my skin through my jersey. I could not see them well, as many of them were around the backside of my arm. When I touched them, they poked my hand. I reckon I was 20 miles or so from the van. Could I ride like this? If my muscles expanded and contracted and moved around with the needles in them, would it be insufferable pain and discomfort? We're going to find out. It was a doable pain. Now I just needed to get to the van to get help, but I knew I was coming up, and it was not good. Some terrain is just really, really hard on a motorcycle. The deep silt whoops changed to a narrow river wash with tree branches hanging over it from both sides. Embedded boulders poked up 12 inches from the nighttime sand. Turns every 30 feet. Add all this together, well, it wasn't good. I passed a guy who was struggling in it. I looked at his number, an Ironman. He followed me. I knew it was for moral support. We came up on another bike struggling who had then stopped in front of us. We both pulled up to him and stopped. It was another Ironman. Are you okay? His voice was discouraged and frustrated. Yeah, he said while he was shaking his helmet no. This sucks, the other one said. Then he yelled some expletive over the sound of 3 engines in the night. I nodded in agreement and got going again. They both attempted to follow and stay with me, but I pulled ahead and lost them. A rider from Norway who had raced and won his class in the Dakar Rally 3 times, another incredibly tough race, came to Baja this year. When he saw the Baja 1000 course on race day, he said it was the most miserable terrain he had ever seen, and he would not be back. I am out, he said. When you're going through hell, don't stop. Les Brown. Suddenly, the course turned up a rocky hill. Don't let off the throttle. Holy smokes, this is steep. But I knew the next hill was the worst. Down the rocks now. Dark, 2-foot vertical drops. Rocks. Down. Another half mile. Here it comes. If I was a race fan and there was any place along the 1,134-mile course I could camp out and watch this race, it would be this place. The uphill is so steep and full of rocks. I mean full of rocks. I mean no dirt, just rocks. That it must be an incredible spectacle and entertainment to see any type of vehicle try to ascend this angry slope. This was stupid dangerous. My wheels danced off the rocks, altering my direction every few seconds, but I kept my balance and held the throttle open, with my finger on the clutch, ready for anything. I saw faces on the ledges to my left temporarily illuminated by my headlight. I avoided the biggest boulders that would surely cause a crash. Up, up, up. I felt like I was in a pinball machine bouncing around. How high can this hill be? My jersey pulled against the needle sticking out of me. Mercifully, I got to the top. A few more miles to the military checkpoint, and I started looking for my van. I'm so relieved this section is over. I have ridden every mile of this course in pre-run. It was one of the 2 worst parts of this entire course. I scanned the vehicles alongside the road looking for a white van or the yellow 714X sign. I knew I was still ahead of schedule, even though I had lost some time. I was excited, stressed, encouraged, and exhausted. There they are. I pulled in. Guys, I said, I got 2 problems. Chapter 36, Restoration. And once the storm is over, you won't remember how you made it through, how you managed to survive. You won't even be sure whether the storm is really over. But one thing is certain, when you come out of the storm, you won't be the same person who walked in. That's what this storm's all about. Haruki Murakami. Mile 607, a few miles outside San Ignacio. I got 2 problems, I shouted before I got my helmet off. The GPS is not showing a course line, and I fell into a cactus. Arturo took the bike from me, and I pointed to my shoulder. Now that I had some better light and my helmet off, I could see needles bristling out of my jersey. We got my pack off. It was cold now, and a jersey wasn't enough. The crew were all bundled up in jackets and hats. I sat down, and Andrew grabbed one of the toothpicks sticking up through my jersey and yanked on it. Ow! It hurt. I don't know how, but these needles hang on. When you pull them out, they pull your skin up an inch or so before letting go. He pulled out another one, and another. When they got all the tall ones out, they helped me slowly pull my jersey off. Now we could see the ones that were sticking out a little. There were 2 distinctly different types of needles in me, dozens of the big toothpick-like ones, and hundreds of smaller, fine, hairy-type ones. I had tweezers in my side pouch for this purpose, and Franz started working on me. Soon he realized that this job was for younger eyes, so he gave the tweezers to his son, Trevor. I don't know how long they were trying to extract the little demons, maybe 15 minutes. I multitasked and ate and drank while I sat there. The little needles were so fine and so numerous, we decided to do what I did during pre-running to my forearm, shave them off. At least they wouldn't be rubbing up against the inside of my jersey. They'd work their way out over the next few weeks. Where's Tanner? He's in second place, they told me. Wow, I thought. A vehicle was coming that made its presence known. It was the first trophy truck passing me, 20 hours in, as I had predicted. That means others would be coming soon. Now that I was sitting down, I started to feel how tired I was. I'd been awake for 23 hours after having 4 hours of sleep the night before. I'd been racing for over 20 hours. In my race planning, I had rationed my cushion time over the second half of the race. I had planned on getting to mile 524 by dark, and so long as trophy trucks were coming through, I'd take a rest there. But I was over 2 hours ahead, and no trucks had come yet. Now, at 6:07, after that brutal section of terrain, it was dark, and trucks were coming through. Now was the time. Don't keep going until you can't go another mile. Invest a little time, get refreshed. For all the distance I had come, I was only a little over halfway there. I told the team I was going to take a nap. I put a fresh jersey and a pullover on. Andrew set up the cot behind the van. Ralph, who did not anticipate the cold last year and suffered unprepared, had a huge coat this year that weighed 20 pounds. He wrapped it around me. I've got to say, it was a heavenly coat at the time. Last year, I told the team to wake me up in 20 minutes when I took a nap at mile 430. They didn't. I woke up on my own in 45 minutes. They said they thought I was done, out of the race. I admit, I was in bad shape then, as I'd been riding for 9 hours with a neck injury. But still, if I say wake me up, then they should wake me up. I gave them explicit instructions. Don't mess around. Wake me up in 15 minutes. 15 minutes. I lied down. It took me 5 minutes to fall asleep, but that's all I needed to do. Hit the reset button. Allow my muscles to relax. I don't think it would have made much difference if I was sleeping 30 minutes or 60 minutes. I was in a race. It was more a therapeutic trick to my body than it was meaningful rest. In 15 minutes, Andrew woke me up. Do you want to sleep for 15 minutes more? He asked. I thought about it. Yes, I said. He walked away. I thought about it more. No. I put one boot on the ground, then the other. It was cold out, maybe 40 degrees. I stood up and walked to the bike. I put my riding jacket on. That was 3 layers. Backpack on. I hadn't had any caffeine yet. Now was the time. I drank a 5-hour energy. I never drink these things. I'm sure they're not good for you, but I was hoping for some good results right now. I was feeling pretty good about the whole race. Another trophy truck went by. I should still be ahead of my schedule by some. I was into the second night, and one of the 2 worst parts of the course were behind me. I wasn't hurt. The cactus needles were flesh wounds that I could ignore. I felt like I was in good shape here. Then I asked the question again. Where's Tanner? Did I notice an awkward hesitation? He's a mile up the road at his van. What? Something is very wrong here. I thought he was in second place. He should be hours ahead of me. He's where? Just a mile up the road on the right. I shifted the 714X into gear. I couldn't wait to see him. Chapter 37, Man Down. The imagination is far better at inventing tortures than life is, because the imagination is a demon within us, and it knows where to strike, where it hurts. Anais Nin. I headed out away from my van with one concern. Why was Tanner taking a rest a mile ahead? Something was wrong. He'd been there all the while I was at my pit, and they didn't tell me. If they didn't tell me, then something must be wrong, and they didn't want me to know. I saw the white van on the left, a twin to the van my crew was chasing me in. I circled around. There was Tanner, and he had his gear off. At least he was standing. I pulled up. "Are you okay?" "Yeah." "What happened?" "My body's just not working anymore." I paused and surveyed his body language. "Can you go on?" I asked. "No." "I felt like I was going to pass out at 70 miles an hour, he said. Oh, man. I couldn't believe it. If he topped out of this race, there had to be a damn good reason. Here's a kid who ran over 50 miles a month earlier. He doesn't quit. Being in anaphylactic shock 30 hours before the green flag had something to do with it, I was sure. Add lack of sleep and going all out like he was, and this is the result. "Are you sure?" Yeah, he said solemnly. "Are you okay with it?" He knew what I meant. If he was okay with not finishing. "Yeah," he said. I reached up to put my hand on his face. This was my son. It was just yesterday that he was a little boy. It was hard to see him have to drop out, but at least he was taking it all right. Of course, when he rolled into this spot to meet his van earlier, he was far from all right. He got off the bike and dropped to the ground. Some members of his crew wanted to take him to the hospital. By the time I got there, he had some time to regather himself and accept it. Okay, now what? I looked around. They were all looking at us, at me. 2 crews, Andrew, Arturo, Ralph, Franz, Trevor, John, Jesse, Ted, Chad, Omar, Bobby, and Todd. Tanner looked at me with encouragement. It was on me now. It was up to me to finish this race. All of a sudden, it was more important than ever. Nobody else could do it. I had to make it happen. I was dad again. There was nothing more for me to do here. Tanner was okay. I had to go. I had 2 chase trucks now, one of them with Tanner in it. I felt great, really good. A surge of resolve and energy filled me. I was reborn. I felt strong. I would finish this race. My next goal was to go 177 miles to the physical checkpoint at mile 784 by dawn, the second dawn. It was 10:30 p.m. I had all night to get there and still be on my race plan. I rode away from the team with conviction. About a half mile towards the center of this tiny town, a flagger waved me right. There were crowds of people along the road, 3 deep in places. They were waving and cheering. I fist bumped them to the right. There were lights and colors and movement, cheering. I fist pumped them to the left. The people of Baja let us ride on their land. They don't know me, but I was giving them something back. I fist pumped them to the left. Colors, crowds, lights. The 230-year-old mission church presided over the plaza. Left. More crowds along the narrow streets with 1-story masonry buildings 3 feet off the curbs. I fist pumped the crowd again. I will finish this race. I had done so much right, and I felt good. I was over halfway there. More people, more cheering, narrow street. All of a sudden, this little town kicked me out into the oblivion of the nighttime desert. Black. No more people, no more cheering, no more lights. Just me and the blood in my veins and the oil in my engine. As I would find out, I had just made a huge mistake. Chapter 38. The Second Crossing. Let me embrace thee, sour adversity, for wise men say it is the wisest course. William Shakespeare. I rode away from San Ignacio at 10:30 p.m. on a leg that I knew would take me most of the night. I felt good, surprisingly good for being this deep into the world's longest nonstop race. My months of physical preparation was paying dividends now. I turned off the paved road into the desert yet again. There were fires along the course, people camping out and watching the race. The course rolled and turned in the hills, but it was far easier than the last 50 miles. I hear a truck and see lights coming up behind me. I pick a place to pull over and watch the dragon pass me, populating the air with particles of airborne earth so effectively you'd think that this is why this machine was built. I'd have to deal with passing trucks and buggies the rest of the race. This would slow me down significantly from the first half. I'd have to pull over and get out of their way, and then wait for their dust to clear so I could see and proceed. If there was no wind, a typical nighttime situation, no wind, it would take a number of minutes and sometimes 10. Just when you get going, you see the lights of another one coming up behind you. This process gets repeated when the bulk of the pack is coming through, as your average speed suffers considerably. I came to the river crossing, the same river crossing that had claimed Santana. It was about 60 feet across. This time, it was night. There were crowds of people on both banks. This could only mean that there was drama here worth watching. The last thing I wanted to do was fall down in the water at night, submerged, with 40-degree air, and being 157 miles from my truck. And now that I think of it, that could be life-threatening. I stopped and asked the spectator, "Which line is good?" And I motioned with my hand. I couldn't understand him. I asked again. He tried to help me, but I wasn't confident he had been paying attention. A truck could take any line they want, but a bike had to miss the big boulders and stay upright. When you have something tough to do, staring at it and telling yourself how bad it'll be won't make it any easier. I didn't hesitate any longer. I put the bike in first gear and put my calves up on the radiator shrouds, as this is my water crossing technique to keep my feet dry. The river received me with much protest at first. The water got deeper and deeper. The splashing from my front wheel licked the back of my boots on my outstretched legs. About 2/3 the way through, I hit something under the black water that knocked me off balance. Instinctively, I hit the throttle to stay up. I altered my course to regain my balance and sprinted for the bank. I was about 10 feet to the left of my original target when I got there, but I got there. Besides a little water in my boot, I was dry. I happily left the crowd behind and sprinted into the darkness. I never was a quitter. When things got tough, I hung in there. When nobody expected me to win or finish or stick it out, I always did. If anyone can do it, I can do it. Maybe not at first, if I didn't have the training or experience or knowledge, but if I wanted something, I'd pay the price. I think too many people quit on themselves. In an age of instant gratification, where we find out if we win in minutes and go on to the next thing, persistence over long periods of time is a valuable quality. Sometimes you just keep going until everyone else goes home. Finishing a project, even after you discover it's taking far longer than you expected or hoped, is what we need to do. Doing anything worthwhile means going deep into it. It means sticking with it through complexity and problems, and when weeks turn to months or years. So long as it's a worthwhile endeavor in the first place, if you start, you finish. Finishing builds self-esteem and confidence, and life is a confidence game. I pressed on. The excitement of it being all on me and the fans in San Ignacio, and now even the river crossing, had faded. It was work again. It was cold. When I looked behind me across the flat plain of sand that I was on, I could always see at least one set of racing truck lights back there coming my way. I had to keep looking back for the time when I'd have to pull over. The course flattened out. The sand got deep. I shifted my weight back to lighten up the front wheel and gave it a healthy dose of throttle to push through the sand. Suddenly, my engine quit. It took 2 seconds to understand what happened. I was out of gas. Chapter 39, Facing Reality. The keenest sorrow is to recognize ourselves as the cause of all our adversities. Sophocles. It said plain as day on the tape on my fender, Van Stop 607, Baja Pit, that's gas, 607. I never saw the pit. It was in San Ignacio, along the street, with the people and the lights and the colors. It was camouflaged in plain sight. When I was fist pumping the crowd to the left, it was on the right. I accepted what happened right away and began thinking about what to do about it. It was 11:32 p.m. and I was far away from any people or structure. It was 45 degrees and dropping. I pulled my bike over to the left side of the course and heaved it up the bank of sand to get it off the course. The sand was deep and the bike would not roll. I had to pull it sideways, one wheel, a few inches at a time with great effort. I was ahead of my plan. It'll be okay. I'm ahead of my plan. I'll get gas somehow, and if it takes an hour or two, I'll be all right. I didn't pull it more than 4 feet out of the way of race traffic because I wanted to be seen. Maybe someone would stop and help me. It was very dark, and the desert stars laced the sky above the clean air. I took my backpack off and got my satellite phone out. I turned it on and waited to get a signal. I called Andrew and hoped he was monitoring his sat phone. There was a time when iridium satellite phones were a hot technology. With 22 satellites orbiting the Earth, supposedly you could call anywhere on Earth from anywhere else. It never took off, and I knew why. The damn things didn't work half the time. I knew this from last year. The calls would not go through often. Voices would come in garbled, and the calls would be dropped halfway through. Still, we rented them for the race because there was little choice in a situation just like this. Andrew answered. He was on his way to our next rendezvous point at mile 784 and had driven over an hour away from San Ignacio. I missed the pit and I'm out of gas at 6:46, I reported. Oh, shit, he said. After a pause for not knowing what to say, he said he'd head back towards San Ignacio and figure something out and call me back. I wanted to discuss some options, but the call was dropped. All I could do was wait. Lights appeared on the horizon, coming my way. I stood near the course near my bike. Was it a bike? A truck? A buggy? As it got closer, I could tell. I'd never been stranded in a race before. When I saw a bike stranded, I always stopped to ask if he was okay. I guess I was assuming they'd do that for me. I had 2 red blinker lights on the back of my pack when riding at night. I also put a reflector tape on every rear-facing surface I could. The shoulders of my jacket, my pack, the back of my boots, under my rear fender, and the back of my helmet. I didn't want to get run over by an 800 horsepower truck going twice my speed. I positioned my bike in the blinkers so other race vehicles could see me. Soon enough, I had my answer. Not only did they not stop, they didn't even slow down. Race trucks went by at 80 miles an hour and showered me with dust. At first, I was disappointed. But when I thought about it, I guess I can't blame them. They're in a race in their respective classes and had planned all year and spent a ton of money on this race. Bikes are cheap. The trucks are $1 million apiece, not including pre-run trucks, the crew, chase vehicles, and the shop they built them in. If I was stranded, that's not their problem. A light approached, and this time it was a motorcycle. I waved to him as he went right on by. Oh, I said to myself, okay, it's like that then. The thick of the pack of trucks and buggies were coming through, one every few minutes now. I knew there were about 300 vehicles besides motorcycles in this race, 400 entries in all. Another bike. He slows and stops. I'm out of gas, I shouted over his engine and through his helmet. He thought about it for 5 seconds and then shook his helmet and shrugged. I'll tell them at the next pit, he said. I paused. Okay, thanks. He took off. There was nothing the guys at the pit could do for me other than report it to my team if we called them. What did I expect? That's what I said to a rider who was out of gas last year. There's nothing a bike can do. They don't have any extra gas. I called Andrew again. No answer. Chapter 40. Isolation. The real glory is being knocked to your knees and then coming back. The next Baja pit was 16 miles ahead. Could I walk? In riding boots, in the sand, it would take forever, and then I'd have to walk back. Could I walk back? It was about 14 miles to the river crossing where I could find locals. Too far. More trucks come by. Another bike slows and stops. Are you okay? Nothing he can do. I stopped trying to flag vehicles down. I called Andrew again. Another truncated conversation. He said Arturo was coming out on Tanner's bike. Before we could discuss details, the call was dropped. If I could talk for 5 minutes and communicate, I would have told them that I was only 16 miles from the next Baja pit, so I didn't need too much gas. They could fill 4 or 5 water bottles with gas and put them in Tanner's pack. Arturo could ride freely this way. I stood there in the dark thinking about how much time I would lose. I thought it would take an hour for them to get back to San Ignacio and unload Tanner's bike, then figure 15 minutes to get Arturo prepared, then an hour for him to get to me. I may even be able to get to mile 784 by daybreak, which would be right on my plan. I rolled the numbers over my head as trucks and racing buggies came by and dusted me, my bike, and my pack at regular intervals. I was sobered by my situation. I had worked so hard. I'd done so much right and come so far, only to make such a heavy mistake. If just one person from either crew said, "Don't forget the gas pit ahead," I would have been looking for it. But I couldn't blame them. Everyone was focused on Tanner dropping out and not the details of me staying in. Fair enough. It was my fault. Well, if I have to wait for Arturo, I'll take a nap. He can't miss my bike, reflectors and blinkers right by the course. If I was any closer to the course, I'd be on it. I walked 50 feet off the course, and I lay down between the low brush and small cactus that lived in this flat, sandy plain. I left my helmet on to hold my head up and keep it warm. This might be a luxury, I thought. Maybe this is good. Maybe I'll get an hour or two of sleep and be fresh as a daisy when Arturo wakes me up. It was cold. Ugh. Real cold. And I wasn't moving. My socks were damp from the river crossing. My jersey was damp with sweat. Cold night air doesn't dry you like hot day air. The cold sand sucked the heat out of me. I started shivering, intermittently at first, then continuously. The trucks roared by. I had to get up. As tired as I was, I couldn't sleep with my body so cold and quaking. I jumped up and down to get my blood going. I started getting warmer once I got off the ground, and heat loss by conduction stopped. I called Andrew. He answered. "Arturo's coming with gas." I could hardly make out what he was saying. A gas can, I thought? How was he going to ride with a gas can? You have to stand up when it's rough, and he had a river crossing to navigate. A dirt bike seat is about 4 inches wide, and you need to slide forward and backwards to use body English to ride. Where's he going to put a gas can? Time went by. It was 1:30 a.m. I had been there, not moving, for 2 hours. It was 24 and a half hours since I saw the green flag. Then it was 2:30, then 3:30. I kept recalculating the entire rest of the race. I laid down to try to sleep again. Same result. Impending hypothermia. Get back up. The sky was beautiful. I observed the desert night as I had never had before. I had hours to kill. I heard animals, a coyote or desert fox howling, and some kind of night owl. A shooting star. Hues of black. It seemed to be getting colder. I observe a low cloud. No, that's not a cloud. It's a fog bank rolling in. Soon I was wet with condensation. My bike and pack and helmet and gear were all wet. When a truck went by, the dust stuck to me like I was a powdered donut. More time passed. Slowly, I came to the realization that I was going to lose a lot of time. A lot. This was going to threaten all my cushion time and even the race itself. All that cushion time I had earned with everything I had for the last 24 hours. Gone. I didn't want to accept it easily. I stayed positive. Another light coming. Is it Arturo? I have a feeling it is. Closer and closer, the lights fly by me. Again. No Arturo. By now I was pretty wet. The fog was moving on a slow wind. So this is how plants and animals drink out here. Another light. Is it Arturo? No. It was 4:30 a.m., then 5:30. A new day was turning the eastern horizon a dark blue, then lighter blue. The satellite phone rang. It was Andrew. I could not believe what the scratchy voice on the phone was saying. Arturo did everything he could. He tried to get to you, but he had to turn back. He's back here at the van now. We're no closer to getting you gas than we were 6 hours ago. My body was still. I blinked in slow motion. Chapter 41. Liberation. To reach the port of heaven, we must sail sometimes with the wind, and sometimes against it. But we must sail and not drift, nor lie at anchor. Oliver Wendell Holmes. Are mistakes failure? Only if you give up after making one. Mistakes can help us. They create humility. They're a primary source of wisdom. You learn from mistakes and are smarter after making them. Mistakes improve mental flexibility because when you realize you've made one, you have to change your mind. In between race traffic that was getting spaced farther apart now, the desert was peaceful. I thought about what could have happened to Arturo and why he turned back. I paced slowly around the low brush in the sand. There were thousands of footprints in the area from my pacing all night. I thought about how most stops, where there was a Baja pit near my van, it was Baja pit first and then the van. The one I missed was the opposite. I usually just took off from the van and gas was already taken care of. I was a racer, standing still, alone, isolated, and ignored by passing vehicles. The eastern sky turned orangey. The light was welcomed and changed my attitude yet again, as it had yesterday 446 miles back at San Felipe. I was 120 miles off my plan now, and more sleep-deprived than I had hoped at this location. I had been awake for 32 hours now. An ATV came by at 6 a.m., not the racing type of ATV, but a big Arctic cat, even though he was in the race. He slowed as he went past and turned around and came back. He approached me, and the first thing he said was, "Hey, you're Larry Janesky." "Yeah," I said, shocked, partly that he knew me, and partly that after standing there for 7 hours, somebody actually stopped. "I saw your movie. Your movie's the reason I'm here. My wife let me come because of it." "Cool," I said. "Can you help me? I'm out of gas." "Yeah, I think so." Oh, mercy. Just then, another similar ATV came by and stopped. It was his friend. They were Canadian, from Manitoba. Their machines had much more gas than was necessary to get from pit to pit, and they weren't in it to win it. They were just in it to finish. I pulled the suction tube from my hydration pack off, and we used an empty water bottle to siphon gas out of one of their gas tanks. I didn't need much. He asked if I could take a picture with me to show his wife. I took a picture of them too. Thank God for the friendly Canadians. They headed out. I got on a satellite phone and called Andrew. "Andrew, I got gas. I'm heading out." "But Arturo's on his way again," he said. I thought about it. If Arturo were to get where I was and didn't see me, he'd keep going, looking for me. He'd never find me, since I would be moving faster than he was ahead of him. And it was another 150 miles to see the van again. He didn't have a satellite phone. Are you kidding me? I thought to myself. I waited 6.5 hours for gas, and now I got it and I can't go? Oh. Arturo was a great guy. He was caring and thoughtful and concerned, and he was a great rider. He was taking care of me. I couldn't just leave. If I waited for him, he could see me and turn back. It was 39 miles if he turned back and 150 if he went straight. The sun was up. The warmth was more than welcomed. I waited. 20 minutes later, a light approached. Here he was at last. "Mr. Janesky, I'm so sorry. I tried my best." I told Arturo to call me Larry a bunch of times, but that's the kind of guy he was. He apologized profusely. I told him not to worry. It was my fault. His first attempt, he had a 5-gallon can between his legs with a tie-down around his neck and the gas can handle. This attempt, he had a 2-gallon water jug, 2/3 full of gas, carrying it in the same manner. He had work boots and jeans on. I poured more gas into my tank, thanked him sincerely, and packed up quickly. I switched goggles with him as my lenses were full of micro scratches from the dust and condensation. The 714X fired up. A week after I'd returned from this trip, I'd be listening to a podcast and it would say, "A $2 million Ferrari is useless if it runs out of gas." Yeah, I thought, shaking my head. I sped away from Arturo. I clicked through the gears. It was light out, with most of the dust-making dragons past me. I felt good. My body was working. I pushed miles behind me. I was free. Chapter 42. Possibilities. People living deeply have no fear of death. Anais Nin. I had a lot of time to make up. I had 646 miles and 28 hours of race time behind me, and 477 miles and 20 hours ahead of me. Finishing was possible, I thought, if I didn't take any breaks and had no more problems. That's what I was going to do. No more calculating. Just ride. Fast. I hit 94 miles an hour on an open dirt road section, but it didn't last long enough to make up anything significant. I was near the Pacific Ocean now. I couldn't see it, but I could smell it. I was getting near the pit, 16 miles away from where I ran out of gas. There was no way I was going to miss it. I got nervous early and pulled over to ask a spectator, "Where's the Baja pit?" He motioned ahead. I found it. The sand was deep, and some gentle whoops began. I reached for my water tube hanging over my left shoulder to take a drink. It wasn't there. That's right. I used it to siphon gas. No water for me. I was riding good, and I felt good, and that's all that mattered right now. Later I'd learn that Jeff Benrud and others had lots of problems in the night. When the fog came in, it made it hard to see through their goggles. When a truck went by, all the dust stuck to their lenses. Wiping it off with your gloves just makes abrasions on the lenses that catch the light and make it hard to see at all. Jeff threw his goggles off and rode without eye protection for 3 hours. He had dirt packed around his eyes at the end of the race. I missed all the fog. The mile-to-effort ratio is low at night. It was daytime now, and I was flying like the wind. Maybe I was lucky. In fact, I was sure I was. Here I was, 53 years old, 31 hours into the longest nonstop race in the world. This far in, you start to think different. You're beyond normal function. You have dug deep over and over again. You're in a surreal state. What human beings can do is not based on their date of manufacture. That's how we teach kids. You're 10 years old now, and you and all the other 10-year-olds will learn this and have to pass this test and get good grades and have your parents proud of your progress based on the same yardstick all the other 10-year-olds are on. This continues through life. We act our age. We're supposed to. Well, I'm not going to act like a 53-year-old. I don't want to. So if my behavior is not that of a 53-year-old, then what is age anyway? Is it a limitation? Too young for this or that? Too old for this or that? Your body has an age, yes. But what you can do with it is up to your mind. Are there limitations? Of course. But they're far beyond the fence we've accepted. I recently heard of a man in his 90s who swam every day for decades. At age 95, he improved his lap times. He was still trying to get better, and he did. I got to the salt flats and was happy about it. They were fast and required little energy. The course alternated to sand dunes and back to salt flats. I went off course and wound up in a tiny fishing village. I saw a young man and held up my arm, palm up. He motioned to the way. Just the other side of the berm, back on track. The air was getting a lot warmer now. I was sweating. I had 3 layers on since I left my van at 11:30 last night in 40-degree air. Now it was about 85 degrees and rising. I hadn't eaten in 9 hours, and I had no water. As I raced toward Scorpion Bay, I thought this was going to be a problem. Chapter 43. The Flight of Icarus. Live like life depends on it, because it does. Sand whoops gave way to a wide gravel road that rolled up and down in long intervals. I crossed 3 rivers that were filled in for the race. A race truck passed me going 20 miles an hour faster than I was, and I was doing 65. He must have had trouble earlier to be this far back in the pack. I finally pulled into the Baja pit for gas just outside Scorpion Bay. The whole town must have been there watching the race. The pit staff offered me an 8-ounce bottle of water and half a peanut butter sandwich. I would normally decline. Not this time. I needed it. It was near 100 degrees. A guy held an umbrella over me as I choked down the little sandwich. I was cooking in my race jacket, pullover, and jersey. To get it all off would take some time and effort, and my pack was not big enough to get my jacket in. There was no place else to carry it, and I didn't want to ditch it as I had another night to face later. My time limit would be up at 1 a.m. I sped away. Amazingly, I felt pretty good. I was thirsty and tired and hungry and fatigued, but there was no one factor or body part that was screaming much louder than any other. It was good. I hit the paved road for 6 miles along the Pacific Ocean. I looked to my right and watched the blue waves turn to white foam. The hills were brown with a black ribbon of asphalt undulating ahead of me. The sky was blue and clear, and the sun bore down on it all. Thoughts of a worn man. We are blessed to have all this, to be here at all. We're just temporary dots on a big spinning planet. We've been given all this ability to shape our world, to create, to experience, to love, and yes, we've been given this. We are not responsible for us being created. Hell, we don't even know how we work. So, then, something else made us and set the table. I headed back into the desert. It was way siltier than when we pre-ran it. The course got rockier as I knew it would. Rocks and silt. Rocks and silt. I was riding fast. I felt good. I felt lucky. I was headed to mile 784 to the physical checkpoint. That's where I'd meet my van and see my friends. I hadn't seen them for over 12 hours now. The course went up a mountain and switchbacked, straight up on the right, straight down on the left. It was very hot. The next Baja pit was 12 miles before the checkpoint. I pulled in. I was feeling it. Something. I had to get off my bike and sit down. I knew I was in trouble. Chapter 44. The Shadow of the Wall. I'm always doing that which I cannot do in order that I may learn how to do it. Pablo Picasso. I only had a handful of miles to go to see my van, but now that I was stopped at this Baja pit, under this pop-up canopy, I realized I was seriously overheated and dehydrated. The workers at the pit were awesome to me. They gave me water and a banana and a wet washcloth. I wiped my face and neck down, and it felt like first aid. I took 5 minutes, maybe 10. I thanked my new friends and headed out on course, a blistering hot, rocky, white with sun course. If I didn't know I'd see my crew soon, I'd have stayed there longer. Another 15 minutes and I'd see a flagman in cones ahead, the physical checkpoint. Thank God. I rolled in slow between the cones and came to a complete stop. They wrote down my race number. Get it right, boys. 714X is here at mile 784. Just as I started again, I saw a half-dozen faces I knew. My crew! They pointed to where I should pull over. I dismounted, happy to see them. They hadn't seen me in 13 hours and didn't really know if I was dead or alive. They looked relieved. They were baking in the heat too. I got my pack off, then my windproof jacket, then my pullover. Evaporative cooling. Sweet relief. My face was red and I was down a few quarts. Since I saw them last, I nearly got hypothermia, and now I was wiped out from the heat. It's hard to describe how great it was to see them. Tanner looked very concerned about me. John rubbed my traps and arms. I got some cold chia drink and food in me. Chad and Omar changed the rear wheel and checked the oil. There wasn't much for the mechanics to do, as I had not crashed a bike since I saw them last. I told them about what happened as I rehabilitated. I started to feel better as my body cooled some. We put Tanner's water bladder in my pack and filled it. Lots of ice, too. I changed helmets, goggles, jersey, and gloves, and put my pack on, and mounted my trusty motorcycle. Trevor changed my helmet, camera batteries, and memory card. I felt good, compared to how I felt 20 minutes ago, that is. I had a job to do, and so long as I was able, I was going to do it. Only 339 miles to go. It was a little past noon, and I had been in the race for 35 hours. I know what's coming. During pre-running, it was the hardest, most technical section of the course. I told Tanner about it 10 times since pre-running, when he sat in the truck with a swollen ankle and foot. I asked Tanner what the math was for me finishing in time. He said, "Don't worry about it. You only have 43 miles to go." To the next van stop, that is. I knew this meant they damn well figured the math, and it was becoming nearly impossible to finish in time. I told Tanner this section was 43 miles of hell. "Don't be surprised if it takes me 3 hours to get there." He said, "Just give me 10 miles, 4 reps. Okay, I thought, that's what I'll do. 10 miles. I can go 10 miles. He was right. When we have a huge task ahead of us that seems insurmountable, just break it down into small, doable steps and do first things first. That's all you can do. I took out of there with authority. The bike sounded great. I had been up for 39 and a half hours and only had caffeine once. The caffeine put me on a roller coaster I did not like. It was long gone out of me, and I didn't want any more. Amazingly, I didn't feel sleepy. What I was beginning to feel was exhaustion. I was controlling the bike well, but the pain was in my face now. Arms, shoulders, traps, back, knees, and my butt. They all performed spectacularly so far, but they were all sending me a message. Hello, when is this gonna end? I was beaten down by a long war, and the 43-mile dragon was in front of me, in 100-degree heat no less. Now was the time, when the needle's on empty, transcend the definition. Perhaps it's hard to understand, but I had worked so hard and come so long to come within the shadow of the wall. And now, I'd be able to see what I could do. Chapter 45. The Gauntlet. The course wound left and right and left and right. Ruts from the four-wheeled vehicles dominated the path, one on the right and one on the left. These ruts were 12 to 18 inches deep. This means there was a hard berm in the middle as high, and the shoulders of the course were that high too. Up on the shoulder were cactus and hostile brush, often hanging over the course. A motorcycle needs to lean to turn. If you're in the right rut, you can turn left okay because you can lean over the middle of the course. But after every left turn, there is a right turn. Now you're in the wrong rut because you have to lean toward the shoulder and cactus of every variety like stegosaurus tails, preventing you from leaning that way. You had to jump the berm to get in the outside rut. And this was no easy feat in many places. You'd get your front wheel up the berm and falling into the opposite rut while your rear wheel tracked the old rut. With great skill, you can be successful most of the time. But a 99.9% success ratio had me crashing 3 times. Once, pretty hard. It was a crash I knew I would have avoided if I had been fresh. When I went to pick up my bike, I knew my strength was waning. The front wheel was high up on the shoulder against the tree, the rear wheel far lower down in a deep silty rut. I stood alongside the bike and heaved it up. When I got it vertical, I dropped my helmet down on the seat and tried to catch my breath out of the 100-degree air that was filled with my own dust. Sweat stung my eyes inside my goggles. Around here, Jeff Benrid crashed in the silt and the handlebar slammed his knee brace. He thought he had a broken leg. There were miles of this kind of road. No civilian vehicle could ever make it through. I'm fighting for every 100 yards now, and I have hundreds of miles to go. I remounted and got out of my awkward position before any truck or buggy ran me over. I had water, and I was grateful for it now. I had learned a trick from one of the other guys. When you reach for your hydration tube hanging over your shoulder, the first swig is as hot as the air. But when you're done drinking, if you blow the fluid back into the bladder, it stays cool on your back. I pushed on. I'm proud of my performance because no one part of my body gave up before other parts. I wore down evenly. But now, all parts were diminishing. The course crossed a rocky riverbed. I pulled over and got off, just for a couple minutes. A buggy approaches and storms by. Rick Thornton, my pre-run buddy, got rhabdomyolysis, a condition caused by extreme physical exercise where the muscles break down and result in clogging the kidneys. Rick saw yellow like he was looking into the sun. He withdrew from the race and was taken to the hospital. The course opens up wider and turns left. I look ahead, and I'm astonished. I knew this area would be silty from looking at it during pre-running, but this was sheer mass destruction. From a barbed wire fence on the left, 150 yards wide to a line of trees and pipe organ cactus on the right, it is a sea of deep, deep silt. When a vehicle sees silt ruts, the best option is to take a virgin line around it. When everyone does that, there are no virgin lines left. They take existing lines and take their chances. They mash the gas pedal down and don't stop. There are dig holes where race vehicles have been stuck. It looks like a trench warfare zone. I study the scene and figure out the best strategy. I chose extreme left along the barbed wire fence. I jump over a big sewer pipe to get there, only to find it was as deep and shot as the field. I have little choice now that I'm in it, and cut across the whole field of deep ruts and go extreme right. I make it, and go what it must have seemed off course picking myself very slowly through the cactus trees, anything to avoid the motorcycle-eating landscape to my left. I judged when the landscape must have changed and emerged from the desert forest and re-engaged with the course. This is real work now. The course has more gauntlets coming. A steep hill climb, narrow and twisty, more silt ruts. I recall why I hated this section so much. Then the course drops into a rocky riverbed, not to cross, but to follow. Bowling ball-sized rocks, and nothing but them, no dirt. Tests a motorcycle. Bump, 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 forever. 2 men are standing ahead on the course. Something's up. As I approach, they point to the right and up. I turn to follow the course and immediately go up a very steep hill climb hidden in the trees. It's very steep and very long, and twists and turns. Do I have the energy for this? Back down as steep as it went up, and back into the riverbed. More variation. I see an Ironman bike and rider taking a break on the side of the riverbed. I keep going. In a right turn, I catch my right pinky on a branch that had been sawn off, and it rips my pinky back. It felt broken, but I didn't want to stop and look. My glove was ripped, and blood started soaking through. There's nothing I could do. I don't really need a pinky to ride. Keep going. I'm struggling now. Chapter 46. Failed attempts to fly. I'm struggling now. 3:00 p.m. The heat. The course drops into a dry river wash with deep sand with embedded boulders. Tree branches hang over from the left and right as the course winds like a snake. Great effort is required. Some riders are taken to the hospital by their crews for dehydration. I begin to see trash on the left. That's good. I was going to meet with my crew at the Loretto dump at mile 831. Keep going. Finally, I see a dirt lot with chase vehicles. I see both white vans. Mercy. I pull up and surrender the bike to them. I slowly survey my pinky. It's not broken. I feel hotter now that I'm stopped. Tanner holds an umbrella over me to shield the sun. I sit down. I'm overheated again. Worn down. Fatigued. I knew I had a big decision to make, and my team knew it too. We didn't talk about it for a while. I got up and studied the map on my GPS. I watched dust trails of buggies going by. I knew there was a huge rocky hill climb nearby, and I knew there was a paved road section where the spillways were. It was 8 miles before the pavement, though. If I could make it 8 miles, I could coast the pavement without using much energy. But then that party would be over, as there would be more rocky river crossings and 70 miles of sand whoops. The next time I'd see my van was 122 miles. In my condition, that was very, very far. It would get dark for the 3rd time in the race. My bike is on the stand, and I stood alongside it and studied the GPS, and then looked to the horizon. Could this be it? I prepared for a year? Has it all come down to this time and this place? Tanner held the umbrella over me and knew the thought I was struggling with. Nobody influenced me. If I wanted to go on, they'd rally around me. If I didn't, they'd do the same. They waited. My body had precious little left. I didn't want to sit up straight or stand without leaning on something. The thought of riding even 8 more miles to get to 10 miles of pavement was daunting. 122 miles to see the van again? That was not very smart. There was no way to finish in the 48-hour time limit now, and getting lost on my crew was not going to gain anyone anything. I gazed at the nearby mountains. Last year I got to mile 600. The last 2 years the course was 822 miles and 855 miles respectively. I was standing at 831. Now I knew I could go this far. There was something satisfying in that. I had raced for 37 and a half hours, and I would be awake for 42 hours. I had faced the wall yet again. This time, I was better, stronger, smarter. That's what these attempts had done to me. Why do I tell you this story? My personal mission statement is an extraordinary life of shared experiences. I'm no different than anyone else. I struggle. I search. If I've done anything right, if I've discovered anything about myself, and therefore all human experience, my wish is to share and inspire and empower as many others as possible. Heaven knows I've learned so much from other people, those that have come before me and my contemporaries. If I can be part of the chain of people who pass on the human instruction manual to a fulfilling high-performance life, I'm eager to do my part. Emotion welling up inside me, and my voice cracking, I softly admitted to my son, I'm done.
Part 3, 2018. Chapter 1, Unfinished Business. What one can be, one must be. Abraham Maslow. I woke up at 2:10 a.m., 20 minutes before my alarm went off. Who can sleep well before riding a dirt bike solo in the longest nonstop cross-country race in the world? After not finishing twice. I ate what I had planned to eat, even though I didn't want to eat this early. Chicken, an apple, an orange, and a banana. All my gear was laid out in perfect order. There was a checklist, a backpack with a hydration bladder, and exact items in it, and a race bag to go in the chase truck with all that months of thought could determine should be in there. I had done this exact routine 3 times before. Each time, my son Tanner was in my hotel room with me. Now, I was alone. I had unfinished business with 806 miles of beautiful yet hostile desert. After another year of thinking about it nearly every day and training my 54-year-old body to perform and take abuse, the moment of reckoning was finally here. It was serious. Either I was going to finish this race on this dirt bike, or something bad was going to happen. Maybe both. I explained it many times, and I was tired of telling the story this way. The short version was, I went on a recreational dirt bike tour in Baja, Mexico with my son and friends in January 2015. We learned about the Baja 1000, the longest non-stop cross-country race in the world, and my son Tanner decided we should enter it. As a 2-man team against teams of 4, 5, and 6 riders, we won the race by 60 seconds in 25 and a half hours in November of 2015. It was quite a story, and we made a movie about it called Into the Dust on YouTube, the most popular movie about motorcycle racing in Baja ever made. Tanner decided he wanted to race in the Ironman class in 2016. It's solo, no teammates. You do all the riding yourself, and you're on the bike for 24 to 48 hours. You have to be crazy, stupid, or superhero, or maybe all 3. Only about 10 people had finished this race as solo riders so far. Really, Tanner? Okay. Well, I lost my teammate, so I'll race Ironman too. The first year, my 21-year-old son Tanner used all the energy he could muster, but finished the race in 27 and a half hours. I hurt my neck at mile 209 and got to mile 600 in the 855-mile race. I could not go on. I did not finish. The next year, the course designers went nuts for the 50th anniversary of the race. It was 1,134 miles. Tanner was leading the Ironman class for 200 miles, but tapped out of the race at mile 607. I ran out of gas at mile 643 and wasted 7 hours waiting for gas in the night. I got going again and made it to mile 831 in 37.5 hours and could not go on due to exhaustion. I did not finish again. I couldn't live to old age and keep telling everyone the same damn sad story, let alone to myself. I do not quit. So, here I was. I got my gear on, paying attention to every detail. I had tested everything. Different socks, neck braces, knee braces, helmets, goggles, boots, undergarments, and dozens of other things. In a race as long as this, little problems become big ones and cause stress to the body, as if there wasn't enough already. For example, the second little toe knuckle on my left foot sticks up a little higher than the rest. It was something I had never noticed until I put a motocross boot on and rode for 30 hours. Then the skin rubs off it from rubbing against the top of the inside of my boot. So I wrap it with medical tape. Such detail would make the next 2 days of my life more comfortable. I went through my checklist, nothing more to do than walk out to the parking lot across the street from the San Nicolas Hotel and see my team. They would be my lifeline, keeping me going and, who knows, maybe keeping me alive. It was waiting for me again under the orangey lights, a willing, fire-breathing Honda 450X hot rod. It was built just for me and just for this. We would be one for the next 30 plus who knows how many hours. I put my helmet on, checked the GPS, and headed for the starting line. I knew the drill. I was calm and full of resolve. I resolved to accept whatever happens. I resolved that I would come back again and again until I beat the desert and finished this race. And I resolved that after this year, I definitely did not want to do this again. It was torture. There was one goal, to cross the finish line in less than a 36-hour time limit for this year's 806-mile-long course. That's it. Finish in time. I had staked all I could on achieving it. Chapter 2. The Race to the Race. Run God's risk. Live. If you live, God will live with you. If you refuse to live, He'll retreat to that distant heaven and be merely a subject for a philosophical speculation. Everyone knows this, but no one takes the first steps, perhaps for fear of being called insane. Paulo Coelho. 9 months before the Baja 1000, I had decided I would race the entire 4-race desert racing series in Baja. The experience would be valuable for me to achieve my ultimate goal, to become one of less than 20 riders to ever finish the Baja 1000 Ironman class and be the oldest among them. The schedule looked like this. The San Felipe 250, April, 320 miles. The Baja 500, June, 542 miles. The Tijuana Challenge, September, 128 miles. The Baja 1000, November, 806 miles. March in Connecticut is still winter, and I can't ride here. So to have a 340-mile race on April 3rd is a little sudden. I'd been working out at CrossFit a lot and running in the cold. Baja, a 1,000-mile-long peninsula in Mexico that starts just south of San Diego, is the off-road racing capital of the world. It is a wonderland for off-road racing. There is no way that the United States, with all of its land use regulations, laws, lawyers, and other ideas about how to use seemingly endless tracts of unused desert wilderness, would let this happen in their country. I've come to love Baja and the people there for so many reasons. When you race in Baja,
It's a good idea and pretty much protocol for all serious racers to pre-run the race course. Each year's course is laid out a little different through the Baja Desert. When you pre-run, you only ride during the day so you can see what you're getting into. You can also make a race plan, deciding where you need to see your chase truck and learn what and how to strategize each section of the course. For the San Felipe 250, I had a new driver named Victor Abitia. Victor had dual citizenship and lived just south of Tijuana in Rosarito on the Pacific Ocean, but often rode his motorcycle across the border to work. Victor looks like a gringo, but he spoke perfect Spanish and perfect English. When locals saw us together, they'd talk to us like we were both Americans, sometimes trying to sell us something, serving us, or the occasional hustle. But when Victor opened his mouth, they knew he was one of them. We had fun with this sometimes, as Victor would wait to reveal himself. Victor was always smiling and had fantastic people skills. Restaurants, border crossings, military checkpoints, it didn't matter. Victor would have everyone smiling. We became good friends very quickly. Our plan was to pre-run 160 miles on Monday and 160 miles on Tuesday and race the 320-mile San Felipe race on Friday. I had raced 831 miles 5 months earlier. Surely 320 miles was a piece of cake, right? It wasn't. Chapter 3. Seeing Stars During the Day. San Felipe was a town on the eastern shore of Baja along the Sea of Cortez. They've been racing around there for many years, and routes they used are never groomed. What do racing wheels do to the sandy terrain around San Felipe? They whoop it out. Whoops are waves in the sand caused by wheel action. A wheel, under either acceleration or braking, hits the face of a bump and digs a little dirt out and throws it backwards. Keep doing this thousands or tens of thousands of times, and you have 3-foot troughs and peaks. A motorcycle going through there works a lot harder and travels a lot slower than on level ground. Everyone knows the San Felipe 250 may be a short race at a mere 320 miles this year, but the terrain around San Felipe is the toughest in Baja. It included the Borrego Loop, an 80-mile section of some of the toughest of the tough. This race was no gimme. The first day of pre-running went well, but 170 miles after a Connecticut winter of no riding kicked my butt. Day 2 felt better until it didn't. I met up with 2 Mexican riders who were also pre-running. I decided to ride with them because I was riding alone, and that's dangerous. If you go down and get hurt, nobody's around. I was chugging along at 40 miles an hour and hit a rock sticking up I didn't see because it was the same color as the sand and the sun was directly overhead with no shadows. It was as if a grenade had gone off under me, and my rear wheel was suddenly above my head as I unicycled on the front wheel at high speed. With slow motion that comes before imminent disaster, I thought, would I save this one? Nope. I went over the bars and hit the ground head first. It was one of those crashes where you just lay still for a minute and think, did that really just happen? Then you move one finger at a time. Okay, that's all right. And this is okay. When I stood up, I was seeing stars. My vision was impaired. Damn! A concussion. I'd had my fair share of those. I didn't have memory loss this time, thank God. That would be a big problem out there. I was 35 miles from Victor and forgetting where I was and where I was going and how to get there in the middle of the desert. Well, that's like a movie that has happy vultures in the end. My Mexican riding mate asked if I was okay. After waiting a few minutes, I told him to go on. There's nothing he could do. A pre-running race buggy pulled up. There was nothing they could do either. I waited 15 minutes and decided I had a ride with tunnel vision and bright dots tracing across my eyes. After 15 minutes riding that way, the unexpected happened. My vision cleared up. Whew, that was close. I had a brand new helmet on that we got from a sponsor, an Italian company called Just One. It was an awesome helmet, but it wasn't brand new anymore. I landed in gravelly sand. I thought about how if I landed on a rock, like the one that I struck, it could have been far worse. Head to rock, concussion at best. Leg or arm to rock, broken bones. Ribs or back to rock? Well, let's not think about that. Ride. Get back to Victor. Chapter 4. Broken Bones and Bloody Needles in the Dirt. Victor and I executed our plan well on race day. At dawn, the race began on the beachfront main drag of San Felipe. I rode great, but I didn't override the course. At about mile 50, bike number 702X, Tony Guerra, came past me. He had won the Baja 1000 Ironman a couple years earlier. About 30 minutes later, I saw a bike down on the left side of the course and a rider laying on the right side. I stopped and went back. "Are you okay?" I saw his race pants were torn open at his thigh. Race pants are really hard to tear. "My leg is broken," he said to me. "Is it your femur?" I expected him to say yes, as that's where his pants were torn. Broken femurs can be life-threatening. "No, it's my fib-tib," he said. There was nothing I could do. "I'll tell them at the next pit," I promised. 5 hours later, and a little past midway, I pulled into a pit and it was nearly 100 degrees out. I did not expect Chris Haynes, the owner of the support team and Baja racing legend, to tap me on the shoulder, as they were quick fueling my bike. "Do you want an IV?" No, I said. "Are you sure?" Last year, Chris's team won the Pro Motorcycle Championship in Baja, a goal he had been chasing for 20 years. This year, his team would have the number 1 plate. So at our home base hotel, it was 1X and 714X, me. A 3-digit number starting with a 7 means Ironman class, and X means motorcycle, since there are more than 20 classes of 4-wheeled vehicles in this race. The pro teams are in it to win it, and they have a chase helicopter with radio communications to the rider. Well, the 1X helicopter never showed. It broke down. To ride in the chase helicopter, Chris gets a Navy SEAL medic from San Diego. Why? These pro riders are hanging it all out there, and when they crash, it can be spectacular. And I don't mean in a good way. I suggested that Chris hire a helicopter from a race truck crew to at least follow the 1X bike for the first 3 hours of the race, since motorcycles get the green flag 4 hours before the trucks did. When the helicopter had to drop the 1X team's medic and go back to follow their own race truck, the medic got in the 1X chase truck. That's how they happened to be there, at that pit, to see me. I thought about the IV. It was very hot, but I was drinking a lot from my pack, and at chase truck stops, Victor would put a washcloth from the cooler water on the back of my neck and saturate my jersey with water before I left. That would make the next 15 minutes much cooler from evaporative cooling until I was dry again. In a race, I'd sweat, but never get wet during the day because of the fast evaporation rate. But I did want to see how an IV would make me feel. Some Baja 1000 riders got IVs in the middle of the race to rehydrate them and wake them up. "Okay," I yelled over my engine. Jimmy Holly took the bike from me as I got off, and I followed the SEAL medic behind the truck. He stuck a needle in my arm and put 2 bags of saline with a little sugar in me. It took 10 minutes or so, maybe a little more. When he was done, he took the bloody needle out of my arm and threw it in the sand. It was like a war movie or something. I hopped back on my bike with a new rear tire the mechanics had put on in the meantime, and I was off. I didn't feel anything. Not worse, not better. Would I have felt worse later without the IV? I can't say for sure, but I knew now what was involved. The race took me 12 hours. There were 12 Ironman starters and 7 finishers. I was 7th. If I knew how close I was to 6th, I could have skipped the IV or one of the last breaks with Victor, but I just wanted to finish. I was racing my race, not against anyone else. When I pulled into the finish in San Felipe, I realized it was the first finish line I had ever seen in Baja. In 2015, when Tanner and I were a team, he had finished the race that I had started. The next 2 years of Ironman attempts, I never finished. It was a great feeling and something I wanted more of.
Chapter 5. Or Die in the Attempt. There are two types of suffering in the world, short-term and long-term. You have to decide which one you want. I rolled up the staging at the Baja 1000 starting line with 10 other Ironman competitors. Bright lights took away the darkness. It was just after 4 a.m. I was a Baja veteran now. I knew how it worked. There's an emotion when you line up for the Baja 1000 Ironman. The emotion had a story behind it, the last 2 years. Fear makes the wolf bigger. I let go of the story. A year ago, I had decided I would beat Baja or die in the attempt. I would come back over and over and over until I finished. In a strange way, the outcome of this race mattered less than it did before. If it wasn't to be this year, I'd be back. That was already decided. I was calmer than before. Adrenaline is your enemy, especially in the Ironman class. I looked my competition over. There was Jose Carrasco, a local who had finished well in this race before. Rick Thornton, an American who lived in Baja. I pre-ran with Rick last year. He did not finish and wound up with rhabdomyolysis, a condition long-distance athletes may experience where your muscle tissue dies and releases their contents into your bloodstream and pollutes your kidneys, which could lead to their failure. It's very dangerous, and he was hospitalized. There was Bo Huckins, who had won the Ironman class 1 year and did not finish another year. There was Francisco Septién, who was a local that had a motorcycle shop in Ensenada where we were starting and finishing the race. Francisco had won the Ironman before and had many different class championships to his name. Then there was Liz Karsh, almost the first Iron Woman. She's a 32-year-old trauma nurse from Albuquerque, New Mexico. Her dream was to finish the whole race series. She's a great rider and doesn't quit. She's really tough, and her competing here was no joke. Being a woman, she gets quite a bit of attention. Many were rooting for her, including me. I started 7th out of 10 behind Liz. I decided I would not compete against anyone. I'd help them. I told them if they needed any help out there to flag me down or look for my chase vehicles and the 714X signs. I told my crew to help any other rider, including Ironmen. Not that they wouldn't anyway. There was only one person I was competing against in this race, and he was sitting on my bike. Chapter 6. 0 - 1. I was lined up at the Baja 1000 start. At the last minute, the starting rider on the 1X team, Colton Udall, comes walking back through the crowd of bikes and riders in the starting gate shouting and asking if anyone has an extra red blinker light for his backpack. I always use them, but this year it was a rule that you had to have one. The 1X would not have to worry about getting run over by a race truck that would be released like hounds catching up to the bikes 5 hours after us, as they'd stay ahead of them. But they wouldn't let the 1X bike go without the little $3 blinker. "Colton!" I yelled. I had two, and I gave him one off my pack. He gave me a bro hug as I saved the team starting on time. In that class, seconds count. They release bikes every 30 seconds. I rolled up 10 feet each time. 3, 2, 1. Green flags go up in front of me, and I roll the throttle open. A few city blocks, down into a river wash where I passed Liz. I knew I'd likely see her again. She was tough. Through the city, pop up onto streets again, and out into the desert. I took advantage of the sugar high of the start, knowing it would wear off soon enough. This was it. A whole year of preparation, and here I was, rolling in the race. As with any big goal, after all the pondering, planning, dreaming, and goal setting, in the end, you have to do something, take action, and that time was right now. It was a relief. I didn't want to wait any longer. I knew how to ride well, and I was at home on the bike. When you're racing, you don't have to think about preparation and planning. You don't have to worry about working out or eating well or staying healthy. You just stay on course and focus on one thing, finding your next stop. It's either a gas pit called Baja Pits, your chase truck,
which I had planned to meet 16 times in this race, or a physical checkpoint. Most times there were 2 or more of these at the same place. Racing the whole season was a good move. I felt more prepared for this race than ever before because of it. I was a Baja veteran now, as this was my 7th race in Baja. People knew me from our movie, which most every race fan and participant had seen. I knew many parts of the course really well. I had lain in bed and visualized nearly all 806 miles in my mind. I had finished this race in my head many times by now. This was just another run-through with much higher consequences. You'll see it when you believe it. And I really believed I could do this, especially after we made history at the Baja 500 in June. Chapter 7. Father and Son Strike Again. If wrinkles must be written on the brow, let them not be written on the heart. The spirit should not grow old. James A. Garfield. June is hot in the Baja Desert, very hot. In fact, in the 2016 Baja 500, 2 motorcycle riders died from the heat. Victor and I had a plan to keep me cool and survive that we were perfecting from the San Felipe 250 race in April. Ice in my hydration pack, staying wet when possible, ice-cold cooler water cloths on my neck at chase truck stops, and so forth. My son Tanner, who had already finished the Baja 1000 and had nothing more to prove, did not want to make the big commitment to race the whole season, but he did bite at the Baja 500. It was a different distance, and he wanted to see what he could do. We flew out to pre-run it, and the course was stunningly beautiful. It had the tough 80-mile Borrego loop, but went up into the mountains in areas we had never seen before. We flew home, and 2 weeks later we came back for the race. We were in for a surprise. We were nearly the first ones to pre-run the course, and by race day, pre-running race trucks and race vehicles of all stripes had chewed up the course so bad we hardly recognized it. In places, you could say they destroyed the course. It was much more technical and difficult for motorcycles now. Both Tanner and I had our plans, and we both executed them perfectly. Victor and Arturo took great care of me during the race, and I clicked off section by section. Starting at 4 a.m. and finishing at 1 a.m., I finished in 21 hours. Tanner finished in 17 hours. There were 7 starters and 5 finishers in the Ironman class. I became the oldest finisher in history of the Baja 500 Ironman class, and Tanner and I became the first father and son to ever finish an Ironman race. We made history at the Baja 500, and I left there feeling great about my prospects for the Baja 1000. What I didn't think much about was the season points championship. I was in 3rd place after 2 races. I also learned of a prestigious award called the Milestone Award for any vehicle that finishes every mile of every race in the season. 2 races left, and a new reason to finish the Baja 1000. Sometimes we say no when we could say yes. Some people say no as a default. They take themselves out of things before it even starts. I'm not some expected desert motorcycle racer. I'm a 54-year-old entrepreneur and father from the Northeast, a world away from any desert. I said yes one day, then I said yes again, and then again. Saying yes, I'll try it, I'll do it, I'll go there, I'll experience it, I'll see what it's all about. Well, that's a life full of adventure. No is a life of self-imposed limitation. It is magnificent to grow old if one keeps young. Harry Emerson Fosdick. Chapter 8. Early Drama. My first stop in the 1000 was a gas pit at Ojos Negros, a little poor dusty town outside of Ensenada. When I pre-ran this section, the kids would chase after me, and I always had plenty of race team stickers for them. The race coming directly through their little town was big excitement for them. Heck, it was big excitement for much of the peninsula, with 300,000 fans coming out to watch, many of them camping out. Even schools closed for 2 days for the race. For the 1000, we needed 3 chase trucks. Javier and Oscar would be in one truck. Javier Gonzalez was a mechanic from SoCal who chased Tanner and me when we won the sportsman class in 2015. Oscar Hale was a rider from El Rosario in Baja who had been riding down there for 42 years. Oscar is 57 years old and has competed in the Baja 1000 before. Oscar pre-ran the course with me for 3 long Baja days. When you do that with a guy, you're bonded. He is a tough and wise rider, and I have a lot of respect for him. Oscar's family has a famous restaurant called Mama Espinosa's. The inside of the restaurant is a shrine to Baja desert racing. In the first Baja 1000 in 1967, there were no pits set up. Racers would stop at mile 66, Mama Espinosa's. Mama was Oscar's grandmother. She would give the racers food and gas and tell them to go quick. She and her restaurant and hotel became part of the desert racing history. She lived to be 109 years old. In another chase vehicle, the van, were Victor and Arturo. Arturo was another Baja native and racing veteran. He competed in one Baja 1000 years ago and won his class. He is an encouraging gentleman, and I can tell that he really cares about the people around him. Last, but far from least, was an SUV with my friends Kevin Koval from Albany, New York, and Bobby Miles from Cincinnati, Ohio. Bobby chased on both previous Ironman attempts, and Kevin on the first one. They both got to see something that I missed. Tanner finishing the 2016 Baja 1000 Ironman. We needed 3 vehicles to make sure they could see me at all our stops at the bottom of the course. There were sections where I would go faster than the chase truck and beat them to the next stop. By having multiple chase vehicles, they could leapfrog each other to make sure I had coverage everywhere I needed it. I can say I have a special bond with each of my support team members. We've been through a lot together. I know these guys will do everything in their power to get me across the finish line. After pre-running, I made a detailed plan. I will go this many miles per hour on average from here to here. I will arrive here at this time. I will turn right and meet you on the left side of the road. I will need this, and I will need this, and to change goggles from clear to tinted here. Every detail was planned. We reviewed the plan at a long meeting before the race. We went over things many times. A simple plan executed perfectly and calmly. That was our motto. We said it a dozen times together. A simple plan executed perfectly and calmly. This is exactly why Victor was shaken when the plan seemed to fall apart before I ever got to the first stop at mile 33. Victor called to Javier on the radio as he drove away from the start line towards where he was supposed to be. "Okay, we're nearing mile 33. You should be there, right, Oscar?" "No, we're at mile 16. "You should be in front of me at mile 33. "No, me and Arturo decided to go here." "What? That wasn't the plan." "No, that's not what we're supposed to do." Back and forth it went. Victor was horrified when he thought that everyone had changed a finely tuned plan on the fly. Then he figured out what was going on. He was talking to another race team, 721X, who was using the same frequency and also had an Oscar and also had an Arturo. What are the chances of that? It was a huge relief for Victor when he figured it out. I never knew anything like this was happening out on the race course. I looked for the big yellow sign that read 714X at mile 33, and there it was. I pulled into the truck, saw Javier, told him everything was great, and went on. 70 miles an hour now, into the darkness. Chapter 9. Blinded. The course turned into an area called Europan. It was characterized by hills and whoops in the hills and deep, silty sections in the low areas. In some conditions, it was fun, but not in these conditions. At the beginning of the race, bikes and ATVs are clustered together on the course. ATVs and faster riders would be coming by me. I was Iron Man, and I had a plan. I needed to be the Energizer Bunny, not the Roadrunner. I had 31 hours ahead of me. As ATVs came through and passed me, they'd fill the still air with silt that blinded me. I had to slow to a crawl or just stop and wait to see again. I was a smarter rider, and I had a rule. Do not ride faster than you can see. Bikes came by me, mostly sportsman teams. There were over 20 sportsman teams, and on average a rider would go a couple hours and hand the bike off to their teammate. Their dust slowed me down considerably.
Then Liz came by. I stuck to my plan. Don't ride into the dust. Sometimes you get away with it, but one crash and my entire year could be over. It was a gamble I did not have to take. Rick Thornton came by me, and a minute later, he crashed on rocks. I stopped and asked him if he was okay. His flat black helmet visor was broken. I wondered how scuffed up or injured he really was. About 20 minutes later, the visibility again was very bad. A sportsman rider came by me, and as he did, he rode right into a giant, gnarly desert bush and crashed right in front of me. More evidence that my plan was smart. I pressed on as the sun came up right into my eyes, making visibility even more difficult. I was looking for mile 74 to see my crew, and I was happy to see them. I would always be happy to see them. They were happy to see me too. It meant I made it through another section. It meant I was still in the race that half the teams, or more in Ironman, do not finish. It was their race too. The last thing they wanted was for it to be over too soon. They were ready for me. Each had a job and what they needed in their hand or at the ready. It was a positive sign. It was 7:06 a.m. I was 7 minutes ahead of my plan. It was working. And the purpose of life is to live it, to taste experience to the utmost, to reach out eagerly and without fear for newer and richer experience. Eleanor Roosevelt. Chapter 10. One Step Back. I soon realized that no journey carries far unless, as it extends into the world around us, it goes an equal distance into the world within us. Lillian Smith. I knew my knees were not great. Running was a key part of my training for these races. Running a long time. Afterwards, my knees would be quite sore inside where the bones from my upper and lower leg interact. I run in Spartan obstacle course races. In April, I ran a Spartan sprint. Last year, Tanner got me to run Spartan races in the elite class with him. Not because I was an elite runner, but because when he finished, cold, wet, and tired, he didn't want to wait around for me to roll up hours later in the open class, where I might start a couple hours after him and finish maybe 3 hours after he did. I went to this race in Massachusetts, alone, on a gray morning. At 7 a.m., I took off in the elite class, getting to the top of the first hill dead last. But like the little engine that could, I started passing guys who fired all their energy off too soon. At each obstacle, I passed guys doing their 30 burpees for not completing the obstacle. I try to use my head in these races and learned the obstacle techniques over many races, and I did not fail any of them. I would never be the fastest, but maybe being smart with my abilities would make up for good measure of my physical limitations. I finished in the middle of the elite class and inside the top 3% of all 6,000 runners for the weekend. While my knees were not impressed, I was feeling very good about my fitness for the upcoming race season. 3 days after the successful Baja 500 race in June, I ran a 5K race in the woods. It was going great until near the end, I felt something was wrong in my right knee. I limped across the finish line. It'll be better in a few days, I thought. A few days passed, and it was not better. It was worse. A few more days and a couple weeks, no improvement. I could not run or squat in the gym. How could I work out? In Baja, the limiting factor is your body. The next race, the Tijuana Challenge, was in 90 days. I went to a knee specialist and got an MRI. It was a torn meniscus. I scheduled surgery for July 3rd. Would I have time to recover? I didn't know. Luckily, it was the longest break between races of the season, and I was injured at the beginning of that break. 10 days after the surgery, I was in the gym. I'll go easy, I said. It was probably premature and maybe stupid, but I needed to try to balance my knee getting better with losing my edge that I had worked so long and so hard for. 2 weeks before the race, I had my doubts if my knee would be healed enough. Would the race destroy my knee if it was too soon and kill my Baja 1000 bid? There's no negotiating with Baja. None. Out of suffering have emerged the strongest souls. The most massive characters are seared with scars. E.H. Chapin.
Chapter 11. Falcon Attack. I took off out of my second chase truck stop at mile 74, with 7 miles to go, to have 10% of the race behind me. You think about these things in such a race. Doing math in your helmet is a pastime I developed in Baja, especially in the Baja 1000. If the answer was some difficult fraction, I'd set my sights on what mile marker ahead was a tidy fraction that I could compute. 20% complete, 30% complete, 33% complete, and so on. This section was easy, but easy, or any adjective, is always a relative term in Baja. The sun was high enough now not to be in my eyes, and I could see the ground and all hazards clearly. Time to go fast. Cool wind, strong exhaust notes behind me, and miles passing under me. I pre-ran this section one extra time 4 days earlier, and I knew it well. We were out doing some video work with the team and waking up my riding muscles for the week when Kevin noticed steam coming from the front of my race bike that I hadn't noticed sitting on it. It turns out that Kevin had an eagle eye. My radiator cap was missing. It was on there 20 minutes ago, and now it was gone. I've never had that happen before. Good thing it wasn't in the race. We looked for it, but had to give up. We rolled into Ojos and split up to find a radiator cap so we didn't have to waste 2 hours or more going back to Ensenada. Ojos Negros did not have an auto parts store, or a department store, or much of anything, except dusty little places to eat belonging to families trying to survive. Victor and I saw a sportsman team van on the side of the road just as their 3-man team of military veteran riders rolled in. They were from North Carolina. It's been my experience that in desolate, hostile places on Earth, people become more friendly as they instinctively know their life may depend on it. Okay, this wasn't life and death this time, but they were great guys and I'm sure they would have helped us in any way. They gave us one of their own radiator caps. In return, I gave them advice as I was a Baja veteran and they were racing their first race. They knew me from our YouTube movie Into the Dust. It turns out they would not finish the race. I don't know what happened to them. As we proudly screwed the radiator cap on, Kevin, Bobby, and Arturo pulled up with another radiator cap. They asked a local with an old truck where they could find one. He exited his truck, opened the hood, and scalded himself getting the radiator cap off his own truck. $10 and it was a deal. How did they know it would fit a 2010 Honda 450X? Arturo just knew, and it did fit. Later that day, we were shooting vlogs alongside the Baja 1000 course. I'd ride my bike up to Ted, take my goggles off, and do a video Think Daily message. Jesse had the drone up shooting some video of me on the course in the whoops. That's when the attack occurred. Falcons and hawks eat other birds. They circle at high altitudes looking for flying prey. When they see one, they dive bomb it and pluck it right out of the sky. Apparently, our new $1,700 drone looks like a bird. The blades were shredded off the drone and it fell to the desert floor. When they told me, I looked up on the ridge and saw the culprit. He was probably wondering what the heck was going on with his food supply these days, and his feet were probably dinged up, I'm sure. We couldn't fix our drone there, but we all agreed that we needed one. The race was in 4 days. Jesse and Ted found a place to buy one in California, and we had Javier, who hadn't come down to Mexico yet, pick it up. The images we shot were well worth it. Chapter 12. Who's going to stop me? I decelerated into the dusty lot in front of the little Bella Vista Hotel in Valley Trinidad at race mile 110 at 8:11 a.m. I was 5 minutes ahead of my schedule. My team got me in and out in 5 minutes and I was gone again. The math, 8:07, I'm at 110, that's a little better than 1/8 complete. The next section is fast, 70 miles an hour, but it's brief. Turns come up fast at high speed. A racer is always pushing to a speed where danger is manufactured and hypervigilance is necessary no matter what the terrain. I see a bike down on the left ahead, and another guy is tending to him. He has a broken leg. A few miles later, an ambulance is coming. Good thing we're on a graded road so they could access him. It was a road called Mike's Road, named for Mike's Sky Ranch, a motel for racers 25 miles off the paved road in the middle of God's country. It was getting warmer, but not warm enough to take my race jacket off and subject myself to the 55-degree wind. I was happy there was wind. It was my wind. It meant I was moving forward. It's not who's going to let me, it's who's going to stop me. Ayn Rand. Chapter 13. Barbed Wire. The pain that's created from avoiding hard work is much more than any pain created from the actual work itself, because if you don't begin to work on those ideas that God has blessed you with, they will become stagnant inside of you and eventually begin to eat away at you. You might seem okay on the outside, but inside you'll be ill from not getting those ideas out of your heart and into the world. Stalling leads to sickness, but taking steps, even baby steps, always leads to success. Russell Simmons. The Tijuana Challenge was a very different race than the other races in the season. First, it was the shortest, but it was a different format. They laid out a 34-mile loop of tough, rocky hills, including some very challenging hill climbs and rock gardens. On Saturday morning at 6:30 a.m., you raced 2 laps, that's 68 miles. Then, on Sunday morning, you repeat it. They'd add your times together to determine the winners. There were only 4 riders in the Ironman class. The season was already taking its toll after just 2 racers. Racers would get hurt and not return to the series. Others didn't finish a race and decided to abort their season plans if they had them. Through a lottery, I was to start first in my class on day 1 and last on day 2. I got the green flag and raced into the dust of the bikes who started before me. It was clear I had a big problem right from the beginning. I had not pre-run the course, and the other 3 riders in my class had. 2 of them lived locally, so it was easy for them. Pre-running was only open the weekend before, that's it, and I just couldn't make another trip from Connecticut. Others told me that I couldn't get lost in such a short race because it would be well worn in. I didn't even use a GPS. The problem is, I didn't know what way the course went and had to pause at turns to figure it out. When there was a rise ahead, I had no idea what was on the other side of it and whether it went left or right. Francisco and Jose passed me, and I conceded as I knew they were faster than me and knew the track. I kept the 3rd rider behind me. At mile 33, 1 mile before seeing the starting line again and beginning the 2nd lap, I spied a very steep hill climb with single-track wheel marks up it. It was sort of an alternate line that could shave a couple seconds off by straightening out the course where there was a switchback going up a hill. The pro riders looked for any possible way to save time. I figured if they could do it, so could I. I went for it. I was about 150 feet up, and it got steeper and steeper at the top. I had 10 feet to go, and my bike just stopped. At first, I thought it was the steepness. My bike was pointing up at a 45-degree angle. I didn't think I could get it going again, but I had to try. I downshifted into 1st gear, revved the engine, and let the clutch out. The bike would not move. Something was wrong. I look down, and I see barbed wire wrapped around my rear wheel. To make matters worse, it was going off into the distance on the right, still attached to some fence post somewhere. Oh, no! In a short race like this, bikes were bunched up. I heard one coming already. I didn't carry my wire cutters in my side pouch because this was such a short race. I mean, what could happen? Well, this could happen. 2 locals came down to help me. They held the bike up, and I got off. Then I see the wire is cutting through my rear brake line. A bike went by, then another. I grabbed the rear wheel and spun it backwards 1/10 of a turn at a time. Each time I did, the bike lurched backwards down the steep hill, and the wire pressed through the skin of the brake line even tighter. More bikes went by. I thought about how I had to finish this race. I was in 3rd place in the points for the season, and all I had to do was finish to be in 2nd. There wasn't a lot of time to be held up or fix the bike, and riding without a rear brake would be very difficult. The descents on this course were so steep that bikes and ATVs were cartwheeling down the hills. Using only a front brake would have me doing the same. Finally, after spinning the wheel 5 revolutions backwards, the wire came loose. Now I had to turn the bike around on this steep hill, which was ugly, but I got it back down to the bottom and went up the conventional route. So much for saving a few seconds. I lost 6 minutes, an eternity in a 68-mile race. I tried to make it up on lap 2, but I ran out of runway. No matter, I finished the day. Now we go to the hotel for breakfast and rest up for day 2 of this Tijuana Challenge race. Chapter 14. Dust, Fog, Blindness. I had a plan. I was starting last in my class today. I'd stay close behind the rider in front of me and wait for a mistake and make my move. Well, that plan was out the window 1 minute into the race. It was so foggy you couldn't see 100 feet. The mist covering my goggles, which I had to wipe every 15 seconds in places. In some spots, I couldn't see 40 feet. It was the worst fog I'd ever seen down in Baja. To make matters worse, the dust that would normally blow around you now stuck to me and my goggles. It made mud on the lenses, and when I wiped it, it scratched my lenses. I had a washcloth on a wire tie hanging from my pack strap to wipe my goggles. If you recall, I had learned, do not ride where you can't see. I needed to finish. The fog was so bad that at one point, I had to take my goggles off. Other riders had done the same. It was better because you could just blink your eyes to clear your vision. But a few minutes later, when the dust clogged my eyes, I had to put the goggles back on. But now they were wet and filthy on the outside and the inside of the lenses. I couldn't see through them at all. I had to stop, wipe them of bulk water now with a wet rag, but they were still foggy. I held them in front of my exhaust, which dries them really fast. I repeated this process of taking the goggles off, drying them in and out in front of the exhaust, and putting them back on once more. I finished the Tijuana Challenge, and despite my difficulties, took satisfaction that I was now in second place in the season championship point standings. 3 races complete out of 4. I was one of only 2 Ironmen to finish all 3 races so far. It felt good. I was getting used to expecting to see the finish line. We need to expect to succeed in life. If we don't expect to, we won't. There was 1 race left, the race, the Baja 1000. I believed I could do it, and I had a deep desire to finish it. Those are 2 ingredients that make things possible. Without them, it's not possible. But I had both now, belief and desire. All improvement in your life begins with improved mental pictures about yourself and what you can and will do. Perhaps we are limited by our imaginations, but imagining ourselves accomplishing something is easy. We just need to dare to do it. This is the beginning. Reality is not fixed. Chapter 15. Breaking it down. When you're inspired, dormant faculties and talents come alive. Wayne Dyer. I pulled up to the chase team at mile 135 and called an audible. Yes, I changed the plan on the fly. It had only been 30 minutes since I saw them last, and I was feeling great. It was too cold to take my race jacket off yet, so I told them to meet me at the end of the San Matias wash. They could see me from the road that snaked above the wash nearly the whole way. This was the wash that claimed Tanner in a pre-run crash last year. By coincidence, Jesse got it on camera from the drone. The San Matias wash is famous for having big rocks embedded in the sand that are the same color as the sand. You have to have the eye of an eagle to pick them out, or you're going over the bars like Tanner did. I emerged unscathed and stopped at the waiting truck. I undressed for the cold and prepared for the heat. In 10 miles, I'd start 55 solid miles of sand whoops. My plan leveraged what I have learned from pre-running the course into 3 main goals. The next thing I had to do was head 35 miles down the Portocitos Highway at 60 miles an hour speed limit for paved roads. The problem is, the highway was missing. Chapter 16. Take charge. When you start relaxing your grip on your permanent identity and see that you can be anyone, who you want to be will become more important than who you are. That will be a big moment in your life. Steve Chandler. 2 years earlier, I'd hurt my neck badly in this race. Whiplash. It took a year to get better. For the last year, my neck was okay, with a few bouts a chiropractor could fix. I was getting on a plane 3 days for my third Ironman attempt, and all of a sudden, my neck was killing me. I needed an adjustment, but my chiropractor had just gone on vacation. I knew I'd be severely handicapped trying to race like this, with a helmet on my head and 30 hours of vibration and up and down. I called my backup chiropractor. He tried, but the next day it still wasn't good. I had to get on the plane. We landed in San Diego on a Sunday. I was really worried about my neck. It was killing me. I used Google and found chiropractors open on Sunday. I took a taxi over there and told my team to pick me up there. The clinic didn't care that I was not a previous patient or that I was paying cash. I couldn't believe it. This is how it should be. And it was only $29. Problem solved. I dodged another bullet in this crazy quest. There are times when I'm not feeling good and I think that I can't do it. I don't mean to be negative, but I'd be asking myself, how the heck am I going to do this? When you're hurt or sick or sore or emotionally wounded, your ambition and optimism hits the deck. But emotion is created by motion. Get started. When you're doing it, you'll feel like doing it. Sometimes you have to solve a problem to get going. Solve it and get to it. Bust through the resistance and take charge. Chapter 17. In Pursuit. From mile 280, I headed south to get to my next goal. Make mile 380 by dark. Better yet, if I could get to 415 by dark, I could get past some bad silt and a gnarly, rocky hill climb by then. Hopefully, I could stay ahead of the race trucks coming through until mile 415. Highway 5 ran down the eastern coast of the Baja Peninsula along the Sea of Cortez. In our 2015 race, I had this section of pavement in the race. The highway was brand new. I mean, the asphalt was black as black gets, and the guardrails and striping were brand new. Now, just 3 years later, disaster had struck here. A monster storm came across the peninsula, dropping a lot of rain. When it got to the Sea of Cortez, it came back and sat here a while. The flooding made lakes alongside the elevated highway in a dozen places. The water eventually broke through the highway, which was acting as a dam. One section of highway was completely missing for miles. Then I got back up on the pavement, and you'd be going along at 60 miles an hour and just see 3 rubber cones across the road in front of you. Just beyond it, it dropped 40 feet straight down. The highway was missing for 100 feet across. They made dirt ramps down into the desert and back up the other side where race vehicles and civilian traffic mixed. Brand new bridges were collapsed. The scene repeated itself a dozen times. It was eerie devastation. I was sad for Mexico and what they had to deal with here. There were only 2 paved roads down the peninsula, and this was the only one on the east side. Of course, the engineering was lacking. I had come to appreciate American engineering and highway builders there. The scenery was fantastic. To the left was the calm Sea of Cortez, the body of water between the Baja Peninsula and the Mexican mainland. The baked brown hills rolled up to mountains out of the saltwater, and the race course rolled with it. I was headed to my next pit, Gonzaga Bay. There was one store, a few small structures, and a flat spot along the road where an occasional small plane landed. My team would have a warm burrito there waiting for me. At most stops, there were locals watching my team and waiting for me to come in. They'd be exciting to see a real racer in the Baja 1000 up close. If I took all my gear off and put jeans and a t-shirt on, they wouldn't be so impressed. But this was the Baja 1000, and it was going down right now. I always tried to acknowledge them. A fist pump, or even a fist bump, a thumbs up, or my team giving them stickers made for a memorable moment for both them and me. shared experiences. Arturo told me again, as a wise, reverent man encouraging his friends, "No mistakes, smooth is fast." The whole team would always cheer me on loudly as I took off out of the pit down the course. My soul heard them. I was 12 hours in now, and the sun was getting low. I had prepared well. I was okay. 714X was still in the race, in pursuit of something important. Chapter 18, The Federales. Before the deed comes the thought. Before the achievement comes the dream. Every mountain we climb, we first climb in our mind. Royal Robbins. The Mexican Federal Police put a sportsman team together for the race. I sponsored all 3 teams Chris Haynes had in the race. Number 1X, 714X, and 286X. They finished second last year and they were trying to win the sportsman class. Roy, the head of the police for all of Baja, was very appreciative. He told me his commanding officer in Mexico City thanks me and gave me a special keychain with a badge on it. I guess if I ever get in trouble in Mexico for transgressions, real or imagined, I can call Roy. Does it matter who you know? Yeah. Will I ever need Roy? I hope not. But that's how you network with others. You give first, hopefully with no other motive. Create value for others by giving them information, assistance, introductions, or resources. If and when you need something, you have many people to go to for help. The police had a big cookout for all 3 Contractor Nation teams a few days before the race in the parking lot across from the San Nicolas Hotel where we set up camp for the race. We all had something in common here, and we were all pulling for each other. The Baja 1000, like any great endeavor, was people pulling together. Chapter 19, Down. I pulled out of the pit from Gonzaga Bay, headed to my next goal, 389, before dark. The course snaked down from Ensenada along the east coast, and now it would begin to cross over to the west coast and back up the Pacific Ocean side to make a big, snaky, oblong loop back to the starting line, which would now be the finish line. I only hoped I could see it. The desert landscape is a wonder to behold. There is no greater way to see more of it than this. At unpredictable intervals, the sand would change, the rocks would change, and the vegetation would change, and so would the course. You'd be dodging coconut-sized rocks scattered in deep sand for a few minutes, and then be on a washboarded hard dirt road. Then you'd be in sweeping, rutted turns for a few minutes, and then hit a patch of silt, like riding through flour of various depths. There were a few stretches of dry lake beds, smooth as a tabletop. I'd twist the throttle open, but not quite all the way, lest I take a chance of blowing up the engine. Then the course would likely punish you with technical whoops where 20 miles an hour would take great effort and skill. Such is the way of Baja. The sun was getting very low, and I needed to make it to mile 389 by the time it disappeared. I rode through a mining area with giant earth-moving equipment strewn about. The course was such a pleasure here when I pre-ran it. No more. Now, the dirt was pulverized off the course by high-speed tire traffic, leaving the convex types of all the rocks to produce chop and vibration through my handlebars. Preserving my hands was always a priority. I loosened my fingers around my foam hand grips. I rolled in through a physical checkpoint where you come to a complete stop. They write your race number down and give you the green flag. I came out to the pavement, took a left, and looked for a big yellow sign saying 714X, among the hundreds of chase teams meeting their race vehicles here. They had to rendezvous here. We all did. The racers had to endure the next section of 100 miles of crap and hell before they could see their chase truck again. I had not seen any race trucks yet, but I knew they should be getting closer. They released them onto the course 5 hours after the motorcycles. Truck chase teams had 18-wheeler support vehicles and sometimes 80 men on their teams. This was serious business. I saw my sign, and they directed me to the truck just past where the course turned back into the desert. It was a happy time for me. I made my goal of 389 before dark. To be honest, I made a miscalculation and thought dark was at 6 p.m. Well, it got dark at 5 p.m. A happy mistake. I was 1 hour ahead of my plan. There was a lot to do. Get me ready for dark and cold and check the bike over. We put a new tire on the rear. The team was encouraged to see me, and I was encouraged to see them. They said that they were all expecting me to break down and be half dead at some point. But I'd come into the pit with energy and in good spirits, and this was such good news to them. 13 hours into the race now, they fed off my good condition, and I was bolstered by them. They told me there was an accident on the starting line, and they had to hold up the start of the race trucks. Apparently, a Monster Energy girl, a model hired for the fanfare of the start, got tangled up in the 40-inch wheel of a race truck. She was in critical condition. I only found this out later. Each year, they make more and more rules to make the race safer. I'm sure they'll have this one covered next year. My team told me that the lead truck was 89 miles behind me. I thought I'd have a chance to get through a bunch of silt and to the hill climb at 4:15 before I had to deal with pulling over for them and waiting for their dust to clear. This was very good news for me. It was hurry-up offense. I drank chia and crammed down some food. I knew this next section would be my test, a long test. My team filled me with encouragement. I remounted and rolled back onto the course. I accelerated strong through the gap in the fence and onto the course. I couldn't believe what I saw. In 30 seconds, I was down. Chapter 20. Hounds. A fall from the 3rd floor hurts as much as a fall from the 100th. If I have to fall, may it be from a high place. Paulo Coelho. It was silt, deep and wide. It wasn't there when we pre-ran, not here. When it came through the fence, I saw it and I was shocked. It looked like a minefield, like a scene from a long war. Race vehicles had tried to avoid it during pre-running, so they went to the left or the right until those lines were destroyed. They went wider and wider until it became an ocean of silt. Picture baby powder 16 inches deep. Under that baby powder are ruts in the harder substrate that you can't see. Now, ride a motorcycle in it. Your eyes see one surface, but the bottom of your tires sees a completely different one. My mind and my body were counting on going straight, but the bike followed a rut to the right. Down I went into the silt. One good thing is landing in it is mostly a soft landing, unless you get tangled up with the hard parts of your bike. You look like a powdered donut getting up. Hopefully, your bike didn't inhale so much silt and clog your air filter and stall out. 2 locals ran out to help me. There were big crowds watching this silt field because it was right alongside the road where everyone is pitting and there was good access. They told me to go left. I did because staying on course was not an option. The alternate route was horribly chewed up also. I picked through bushes and silty mounds and rocks. Without me noticing the change, it got dark suddenly, and my headlights were cutting through the pitch-black night. I knew I had 13 hours of darkness to deal with, starting now. I was picking through, wondering, if this is what the route around the silt looks like, I can't imagine how bad the course line was. I was going maybe 10 miles an hour. I had to get out of this. I wondered how far to the right the course was. I looked at my GPS, and whenever I saw an opening between the brush and rocks that went right, I took it. Eventually, I figured I'd find the course again. Suddenly, I hear a roar to my right. It was 900 horsepower bombing through the silt and making it even deeper. I guess the trucks were not 89 miles behind me after all. Here they were. I knew what this meant. That truck was the leader in a parade of trucks. In my experience, in general, the first 30 to pass me would be very aggressive. Then they'd keep coming in a steady stream of violent, dusty interruptions to my race plan. I popped out of the wild onto the course. It was silty ruts, a biker's least favorite terrain. It's not so much you couldn't twist the throttle and make it through. It was keeping your balance while you were in it that was the problem. I couldn't see well. The dust hanging in the still air, illuminated by my headlights, was a problem. And I knew it would be a problem all night. I prayed for wind, but the wind never came. I had 3 headlight switches, 1 high-beam quad LED cluster which I shut off, 1 low-beam cluster with a yellow lens. This was the best for the dust. Finally, There was one small LED strip to fill in close. The silt yielded to a bit easier going. Oh wait, no, it's back. Damn. I see headlights coming up behind me. I try to find a spot to pull over, but I'm in a deep rut and there are berms on both sides. I scurry ahead looking for a place to get out of the way. As he passes, I'm blinded by dust. Once the wind of his machine is gone, it just floats there in front of me, designed to frustrate. I wait. I proceed very slowly, but prematurely. I stop and wait another 30 seconds. I try again. This would go on most of the night. When you can't see, it's not a matter of toughing it out or digging deep. You can't see. I had made up my mind not to ride where I could not see. I was experienced in this way. But you can't finish a race when you're not moving. I knew that this was the worst race conditions that I would see. To survive the parade of trucks coming through was the price I must pay for clear air later. I knew it was coming, but did it have to begin just as night did? It was a path I had chosen, and I could not complain. Action illuminates the next step. Chapter 21. Frozen. Life is easy when you live it the hard way, and hard when you live it the easy way. Being the end of a 100-mile stretch of wilderness, every chase team was here at mile 480 to meet their race vehicle. We called the place Pit City. It looked completely different at night. I spied the Baja pit and pulled in to fuel up. Javier and Victor appeared from the dark and told me what direction the chase trucks were. I rolled in and they took the bike from me. I was frozen. All the teams had fires going. Oscar told me before the race that if I wanted to finish, I should take a rest here. It was my plan to take 45 minutes here. Victor had the van heat on high. It must have been 85 degrees in there. Kevin had emptied the back of the van and slung a hammock in the back. I had never seen such a thing. He had a pillow and a blanket. My hands weren't working. They took my boots off, which was unexpected but welcomed. I climbed into the hammock and Kevin put the blanket on me. I was shaking with cold. The heat felt good. I told him to wake me up in 30 minutes, no more. For 30 minutes I shook. I was far colder than I knew. If I had gone on, I would have been in serious trouble. Finally, I stopped shaking as the cold left my body. They opened the door. No sleep, but it was okay. The value in a few minutes sleep is not the sleep itself, but just letting your body just relax and reset. Everything that was in spasm or cramp mode can release a bit. I felt better being warm and slid to the edge of the van where I put my boots back on with some assistance from Bobby and Kevin. I walked over to the fire and we shared what I remembered as a cherished few minutes. I ate something they had for me. I can't remember what it was, but it was so good at that moment. There was a cactus burning in the fire. I wished I could hang out there for a while, but it wasn't going to happen. This was the Baja 1000 Ironman. I was 19 hours in. It was up to me. Chapter 22. Fight for it. Less than an hour after I rolled into mile 480, I rolled out at 11:35 p.m. I put cold weather riding gloves on. I wish I had put them on 100 miles ago. They were insulated, but were harder to operate the levers with. Now I had to face the next section. It was 58 miles, and I knew there was silt in it. Again, it was not there when we pre-ran, but I could see lots of areas where it would be. I could recognize silt in its baked form. After a racing season of pulverizing silt into flour, at some point in the year, rains would come and saturate it. Then it would dry into a hard crust. In pre-running 3 weeks before the race, it was mostly hard still. Everyone else pre-runs it after me, and come race time again, it was back to flour. Every race truck or buggy that goes past me makes it even worse by the time I get there. I had no idea it would take me 3 hours and 45 minutes to go 58 miles. It was unexpected hell. I'm glad I didn't know how bad it would be. If I had, I would have had a hard time not worrying about it. Sometimes ignorance is bliss. I came around a turn and saw lights ahead. There were 3 racing buggies stuck in the sill, all in a row. Even they could not turn out of the deep ruts to avoid it. The co-drivers, the navigators, were out of the buggies and jacking the back of the 2-wheel drive buggies up and putting boards they carried under the tires. But they'd go 3 feet and get stuck again. After racing, the locals would walk sections of the track to look for things left behind. They'd find dozens of these special-made boards in the silt. I managed to get off the course and go around the stuck buggies. Jose Carrasco was not as lucky. He was a Baja racing champion and won the Ironman class one year. He had a brand new bike this year, but it got stuck in the silt. Jose is a local guy who rides and races all the time. His dot wasn't moving on the tracking map, so they sent a medic in on another motorcycle to see if he was okay. Jose had a choice: ride out with a mechanic or sleep in the desert. He left his bike stuck there, and it took them hours to ride out. Kevin Daniels is a great rider. He's done well in the Baja 500 and San Felipe 250, but he's 0 for 3 in the Baja 1000. Would I be 0 for 3 too? Sections like this would determine if that was my fate. Bo Huckins won the Baja 1000 Ironman a few years ago. He also did not finish another year. He wouldn't finish this year either. No matter how fast or skilled you are, Baja is an equal opportunity punisher. This hell had beat me the last 2 years, and I was still fighting. Chapter 23, Dark Night of the Soul. I was struggling, but I kept my composure. My abs were burning as I had to hold my knees up to my chest for long periods to keep my feet from dragging in the silt. The silt was up to the seat in places. 30-year truck racing veterans would say later that it was the worst silt they had ever seen. Even some 900 horsepower racing trucks got stuck in it. It was 3 a.m., 23 hours into the race. When I saw the silt coming, I tried to look ahead and see how long it went. If it went far, I tried to get off the course and pick through the brush if that was possible. Sometimes I'd wind up hundreds of yards off the course and lose track of where I was. If I was on the left side of the course and it turned right, I'd be getting farther away. My GPS was indispensable. I'd have to zoom it out to find the course line. There are some plants that are like groups of 16-inch balls of spikes. They are very hard. If I hit one, it would stop my bike. If my front wheel got on top, my bike would teeter on it as the spikes held up the full weight of my bike and me. We have a video of these plants stopping a race buggy. I'm desperately picking through the thick brush in the dark and don't have the option to turn the way I want to. All of a sudden, I feel a sharp pain in the top of my foot, and it's not going away. I look down and see a stub of something sticking out of the leather on top of my boot. I stop and take pliers out of my side pouch, grab it, and pull it out. All 2 inches of it. It was under my skin. I didn't take my boot off to inspect my foot. There's nothing I could do. I put the spike in the side pouch with the pliers and kept moving. Obstacle immunity. I went down about 4 times in there. The last time, I bent my shifter and I couldn't shift easily. I had to slam the shifter with my heel and rode most of the way in the same gear. Mile 538 was a big milestone for me. It marked the end of this horrible silt and the beginning of easier terrain. Of course, easier is a relative term, and it was broken by periods of hell. But the worst was over. I was sure of it. Finally, I got to the road and found my van. I sat in the chair in the dark while they replaced the shifter. I started the night an hour ahead of my schedule. Now, I was an hour and 45 minutes behind my plan. If things didn't improve, I'd be against the 36-hour time limit to finish the race. This night was a dark night of the soul. I had a moment with Bobby. He asked me how I was doing. I'd been battling the worst race conditions I'd ever seen, maybe anyone had ever seen, for the last 9.5 hours in the dark. I told him, I'm fighting for it. I almost broke down, but I didn't. The team told me that Liz was there a bit before me. She got to the road and couldn't find her chase truck. She saw our chase truck and knew Victor and my crew would help her. She got in the van and was cold, shaken, and delirious. She was in the silt for 10 hours. My crew video recorded her sitting in the back of the van for nearly an hour. She was in rough shape, but she was still in the race. She was tough. I got myself together, looking forward to a new course ahead. It was 3:28 a.m., and my team cheered again as I disappeared into the night. Impossible is not a fact, it's an opinion. It's only impossible until someone does it. Chapter 24. New Life. It's not the mountain that we conquer, but ourselves. Sir Edmund Hillary. No pain, no gain is crap. When I heard Phil Maffetone, trainer to the world's greatest long-distance athletes, say it, it changed how I was training, and it changed my fitness for this race for the better. I had been pushing my body to failure too often at the gym. It was killing my shoulders and knees. Too often, I was injured from my workouts. I changed up my workouts. I've stopped doing what injured me. Phil said that when you finish a workout, you should feel like you can do it all over again. I started bicycling instead of running to get my knee better since surgery. His book told me to train in my cardio heart rate zone, 180 beats per minute minus my age, 54. So I'd train with my heart rate between 116 and 126. In a race longer than an hour, 90% of your fuel is fat. In a race longer than 2 hours, all you're burning is fat. This is why energy drinks and sugar are no good for an event like the one I was in. I'd eat and drink plenty and still lose 8 to 10 pounds during the race. I trained intelligently. I recovered just as intelligently. When you train, your muscles break down with little micro tears. It's in the recovery day that they mend themselves and make you stronger. You have to rest in between the right workouts. Just 6 weeks before the race, I started doing it right. When you show up to the starting line, the sales call, the presentation, or the performance, it's too late to prepare. The course wound up the mountains, along ridges, and back down, up, around, and down again. My goal was to get to 600 by daylight. It was 5 a.m., and I was at mile 573. There was a steep descent from a high elevation Oscar called the Snake for its switchbacks. In Angela Duckworth's book, Grit, she lays out a formula. Talent plus effort equals skill. Skill plus effort equals achievement. You will notice that effort factors in twice. Read that again. Talent plus effort equals skill. Skill plus effort equals achievement. Many people try to be happy by avoiding effort. But what if effort was the secret to happiness? Effort is how we become our best selves, and in that is true happiness and contentment. Chapter 25. Gasolina. The course was chewed up and slower than in pre-running. I had tape on my front fender with all my stops written on it. I was looking for the Baja gas pit at race mile 591. Mile 591 came, no pit. I pressed forward to 592. No pit, just desolation. 593, nothing. Now, I was seriously worried. I was having flashbacks of last year. Did I miss the pit? I was in the desert and had not seen a person or structure or vehicle in many miles. I see a weathered old man with a walking stick in the middle of nowhere. I was desperate. I stopped. Gasolina? I yelled to him. He shook his head. I was looking for some knowledge or gas from anyone I could get it from. I pressed forward. The course went up a mountain. I knew the pit would not be up here. 594. Nothing. Did they move the pit? 595. Oh my God. A downhill, followed by a very steep hill climb, was in front of me. I was great at hill climbs, and I crushed it. It was starting to get light out. I saw about 10 people watching the hill. I stopped and yelled, Gasolina? They pointed up the course and yelled, Baja Pit! Thank God. A little higher in elevation, and I could see orange signs and a pop-up awning in the distance. I pulled up and told the guys, I was worried. You're supposed to be 5 miles back. I look to my left, under the tent, and I see a bike, 722X. It was Liz's number. I raise my gaze and see an unnumbered bike and a rider who didn't look beat down like a racer would be by this time. Then I see Liz eating a Pop-Tart. I said, "How are you doing, Liz?" She just waved at me. I found out later that her team got her a pace rider to ride with her in 2 of the hardest sections and make sure she was okay. Interesting idea. Some long-distance runners have a pacer run with them for 10-mile stretches to keep them going. I never heard of a rule against it. Just 2 miles later, I came out to the road to see my crew. Liz's truck was in front of ours waiting for her. I made it to 598 by dawn, nearly on my minimum goal, but 2 hours and 15 minutes behind my plan. Nighttime, the silt, and fatigue had all taken its toll. The situation was critical. If I lost another 45 minutes against my plan, I would not finish in time. I cut the stop very short, just a few minutes. Liz rolled up and I rolled out. Race or not, the night is a desperate time, especially when things aren't going well. When the sun comes up, we feel new life, hope, and energy. It's clean and new, as if the race had started all over again. I headed toward the Pacific Ocean in high spirits. Chapter 26, Born Again. Practice until you get it right, then practice until you can't get it wrong. Sometimes you have to be mad enough or fed up enough to push through and do what it takes. To see my 3.5-hour time cushion evaporating was enough. I rode as fast as I could. The terrain here was smooth along the ocean. The course was on the beach at one point. A crowd was gathered around a spot where a giant washout had you going down into a gully and back up the other side. I spied a natural jump that I hit when we pre-ran. I thought I'd give the crowd a thrill and launched about 8 feet in the air off of it, employing my motocross skills. It felt great. The morning breeze came in off the ocean, but there was no fog. I put miles behind me, and it felt great. I couldn't make a new beginning, but I could make a new ending. I saw my crew at 7:47 a.m. They were thrilled to see me in great spirits. I wasn't losing time anymore, but gaining some. They had a warm breakfast burrito and a coffee for me. It was so good. I gulped the coffee and was gone again. I had somewhere to go. If I was a night watchman and had to stay awake for 36 hours or more, I could not do it. But when you're on a dirt bike with your life and safety threatened all the time, your survival mind wakes up and pays attention. When there's a conveyor belt of fast-moving hazards coming at you and you're exerting yourself physically, you aren't going to fall asleep that way. Just don't stop. I pressed on. I knew there was a huge, wide silt field coming up. In the riders' meeting, I overheard some drivers saying there was a way around it to the left. When it came, I went around left and I found it. Before the next turn, I went back to the corner of the course to catch the virtual checkpoint. Such is the value of sharing information. I pulled into the chase truck stop at mile 673 in Colonette. Always glorious to see my team. Late in the race, teams who chase other race vehicles look for bikes that begin with a 7. They know we're Ironmen, and we've made it this far. They wave with a different kind of respect. As I pulled away from my chase team, a team of 12 crew members waiting for a buggy cheered me on, along with my own team. A quarter mile later, a steep, long hill climb, but gravity did not exist for me. Chapter 27, Man Against Himself. Everyone winds up somewhere in life. Wind up somewhere on purpose. You're the only one who can determine where that is. I had 2 more stops at my chase truck. The next one was at mile 737 at Santo Tomas. The course wound up another section of mountainous terrain above the ocean for 15 miles or so, where I could look down and see the Pacific.
down to the coastline again. So beautiful, but I couldn't look. I had to focus on the course. Turn back inland with switchbacks to get to elevation again, then sweeping dirt roads. When I crossed mile 707, the math was easy. 100 miles to go. It sounded like nothing, but it was something. When I pre-ran, I came around a switchback at speed and had to drift to the left side of the road. Around the corner, a pickup truck was coming. I couldn't make the turn tighter without crashing, so I drifted all the way to the edge of the cliff, figuring the driver could go by me with me on his right. His brain didn't figure that out, and he came right at me with his brakes locked up in the dirt. We both stopped, my front wheel 12 inches in front of his bumper. I was looking right through the windshield. He had a choice look for me. Motorcycle versus truck? Of course, I would have lost that contest. I kept my encounter in mind as these roads were open to the public during the race. I descended into Santo Tomas and onto Route 1, the paved road on the Pacific side of Baja. I turned left and saw my truck, race mile 731. 731. That's a big number. I was 30 hours in, and unexpectedly, I felt good. I was riding for my life. Chapter 28. Magnetism. I was spent. I knew what came next. Europan again. Steep hill climbs, rocks, whoops, a challenge. I sat down in the chair they had for me and had a Red Bull. It was a reward of sorts. I figured by the time I'd crashed from it, I'd be across the finish line. Bobby knelt down in front of me and looked straight into my eyes. He said loudly and with a firm resolve, "Now listen, you need to ride strong and ride fast. And when you get a chance to go fast, you go fast. You got to finish this. Do you hear me?" I knew what I had to do, but hearing him say it filled me up. I knew I wasn't on my own. 3 years. I had come so far, and I was so close. They didn't want me screwing this up now. I was working for them and me. A guy in checkered sneakers and a ponytail was at the stop videoing me. He was giddy. He was a fan of the movie and couldn't believe I was in another race right there in front of him. His smile was ear to ear. They filled me up with gas so I didn't have to worry about the next gas pit a few miles down the road. When I got there, I went by it. An eerie feeling, as if disaster would come in 25 miles or so. I was 69 miles from the finish line. Close enough to feel its magnetism. Chapter 29. Talking to Spirits. When an idea's time has come, it cannot be stopped. Ram Dass. I was in pain. I had been in pain for 24 hours. It was 32 and a half hours in. My butt was raw, even though I had an extra wide gel seat and 2 layers of bicyclist padding on my undergarments. My upper back and shoulders ached, and my hands hurt. My legs, everything hurt. And yet, it didn't. I prioritized what I value most, finishing, over what I wanted now, to get off this bike. That's a formula for any of us. It's amazing what you can do. Your body can do more than your mind wants it to. Your potential is far greater than the mind wants to allow. Your mind's job is to protect your survival. It avoids risks and wants you to take the easy way. It doesn't want you to drain your body's resources like this. You have to hijack these natural tendencies with powerful, conscious thought. The sun was high and the landscape in Europan was beautiful. Hostile in places, but beautiful. I raced up the hills and down the descents. I tried to keep a rhythm, a flow in the whoops between the golden boulders and outcroppings. The team put a tiny audio recording device in my helmet. It was the size of a flash drive and recorded for 50 hours. I talked to it during the race. I dedicated sections to my daughters Autumn and Chloe and to Tanner. I talked to my dad and my mom.
Both of them are gone now, but I talked to them. I gave commentary on what was happening and how I felt. I talked a lot here. This was the last of the really challenging terrain, and I was moving through it with precision and speed. I summoned strength from somewhere. I was getting faster and making up even more time. During the entire race, now 32 hours in, I had never ridden better. Baja wasn't going to give me anything. It beat me the last 2 years, and it couldn't care less if I never came back. But I did. And if I was to beat it, I must beat the old version of me to do so. We must believe in ourselves and take bold action. I came out to a familiar dirt road outside Ojos Negros. I thought I had it made for a while on this road, but I've forgotten the course drove me back into the whoops and up the mountains for another cycle. I emerged again and raced to my last van stop, where Javier and Oscar were waiting for me. The other vehicles with Victor and Arturo and Kevin and Bobby had gone to the finish line to wait for me. I had 33 miles to go. Javier went over the bike. Oscar refilled my hydration pack while it was still on me. A woman and her husband were next to us waiting for their vehicle to come in. They knew I was an Ironman and congratulated me. She took over for Oscar and rubbed out my shoulders and hands, wanting to help in any way she could. 33 miles to go. I'm going to be the oldest Ironman finisher ever, I told her. A spurt of emotion welled up in me, and I hid it in my helmet. The stop was only a few minutes as usual. I rose again, the last time. I threw my leg over the bike. Javier and Oscar encouraged me. I recalled what Oscar had said earlier. Remember, this is very important for your life. Chapter 30. The Return of 714X. Don't ask yourself what the world needs. Ask yourself what makes you come alive and go and do that. Because what the world needs is people who have come alive. Howard Thurman. I raced away into the beautiful desert afternoon. I wound through the brush, up the hills, and down into the valleys. I dared the switchbacks and flaunted my machine ever closer. I knew there were some that asked, what if he doesn't finish? I asked, what if I do? The course here going back into Ensenada was the same course as when it came out over 33 hours earlier. The danger of this adventure was worth 1,000 days of ease and comfort. Getting close to Ensenada, I was on paved roads now, 5 miles to go. From my elevation, I could see over the city now, the gleaming, vast Pacific Ocean just beyond. I had lived this before. I had finished the race in my bed many times. Now, there was rushing air and a vibration under me. This was glory, not for another hour, but for this hour. I dropped down into the river wash in the middle of the city. I was 1 mile out at an altitude of 10,000 feet. My muscles and joints were lubricated by the magnetism of a checkered flag, and knowing my team and 1,000 people scattered across the globe were waiting for me at the finish line. I popped up out of the wash onto the city street, 4 blocks and 2 turns to go. Very important for your life, the dark night of my soul. Gasoline and whiplash and spikes. 2 blocks, heat and cold and dust. Blood, tears. mistakes and pain and the weatherman, faces and hearts. Last turn, one block, love and honor and promises. Chapter 21, Redemption. I made the last turn. People lined the streets. I could see men standing in front of the podium. When they saw me, they erupted. I was happy for them. I was happy I did not let them down, for they have come so far. I rolled up the podium ramp and they ran to me. Bobby grabbed me and hugged me and declared the result. "You did it!" Victory. They put the finisher medal around my neck. On the strap it said, Iron Man. I became the oldest finisher and one of only 20 riders in history to finish the Baja 1000 Ironman. I finished 4th out of 10 starters in 33 hours and 45 minutes. 5 riders out of the 10 starters finished, including Liz Karsh, who rolled up 45 minutes after I did. I finished in 2nd place in the season championship points. Tanner and I are the only father and son Baja 500 and Baja 1000 Ironman finishers in history. I qualified for the Milestone Award, having finished every mile of every race in the SCORE Desert Racing season, only the 3rd Ironman in history to do so. Special thanks to Tanner Janesky, my son and inspiration. Victor Abitia, chase driver and friend for the entire season. Bobby Miles and Kevin Koval, great friends who never gave up on me. Arturo Davila, mechanic and gentleman. Javier Gonzalez, mechanic, driver, and good luck charm. Oscar Hale, 1000 pre-run riding mate, sage of Baja. Jimmy Holly, hot rod bike builder. Chris Haynes, racing legend and mentor. Jesse Dostie and Ted Waldron, videographers, tech whizzes, and enthusiasts. And all those who cheered for me at home, staying up all hours tracking me and pulling for me. I knew you were there. And my 20,000 Think Daily readers at thinkdaily.com who compel me to get better. It's amazing what you can do. Great friends all. An extraordinary life of shared experiences. 714X. We hope you enjoyed Iron Sharpens Iron, Challenge of a Lifetime by Larry Janesky. See our movies Into the Dust 2, 3, and 4 on YouTube. And sign up for Think Daily, a short, inspiring message of the day about high-performance living by Larry Janesky at thinkdaily.com.